Chapter 391 Smashing the Devil Locust Swarm. Chapter 391 Smashing the Devil Locust Swarm. Translator, Zayamoj. The Black Ink War Zone's headquarters, within the study, the intellectual beauty Wei Luzhen suddenly looked up, picked up a vibrating communications crystal, and quietly listened to the voice coming from it. Then, she put down the communications crystal, faced Yuan Yi, whose mind seemed to be adrift, and said, "Major General, your youngest disciple brother has already obtained 430,000 merit points, surpassing the Bright Moon School's genius Zhang Zhiqiao on the monthly list and reaching first place." Yuan Yi looked sluggish for a while. After 5 minutes, a stream of blue light flew out of the void and entered his body, and his eyes regained their luster. He shook his head and revealed a smile. "What did you say? My youngest disciple brother has reached the first place of the monthly list? He really has some skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pass that demanding assessment. His performance is much more dazzling than ours in the day." The mobile fortified fortress. On the bridge, Zhang Zhiqiao and the other women watched the holographic projections as countless devil locusts were incinerated into ashes by the flames sprayed from the stronghold, and their pretty eyes flickered with shock. Unless it was a moonlight warlock, even a starry sky warlock rank mercenary group might be wiped out when faced with a swarm composed of millions of devil locusts. Devil insects were a race of one of the 36 primary material planes, the savage insect plane. Strong fecundity, high compliance, and no fear of death, devil insects were a nightmare for many races. Devil locusts were merely inferior cannon fodder, their position very low in the ranks of devil insects. However, the number of these cannon fodder could easily exceed 1 million and reach 100 million. In the environment of the demonic realm, they were the best cannon fodder. Human moonlight warlocks could wipe out 100 million devil locusts with a meteorological spell. But in an environment like the demonic realm, they would have to retreat when faced with a 100 million strong swarm, lest they ran out of magic power and died. Suddenly, a small, exquisite communications crystal at Zhang Zhiqiao's waist vibrated, and she picked it up. A female voice full of charm sounded, "Zhiqiao, your first place on the monthly list has just been snatched away by a man. Do you want to know his name? If you go out with me, I can be merciful and tell you his name." Zhang Zhiqiao responded indifferently, "His name is Yang Feng, right?" The female voice full of charm coming from the communications crystal surged with surprise. "How did you know?" Zhang Zhiqiao answered, "I'm with him right now. I'm watching him slaughter devil locusts." The female voice full of charm surged with excitement. "Do you know him? Where are you right now? I'll come over. Introduce me to him." Zhang Zhiqiao responded with smile. "We're currently inside a devil locust swarm that should number more than 10 million. There was a palpitating silence on the other side of the communications crystal, and then the voice rang once more. "Zhiqiao, let's meet up when you come back." Zhang Zhiqiao responded with a smile. "Fine." After putting the communications crystal away, Zhang Zhiqiao's eyes fell on the holographic projections on the bridge. The holographic projections fully reproduced the scenes of the environment and changes surrounding the mobile fortified stronghold in a radius of dozens of kilometers. No matter how the devil locust swarm changed, the holographic projections changed accordingly in real time. Su Fangyan and the beautiful women of the Lily mercenary group were deeply attracted by the holographic projections, profoundly aware of the implications. They were aware that the holographic projections meant that the mobile fortified stronghold's various scanning abilities have reached an amazing degree, fully reproducing the battle scene. The enemy's every move couldn't escape the mobile fortified stronghold. So long as the commander wanted a fool and gave correct orders, they could easily defeat one enemy after another. It should be noted that in the demonic realm, even among Moonlight Warlock, only those proficient in computing and simulation spells could reproduce such scenes. In some ways, this mobile fortified stronghold has surpassed Moonlight Warlock experts. Like moths drawn to a flame, the devil locust swarm attacked the mobile fortified stronghold for a long time. After hundreds of thousands were lost, an eerie insect sound came from the deepest part of the swarm. The dense cloud-like devil locust swarm turned sluggish, and then suddenly pulled away and dispersed, forming smaller groups around the mobile fortified stronghold. Spraying so much fire was bound to consume a tremendous amount of energy. Clearly, the devil locust swarm had a commander, and it immediately adjusted the swarm's modus operandi. Interesting. They have a commander? Yang Feng showed a smile. Staring at the holographic projection, he pondered for a while, and then uttered, "You want to play around? Forget it. Let's just settle it." The holographic projections depicted 6 4-meter-tall great warlock rank devil locusts cunningly hiding inside 6 insect swarms. The chaotic auras and life force of the many devil locusts concealed the life force of the 6 great warlock rank devil locusts. Even moonlight warlock rank powerhouses would not be able to locate the 6 great warlock rank devil locust commanders amid the chaotic auras of the countless devil locusts. Naturally, it would be impossible to carry out decapitation strike and kill the 6 great warlock rank devil locusts. The optical computer inside the mobile fortress stronghold glittered, and quickly carried out frightening calculations. The 100 basic stronghold artillery atop the mobile fortified stronghold quickly adjusted their aims, then gathered light and shot 100 railgun beams capable of running through starry sky warlocks in a flash, tearing up the clouds formed by the devil locusts and slamming into the 6 great warlock rank devil locusts. The 6 great warlock rank devil locusts were instantly blown apart into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Thanks to the calculations performed by the optical computer, the 6 great warlock rank devil locusts could not even escape and were killed. When the 6 great warlock rank devil locusts died, the more than 10 million devil locusts in the air fell into chaos, and then dispersed into insect clouds, some of which rushed towards the mobile fortified stronghold. Others flew into the darkness, and yet others scattered on the ground, no longer able to coordinate as well as before. The hundreds of 45mm machine cannons atop the mobile fortified stronghold roared, and blasted apart one devil locust that had just approached the mobile fortified stronghold after another. Doors of the mobile fortified stronghold opened, and countless bladed robots equipped with jet packs flew out and cruised around the stronghold, killing devil locusts who slipped through the machine cannon perimeter. As it fought, the mobile fortified fortress flew toward the depths of the demonic realm at a uniform speed. Countless devil locusts were turned into fragments and dropped to the ground. What a fearsome weapon! Amazing! In terms of destructive power alone, that huge weapon is far superior to Starry Sky warlocks. The warlocks at the gate of the Furious Lion Fortress watched as the devil locusts fell like rain from the sky, a look of shock in their eyes. Lu Xiongxing watched the mobile fortified stronghold flying in the demonic realm sky with envy and jealousy in his eyes. Who on earth is he? Why does he have such a horrible weapon? Even the fighting demonic sect's true disciples should not have such a terrible weapon. The mobile fortified stronghold on the bridge. Sitting in the captain's seat, Yang Feng spoke indifferently. "What's the consumption status?" The mechanical adjutant gave a precise answer. "In the fight just now, the consumption is energy 0.1%, ammunition 2%. The energy will be replenished within 1 hour, 1 minutes, 23 seconds. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Zhang, where can I find the most freaks in the vicinity? Right? It's best if there's also a purple sage demonic gold mine. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience." Zhang Zhiqiao raised her eyebrows slightly and uttered, "Call me senior disciple sister. My cultivation base is higher than yours, so you should call me senior disciple sister. This is the rule, understood?" Yang Feng uttered sincerely, "Okay. Senior disciple sister Zhang." Zhang Zhiqiao arrived before a holographic projection and pointed in a direction. About 150 kilometers to the west from here, there is a devil insect nest. Their people have found 1 or 2 chunks of purple sage demonic gold. There may be a purple sage demonic gold mine there. However, I have to warn you, there are at least 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects there, maybe even more. It is one of the most dangerous areas in the war zone, and more than 5 Starry Sky Warlocks have died there to date. We, the Lily mercenary group, don't dare to come near it. Yang Feng asked, "Since it's so dangerous there, can't you just ask a Moonlight Warlock to step in? A Moonlight Warlock should be able to level that place." Zhang Zhiqiao responded, "It's not that simple. In the nest, There are hundreds of millions of devil locusts alone. Besides, the devil locust swarm alone has the power to threaten a moonlight warlock. Major General Yuan has stepped in and leveled the nest several times, but every time Major General Yuan moved out, the devil insect experts have already escaped, leaving no trace. It's very difficult to destroy them, and the environment here is just too disadvantageous for us humans. Chapter 392, Devil Cockroaches. Chapter 392, Devil Cockroaches. Translator, Zayamoj. In the demonic realm, there were countless strange monsters, and there were many devil insect powerhouses with unique abilities. Yuan, a glorious dawn warlock, was indeed unrivaled in the underground world's third floor. He could wipe out countless freaks. But in the demonic realm, Yuan Yi's consumption of strength was enormous. At most, he could flatten 1 or 2 nests before having to stop and return to the 9 fortresses to rest and restore his strength. Otherwise, he may be surrounded and killed by moonlight warlock rank freaks. So long as Yuan Yi stayed guard within the barrier of the 9 fortresses, then even a bright world warlock rank freak might not be able to take down the Black Ink War Zone. The freaks in the demonic realm wanted to destroy the 9 fortresses, yet were unable to. Similarly, the Black Ink War Zone, which had only one glorious dawn warlock, Yuan Yi standing guard, was unable to recapture the demonic realm and wipe out all the freaks therein. Follow current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. Yang Feng touched his chin and slowly uttered, "It's that dangerous there? It seems that I can't destroy that place right away. I need to do some preparations." Luo Luer spoke frankly. "You still want to destroy that place? Not even the generals of the 9 fortresses could do it. It's the nest of devil insects. Although your mobile fortified stronghold is really amazing, but faced with the siege of countless devil insects, nothing will be left of it. If you want to go there, then let us out first. We don't want to die." Zhang Zhiqiao raised her eyebrows, saying, "Yang Feng, although Luer's words might not be pleasant, but they're true. If you really want to go to the devil insect nest, then please let us out." Yang Feng wrinkled his eyebrows. Then his gaze fell on Su Fangyan, and his eyes lit up. He asked full of expectations, "I still lack a guide. Major Su Fangyan, can you stay and act as my guide?" There were innumerable fearsome freaks hidden in the demonic realm. With an excellent guide, Yang Feng could avoid many dangers. Su Fangyan showed a sweet smile, and then said with decisiveness that could slice nails and cut iron, "Sorry, but I'm still very fond of this life of mine, and have no intentions of giving it up. Please let me out along with Zhiqiao and them." "Well, in that case, how about we stop here?" Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then pointed at the wilderness between the devil insect nest and the furious lion fortress. Zhang Zhiqiao carefully examined the surrounding terrain for a while, and then nodded. "This place is fine. Even if we're in trouble, we can ask for help from the furious lion fortress." Wang Bing, the gentle girl with a round face, smiled at Yang Feng and said, "Junior disciple brother Yang, in the demonic realm, the first priority is to survive, to protect yourself, to keep contact with the rear at all times. In the demonic realm, due to various reasons, the number of Starry Sky warlocks that die in the Black Ink War Zone alone each year exceeds 20. This is bloody experience that countless former generations left behind using their own lives." "I understand." Yang Feng nodded and smiled. He wasn't someone who didn't know how to recognize other people's good intentions. Naturally, he understood Zhang Zhiqiao and them were talking from experience. For ordinary geniuses who came to gain experience, theirs were words of wisdom. The mobile fortified fortress flew at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour for 100 kilometers before landing on the ground. Along the way, the mobile fortified stronghold's various artillery fire never stopped, blasting all kinds of freaks around the stronghold apart. On the merit steels of the 9 fortresses, the number of merit points next to Yang Feng's name rose continuously. Although not as terrifying as before, when the number of merit points rose by the tens of thousands up to more than 100,000 per minute, but the number of merit points still increased steadily. When the mobile fortified stronghold landed, doors opened, and countless level 8 battle robots poured out like a tide and occupied strategic locations. Engineering robots poured out of the doors and began building various batteries. Yang Feng scanned the various batteries being built and ordered coldly. All batteries should focus on energy weapons as much as possible. Keep the construction of live ammunition weapons to a minimum. Although energy weapons consumed a tremendous amount of energy, but Yang Feng has built more than 10,000 large-scale nuclear power plants in the Turandot subcontinent, which netted him a tremendous amount of energy every day. Via warp gates, Yang Feng could get a steady stream of supply of energy from the Turandot subcontinent. Machine cannons, heavy machine guns, missile launchers, and other live ammunition weapons, once used, would consume a lot of steel and other materials. It was very difficult to replenish those materials in the demonic realm. Even if the materials were transported from the Turandot subcontinent, it would be too costly and would be very disadvantageous in protracted warfare. As the components of the various batteries have been manufactured beforehand, the assembling work was progressing very fast. Before long, high-energy grids, aurora turrets, large railguns, and other batteries were set up. At the same time, battle robots continuously poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold, and their numbers soon exceeded 200,000. As if giant ants, the 200,000 5 or 6-meter tall battle robots crowded in a huge barracks. Stunned by the sheer number of battle robots, Luo Luer uttered, "So many mechanical golems! How can the mobile fortified stronghold hold that many of them?" Zhang Zhiqiao hesitated for a while before asking, "The mobile fortified stronghold should be using spatial magic inside, right? Junior disciple Brother Yang." The mobile fortified stronghold concealed too many secrets, dazzling Zhang Zhiqiao, a genius from the Bright Moon School, and making her lose self-confidence. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "That's right." In fact, Yang Feng was using one of the 4 first-rate warp gates to transport the battle robots from the Turandot subcontinent. With warp gate technology, wherever he went, Yang Feng could have all kinds of items from the Turandot subcontinent and his territory on the Feisua plain at his disposal. This was the basis for Yang Feng's confidence to go on a rampage in the demonic realm. Soon after the mobile fortified stronghold landed, the area around calmed down. There were no freaks in sight, as if they were all exterminated. Luo Luer drank cold juice. Suddenly, she frowned, stared at the holographic projections, and thought out loud, "What's going on? Why are there no freaks all of a sudden?" Yang Feng responded casually, "Weren't they wiped out by me?" Luo Luer looked blankly at Yang Feng. "How could it be that simple? The freaks in the demonic realm are like cockroaches. How could they be wiped out? Just 10 kilometers away from the Furious Lion Fortress, there are disgusting freaks in the sky, underground, and in water. It's impossible to wipe them out completely. For this change to suddenly occur, there must be something amiss." Zhang Zhiqiao contemplated for a while. Then her beautiful eyes glimmered with a peculiar glint, and she spoke in a firm tone. "Yes, something isn't right. If I didn't guess wrong, a lot of freaks must be congregating somewhere. Afraid, the other freaks must have fled." Wang Bing's pretty eyes shimmered gravely, and she pointed at a holographic projection and said, "They're coming!" There were pitch-black insect clouds floating in the air, hiding the sky and covering the earth. The main insect cloud was entirely composed of devil locusts, and it was 3 times as big as the insect cloud that besieged Yang Feng at the Furious Lion Fortress. On the ground, there were dense swarms of devil cockroaches with the head of a cockroach, an orangutan-like body, and a pair of cockroach wings on the back, as well as 2-meter-tall demonic cockroaches with a pair of sharp incisors and sharp blades on the joints of their 4 limbs. Face pale, Zhang Zhiqiao looked at the overwhelming clouds of insects with graveness in her beautiful eyes. She spoke in low voice, "It's the worst combination. Devil locusts, devil cockroaches, and demonic cockroaches. They're the lowest cannon fodder among devil insect. This is the most disgusting combination. Even a glorious Dawn Warlock wouldn't be willing to face these damn cannon fodder in the demonic realm. They are too numerous, and their fecundity is too perverted. It's impossible to wipe them out." Looking pale, Wang Bing added, "The disgusting devil cockroaches can continue to fight even with their heads smashed. The demonic cockroaches have the ability to dig. Be careful. They will attack from below the ground." Women were naturally afraid of insects, The three kinds of freaks, devil locust, devil cockroaches, and demonic cockroaches were hideous, looking like huge insects. Ordinary people would be afraid and disgusted by them, although they were not afraid of the demonic insects. But these women were overcome with disgust. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. What a troublesome number, but that's all right. After wiping them out, I may be able to earn 1 kilogram of purple sage demonic gold worth of merit points. Attack! The laser cannon batteries that have been fully set up after the thousands of engineering robots worked against the clock flashed, and laser beams shot into the sky and slammed into the devil locusts. Wherever the laser beams passed, holes were punched into devil locusts, clearing out a path. The gunner robots, who have replaced their weapons with laser guns, shot at the devil locusts in the sky. Densely packed laser beams instantly enveloped the sky, and devil locust began to fall from the sky like raindrops. Devil cockroaches, demonic cockroaches, and other demonic insects' cannon fodder crazily surged towards the mobile fortified stronghold like a black sea wave, covering the earth completely. Chapter 393, Fierce Fighting Against the Insect Swarm. Chapter 393, Fierce Fighting Against the Insect Swarm. Translator, Zayamoj. More than 10,000 large-caliber heavy artillery fired wildly, and densely packed shells rained down on the demonic insect ground forces. The devil cockroaches and demonic cockroaches were all level 1 extraordinary life forms. Faced with the fearsome carpet bombing, they were instantly swallowed and blown apart, splattering mucus about. That's awesome! On the bridge, when Luo Luer, staring at a holographic projection, saw a large tract of the densely packed devil cockroaches disappear in an instant, she couldn't help sighing in admiration. Zhang Zhiqiao's beautiful eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. Su Fengyan's pretty eyes opened wide as she stared at a holographic projection. She clenched her snow-white hands, and her delicate body trembled slightly. The 10,000 cannons roared and erased tens of thousands of devil cockroaches and demonic cockroaches with a volley. In the demonic realm, moonlight warlocks could not wipe out so many freaks in a single blow. Only when glorious dawn warlocks went all out would they be able to eliminate tens of thousands of freaks with a single strike. The Triumph City in front of the merit steel. Look, his merit points are increasing dramatically again. An increase of 130,000 merit points in one go. How frightening! A sudden surge of 130,000 merit points. Did he kill 2 Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks at once? The agents of various major forces stared at the merit steel, both stunned and excited, discussing spiritedly. Luo Hongyi looked at the insane growth of merit points next to Yang Feng's name. Her lily-white arms intertwined tightly, and she gloomily clenched her white teeth, heart overcome with shock. 130,000 merit points. How can his merit points increase so fast? 130,000 merit points. That's terrific. What on earth did he do? How did his merit points increase by so much in a flash? In the 9 fortresses, the warlocks surrounding the respective merit steel commented spiritedly. Standing before the furious Lion Fortress's merit steel, Lu Xiongxing looked up at Yang Feng's name, his eyes overcome with jealousy. Currently, his own merit points were only a fraction of Yang Feng's. Following that horrible volley, only sporadic devil cockroaches remained, which were shot dead by the gunner robots one at a time before they could get close to the batteries. Having learned their lesson, the wings of the devil cockroaches in the rear flickered wildly, and they rose into the air, flying toward the mobile fortified stronghold at a low altitude. The demonic cockroaches began to dig quickly at the ground and dug out tunnels, via which they headed toward Yang Feng's batteries. Forming dense swarms, the devil locusts flew toward the mobile fortified stronghold. Gunner robots equipped with jetpacks and flamethrowers suddenly rose into the air and blocked in front of the devil locusts, and then sprayed long tongues of flame shrouding the devil locusts. Sprayed by the flames, the devil locusts turned into balls of fire and dropped from the sky. Tens of thousands of gunner robots formed a wall of fire, spraying flames and setting the devil locusts on fire. It looked like there was a meteor shower as countless devil locusts fell to the ground, struggling frantically. The devil cockroaches flying at a low altitude were also stopped by the gunner robots equipped with flamethrowers. Swept by the flames, their wings were set on fire, and they dropped down like fireballs. The devil locusts and devil cockroaches advanced dauntlessly toward the gunner robots, acting as shields for the devil insects in the rear. The gunner robots were forced to operate their protective covers to withstand the mad assault of the two kinds of devil insects. At the same time, they quickly retreated. Prompted by the optical computer, the reserve gunner robots quickly stepped forward and engaged the two kinds of devil insects. The laser cannon and railgun batteries on the ground shot light beams into the nearly endless devil insect crowd alternately, wiping out tens of thousands of devil insects with each volley. Also equipped with jetpacks, the bladed robots flew into the air and engaged the devil cockroaches and devil locust in close combat. In the fierce battle between the mechanical flood and the sea of devil insects, the protective covers of the battle robots made great contributions. With their protection, even if the battle robots were besieged, they could calmly retreat before their protective cover was broken through and return to the base to replenish their energy, and then continue fighting. Every moment, untold numbers of devil insects fell from the sky and became fragments. As for the battle robots, not many were being destroyed. Zhang Zhiqiao exclaimed, "Terrific! Younger disciple brother Yang. The defensive spells of your mechanical golems are terrific, equivalent to level 3 defensive spells." The eyes of the other Lily mercenary group, beautiful warlocks, flashed with shock. For them, a single mechanical golem wasn't worth paying attention. But now there were more than 1 million of these mechanical golems. So many mechanical golems were a terrifying force. Yang Feng smiled, and his gaze fell on a holographic projection, which showed the demonic cockroaches moving underground toward the mobile fortified stronghold. The laser cannons and all kinds of other heavy artillery could not attack the demonic cockroaches, which were 500 meters deep underground. Yang Feng suddenly spoke. "Senior disciple Sister Zhang, can those demonic cockroaches dig through the floor?" Zhang Zhiqiao answered, "No. The underground world is formed by a very powerful world-rank secret treasure, and it was enchanted by numerous powerful beings of other races. Only an infinity warlock rank powerhouse using a secret treasure would be able to pierce through a floor and open a passage between 2 floors of the underground world." Yang Feng relaxed slightly and gave a short order, "Dig!" The engineering robots began to dig quickly, digging big holes 10 meters in diameter and 500 meters in depth around Yang Feng's position. The source of this content is formidable.cm. Countless demonic cockroaches had just burrowed out of their tunnels, when the bladed robots waiting for them killed them, and then discarded their bodies. A steady stream of gunner robots, bladed robots, artillery robots, and other types of battle robots poured out from the mobile fortified stronghold. The numbers of the enormous mechanical legion increased steadily on the battlefield, step by step breaking through the 1 million mark. Then the 1.5 million mark and the 2 million mark. With Tyrandot subcontinent as a logistics base, Yang Feng was able to create such a huge mechanical legion. Luo Luer looked at the dense crowd of battle robots still pouring out and couldn't help saying, "So many mechanical golems." Zhang Zhiqiao and the other beautiful warlocks of He Lily mercenary group watched numbly as the various battle robots continuously poured out. They were shocked to see the fist million battle robots, but now they were already numb. After its numbers exceeded 2 million, the mechanical legion launched an offensive. Countless bladed robots equipped with jetpacks rose into the air and engaged in close combat with the demonic cockroaches flying at a low altitude. As if meat grinders, the bladed robots hacked the demonic cockroaches before them that could not withstand a single strike to fragments, which scattered on the ground. Faced with a dense devil insect crowd, gunner robots equipped with flamethrowers and jetpacks rose into the air and sprayed flames at the countless devil insects, turning them into fireballs. The terrifying mechanical legion steadily advanced forward, forcing the devil insect crowd back step by step. At every moment, countless devil insects were transformed into fragments. The ground was littered with charred devil insect bodies oozing mucus. Watching a holographic projection, Zhang Zhiqiao clearly saw the devil insect army being nibbled away by the terrifying mechanical legion, being pushed back. Suddenly, Zhang Zhiqiao's communications crystal shook, and she picked it up. A charming voice full of excitement came from the communications crystal. Zhiqiao, 8 million. His merit points exceeded 8 million. Heavens, how did he do it? In one day, in less than one day, his merit points broke through 8 million. Even the generals of the 9 fortresses may not be able to achieve such a fearsome result. Zhiqiao, how did he do it? The corners of Zhang Zhiqiao's mouth rose slightly, and she responded, he didn't do anything other than have more than 2 million mechanical golems kill about. By the way, we are now being besieged by more than 100 million devil insects, and we still hold the advantage. From the communications crystal came a sigh. More than 2 million mechanical golems, besieged by 100 million devil insects. What a spectacular scene. Besieged by 100 million devil insects, even the 9 generals would have to retreat. I really would like to see it for myself. The voice from the communications crystal went on to say, Zhiqiao, when you come back, you must introduce me to Yang Feng. Zhang Zhiqiao replied indifferently, fine, I get it. Zhang Zhiqiao has just put the communications crystal down when she saw Wang Bing, Luo Luer, and them who had their communications crystals in their hands communicate with their friends far away. Luo Luer and them plastered proud smiles on their beautiful faces. Even in the demonic realm, few people could see more than 100 million devil locusts fighting. Except for moonlight warlocks, anyone else to witness such a scene would not live to tell the tale. Chapter 394, Grand Merit Steel. Chapter 394, Grand Merit Steel. Translator, Zayamoj. 10 million. His merits points exceeded 10 million. That's incredible. Within the Triumph City, Luo Hongyi looked at the number in front of Yang Feng's name on the merit steel, and a sense of powerlessness surged in her beautiful eyes. Within a day, his merit points increased by 10 million. This monster wasn't someone she could compare to. It should be noted that not long ago, Zhang Zhiqiao, who had the highest amount of merit points on the Black Ink War Zone's monthly list, only had about 500,000 merits points. Luo Hongyi was confident that she could challenge Zhang Zhiqiao in the future, but she had no confidence to challenge Yang Feng. 10 million merit points, 12 million merit points. This is crazy. Is this Yang Feng a moonlight warlock? Are you stupid or something? Yang Feng is definitely a glorious dawn warlock. How could a moonlight warlock gain so many merit points in such a short time, unless they killed a moonlight warlock rank freak and got 500 million merit points at one stroke? This should be a glorious dawn warlock disposing of small fries. Yes, this is definitely a glorious dawn warlock disposing of small fry freaks. And he should be an expert among glorious dawn warlocks. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. A glorious dawn warlock was mobilized. It seems that something big is going on in the Black Ink War Zone. Around the merit steel, there were many warlocks staring at Yang Feng's name on the steel, discussing and speculating non-stop. When she heard the discussions, Luo Hongyi's spirits rose slightly, and she mused, that's right, he should be a glorious dawn warlock who hides his strength. This is the only way to explain his accomplishments. When a glorious dawn warlock acts, they sure make a scene. It's a glorious dawn warlock taking action. Such accomplishments were only witnessed a few times when Major General Yuan Yi cleaned up devil insect nests. Amazing! A glorious dawn warlock appeared in the Black Ink War Zone. Does it mean that something big is taking place? Crowds of people surrounded the merit steels of the 9 fortresses. Everyone stared at the merit points in front of a particular name on the monthly list, commenting spiritedly. Many warlocks looked at Yang Feng's name with eyes full of worship. Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses could establish a sect on the Zhangji Plain. They were experts who commanded respect wherever they went. As for glorious dawn warlocks, they were even more powerful and rare. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they had a very high standing and would be conferred the title of Major General. Although Yuan Yi guarded the Black Ink War Zone, but he also had to practice cultivation. As such, the number of times he truly acted was very small. It was a very rare sight to see a glorious dawn warlock rank expert in action, which was why this caused such a stir among ordinary warlocks. After all, for them, glorious dawn warlocks were as powerful as gods. Glorious dawn warlocks were idols worshipped by many warlocks. Lu Xiongxing looked at Yang Feng's name, eyes spraying fierce flames of jealousy. He gritted his teeth and said, "He definitely isn't a glorious dawn warlock. He's just an ordinary great warlock. If he hadn't been lucky enough to join the fighting demonic sect, how could he have acquired such a treasure? I wish I would have joined one of the 10 major sects at the time." The Black Ink War Zone's headquarters, within Yuan Yi's study. The intellectual beauty Wei Luzhen suddenly raised her head, picked up a shaking communications crystal, and silently listened to the voice coming from the communications crystal, her pretty eyes flickering with shock. After a while, she calmed down and uttered, "Major General, your youngest disciple brother has already acquired 18 million merit points." Mind adrift, Yuan Yi was practicing cultivation. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and said indifferently, "If he acquired 18 million merit points, then he acquired 18 million merit points. Don't disturb my cultivation with such trifles." When Yuan Yi completely regained his senses, his eyes flashed with shock. The lazy look on his face completely disappeared, and he asked, What? 18 million? You said 18 million? Yang Feng acquired 18 million merit points. The corners of Wei Luzhen's mouth rose slightly. She seldom saw Yuan Yi's expression of astonishment. Now that she did, her heart was overcome with delight, yet her pretty face looked serene. She uttered, "That's right. To be precise, he had broken through 18 million merit points. By the way, that number is no longer accurate. His merit points have already exceeded 20 million. Yuan Yi smiled lightly and sighed, 20 million merit points. Within a day, he broke through 20 million. Youngest disciple brother's performance puts me, his senior disciple brother, to shame. When I was a great warlock, I wasn't as fierce as him." Wei Luzhen said, "Should his achievements be connected to the demonic realm's Grand Merit Stele?" The demonic realm's Grand Merit Stele was located in the center of the second floor of the underground world, and it was linked to merit steles of the war zones suppressing the demonic realm on the third floor of the underground world. As long as the war zones agreed to connect with the demonic realm's Grand Merit Stele, they would be able to enter the name of the person taking first place on their merit steles on the Grand Merit Stele, and all warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty suppressing the demonic realm would take note of that person's name. Yuan Yi showed a smile of excitement and said, "His name should be kept hidden. However, the fighting demonic sect has been still for too long. Besides, I want to know what heights youngest disciple brother can reach. Let me be willful for once. Connect. Remember to tag him as a person from the fighting demonic sects." Wei Luzhen responded, "Yes. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the second floor of the underground world. There was a sun made from magic suspended in the sky. freowebnovel.com. The sun made by magic scattered light on the ground, making the second floor of the underground world look no different from the surface world. The only difference was that the sky of the second floor of the underground world was a rough rock wall. The entire second floor has been almost completely transformed into an area suitable for human habitation. In the center of the second floor of the Great Cloud Dynasty's underground world lied a magnificent, astonishing, and awe-inspiring city called the Demonic Realm City. The Demonic Realm City was the nerve center of the war zones on the third floor of the underground world. Many vital commands were issued from here. In the center of the Demonic Realm City stood the 100-meter-tall, pitch-black Grand Merit Stele. This Grand Merit Stele was set up by the founding emperor of the Great Warlock Dynasty, Xuanhuan, after the second floor of the underground world was recaptured. It was the backbone of the second floor of the Eastern world's underground world. Just as human warlocks would be greatly weakened when they went to the demonic realm, unable to use large area of effect meteorological spells, the different creatures of the demonic realm would be greatly weakened once they went to the second floor of the underground world. In the demonic realm, faced with 100 million devil locusts, who were cannon fodder with terrifying fecundity, even moonlight warlocks would have to retreat. On the second floor of the underground world, however, 20 starry sky warlocks casting large area of effect meteorological spells could easily wipe them out. Meteorological spells had great restraining effect against existences that were large in numbers yet had weak individual strength. Abyssal fiends, demons, hellions, and devil insects, powerhouses of these races, could exhibit 120% of their strength in the demonic realm. On the second floor of the underground world, however, they could exhibit 100% of their strength at best. But when restrained, it was not unusual for them to exhibit 20% to 30% of their strength. Only Yang Feng's mechanical legion could exhibit 100% of their fighting strength virtually in any environment, neither receiving too great of an environmental boost nor too great of an environmental restraint. The Grand Merit Steel in the center of the second floor of the underground world not only suppressed the whole second floor, but it could also transmit power. When connected to the third floor of the underground world, it could strengthen the war zones. The freaks desired the most to destroy the backbone of the second floor of the underground world, the Grand Merit Steel, so that the underground world would be reduced to be their camp. Then, with the underground world as a base, they could carry out a large-scale invasion of the Zhangji Plain. The area with the Great Merit Steel was enveloped by a very strong barrier, and no one was allowed to come close within 100 meters of it. The area 100 meters away from the Grand Merit Steel was surrounded by countless people, whose eyes were focused on the steel, staring at the names on it. Every name on the steel belonged to a person who took first place on the merit steels of war zones like the Black Ink War Zone. These people were fighting geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. So long as they didn't die prematurely, their future was bound to be bright. Amazing! The Beast God School's genius Hu Yanba in the Mad Beast War Zone is really amazing. In less than a month, he obtained 1.5 million merit points. What a terrific fellow. Hu Yanba, what does he count for? The Golem Gates Li Cheng is the strongest genius. In less than a month, he acquired 1.7 million merit points. Li Cheng? He relies completely on golems to fight. Without his golems, Li Cheng would be taken out by Hu Yanba in a single move. As warlocks, we should temper ourselves, and not bank on external things, so that we can climb to the top. Haha, are you stupid? Are you all muscles and no brains? If you take away the blood of the beast god within Hu Yanba, what will he be left with? Not bank on external things? We are humans, human warlocks who know how to use secret treasures, unlike trash like those barbaric fiends, devil insects, and other creatures that only know how to use their bodies. Around the Grand Merit Steel, numerous people discussed spiritedly and argued over who was the number one genius. Many people were flushed red from anger. Look, the Saint Lotus Sect's holy daughter Bai Ilian has 3 million merit points. 3 million merit points, awesome. As expected, the holy daughter of the Saint Lotus Sect, the number 2 sect of the 10 major sects, is indeed a monstrous genius. Of course, Bai Ilian is a once-in-a-century genius of the Saint Lotus Sect. She won't have any trouble reaching the Moonlight Warlock rank. She has hope of reaching the Glorious Dawn Warlock rank, and even a glimmer of hope of reaching the Bright World Warlock rank. When the people around the Grand Merit Steel looked at the first name on the monthly list, their eyes filled with admiration. 1. The Yun character in Chu Yun, means cloud, and is the same character as the character in the Great Cloud Dynasty, Da Yun Wang Chao. Chapter 395, Starry Sky Warlock Rank Devil Insects. Chapter 395, Starry Sky Warlock Rank Devil Insects. Translator, Zayamoj. Look, the Tai Yi Sect's holy son Yi Yuan Yang. He has 5 million merit points. 5 million merit points, how amazing! As expected of the holy son of the Tai Yi Sect, the number 1 sect of the 10 major sects. 5 million merit points, how fearsome. Even some Moonlight Warlock rank generals can't acquire that many merit points in a month. How formidable. Worthy of the Tai Yi Sect's holy son. After the people around the Grand Merit Steel looked at Yi Yuanyang's name, they got excited. Among the 10 major sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Tai sect was the strongest, with an infinity warlock rank powerhouse keeping watch. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Tai sect's influence was only second to that of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. It was one of the top powers in the Eastern world. Just as everyone excitedly discussed Yuanyang, the Grand Merit stele lit up, and Yang Feng's name instantly appeared on the stele, jumping directly to the top of the list. Who is that? Yang Feng, who is he? 20 million merit points. How is that possible? Yang Feng of the fighting demonic sect? Who is he? When did such a genius emerge in the fighting demonic sect? 20 million merit points? Is he a glorious dawn warlock? Great warlock, he's just a great warlock. Is there something wrong with the Grand Merit stele? How could a great warlock acquire 20 million merit points? The Black Ink War Zone. What's going on there? After seeing Yang Feng's name, the excitement in the eyes of the people around the Grand Merit stele suddenly vanished and gave way to incredulity. Yuanyang, with his Starry Sky Warlock Boundary Cultivation base, obtained 5 million merit points within a month, which was already terrific. But Yang Feng, with his Great Warlock Boundary Cultivation base, gained 20 million merit points in a month, which was simply heaven-defying. His merit points are still rising. He got 2 million more. What is this speed? His merit points are still increasing. He should be in the middle of a fierce battle against an enormous army. That's terrific. As a mere great warlock, he can kill that many enemies in such a hostile environment like the demonic realm. What a frightening fellow. The people around the Grand Merit stele got very excited, and many directly left for the Black Ink War Zone, wanting to know what was going on. The demonic realm, the Black Ink War Zone, the area where the mobile fortified stronghold was located. The various battle robots continuously poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold via the warp gate and turned into an unstoppable steel flood. A large number of engineering robots began to build repair factories, munitions factories, batteries, and other facilities around the mobile fortified stronghold virtually without stopping. The destroyed battle robots were quickly transported back from the front lines. They were either sent back into battle after simple maintenance, or were taken apart and forged anew. Under the suppressive fire of the various artilleries, although the dense insect sea destroyed some battle robots, but the speed at which they destroyed the battle robots could not match the speed at which the engineering robots did repairs. The most up-to-date envels are published on freowebnovel.com. After all, devil locusts, devil cockroaches, and demonic cockroaches were devil insect cannon fodder with strong fecundity, but monotonous patterns of attack. Apart from flying, they had no special means of attack. The mobile fortified stronghold on the bridge. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with streams of data. His eyes revealed a look of excitement. Metal can be extracted from the bodies of those devil insects, and it's a new type of bioalloy. It can replace ordinary steel alloy to produce battle robots and various kinds of external armor. That's great. The devil locusts, devil cockroaches, and demonic cockroaches all ate minerals to make their bodies stronger. In fact, their physical constitution was much stronger than that of many level 1 human warlocks. Ordinary swords couldn't hurt them at all. Only level 8 battle robots of the Mechanical Legion, who had terrific strength, could kill them as easily as killing chickens and dogs. After collecting, refining, and analyzing the bodies of the 3 kinds of devil insects, the engineering robots quickly fed the information back to Yang Feng. For the huge Mechanical Legion, fighting consumed a tremendous amount of resources. Replenishing resources in the middle of battle was the way to go. The special alloy that could be extracted from the devil insects could replace steel, meaning that Yang Feng could gain enormous benefits by killing them. Here it is. The real test has come at last. Yang Feng's smile suddenly vanished, and his gaze fell on a holographic projection. On the battlefield, 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank auras suddenly rose from the rear of the devil insect swarm, and 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects finally appeared. Of the 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects, 10 were 16-meter-tall devil insects with large scissor-like mouthpiece covered in an arc-shaped black carapace and sharp blades, resembling mobile fortresses. 10 were 3-meter-tall, mantis-like devil insects with 6-blade arms covered in sharp barbs. 10 were 13-meter-tall scorpion-like devil insects with 3 tails. Fruobnov.com. Yang Feng looked at the 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks and said solemnly, "Are Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks as common as weeds in the demonic realm? Or how come we have come across 30 of them?" Zhang Zhiqiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and she uttered indifferently, "Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks are not uncommon in the demonic realm, and even Moonlight Warlock rank freaks can be spotted from time to time. If you slaughter devil insects in such a grand way, they naturally won't just send cannon fodder to kill you. Even devil insect cannon fodder need a large amount of resources to be born. The 3 kinds of Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects are sickled devil beetles, 6-armed devil mantises, and demonic light devil scorpions. The sickled devil beetles are siege-type devil insects with terrible defensive power and tremendous strength. Their weak point is their slow movement speed. The 6-armed devil mantises are speed-type devil insects very strong at close combat. They can insta-kill most human warlocks. Their weak point is their limited means of attack, and they can be dealt with binding and fire spells. The demonic light devil scorpions can freely manipulate darkness energy to form demonic light, with terrific destructive power, capable of blasting through Moonlight Warlock rank life force cover. Their offense and defense are both very strong, and their movement speed isn't slow and close combat strength isn't weak. Although their defense isn't as strong as that of the sickle devil beetles, and speed isn't as fast as that of the 6-armed devil mantises, but they have no glaring shortcomings. They are the most difficult to deal with. Zhang Zhiqiao quickly introduced the 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects that suddenly emerged. Yang Feng showed a smile and said, "Interesting. Let me see how strong these Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks of the demonic realm are. Basic stronghold artillery. Fire." Operating frantically, the optical computer of the Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold quickly fine-tuned the 300 basic stronghold artillery. Next, 300 railgun beams blasted toward the 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects dozens of kilometers away. The 6-armed devil mantises and demonic light devil scorpions quickly pulled back, withdrawing behind the sickled devil beetles. The heads of the 10 sickled devil beetles erupted with gloomy light before the railgun beams slammed into them. When the railgun beams slammed into their heads, they twisted and were deflected aside. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with dignity. "Amazing! This mobile fortified stronghold was forged using divine bloodsteel, and the basic stronghold artilleries were also revised into large railguns. If it hit its target, a large railgun artillery could seriously injure or even kill many Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks with one blow. However, the 10 sickled devil beetles could easily withstand the large railguns. Their defenses exceeded Yang Feng's calculations. After a volley of the basic stronghold artillery, cyan shadows flew out from behind the sickled devil beetles and quickly approached the mobile fortified stronghold. The 10 demonic light devil scorpions jumped onto the backs of the sickled devil beetles and raised their tails, and black light quickly gathered on the 30 tails. The next moment, bowl-sized beams of black light shot out from the tails of the demonic light devil scorpions and blasted towards the mobile fortified stronghold. Shielded robots suddenly flew up, raised their huge shields, and opened their strongest protective covers, blocking in front of the beams of black light. The beams of black light easily pierced through the protective covers and armor of the shielded robots, then slammed into the large protective cover of the mobile fortified stronghold. Once again, the beams pierced through the large protective cover and slammed into the basic stronghold artilleries. The beams penetrated 30 basic stronghold artilleries and blasted into the mobile fortified stronghold. The attack has been defended. 84% of the armor was penetrated. The next blow from the opponent will break trough the armor and hit the interior of the stronghold. A message transmitted by the optical computer entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with dignity. "Amazing! If this was an ordinary mobile fortified stronghold without an external armor forged from divine bloodsteel, this attack would have directly pierced through. Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks indeed." Chapter 396, 6-Armed Devil Mantises. Chapter 396, 6-Armed Devil Mantises. Translator, Zayamoj. After their attack went smoothly, 10 demonic light devil scorpions quickly retreated behind the sickled devil beetles. For them, the demonic light that could pierce more than 10 meters into the mobile fortified stronghold's external armor forged from divine blood steel was taxing to not a small degree. The cyan shadows flickered, and the protective covers of the bladed robots and gunner robots at the very front immediately collapsed, and the robots fell apart in an instant and fell to the ground. When the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises plunged into the battlefield, they destroyed countless battle robots and opened paths in the sea of steel. Wherever they passed through, the cyan shadows crushed battle robots. The speed of the 10 6-armed devil mantises was so fearsome that the battle robots could not touch them. Yang Feng watched the 10 6-armed devil mantises destroying his battle robots, musing, "The speed-type bladed robots can't touch them? The difference in speed between both parties is just too great." The dense crowd of devil locusts and devil cockroaches swarmed along the paths opened by the 10 6-armed devil mantises and fought madly against the surrounding battle robots. Due to the 10 6-armed devil mantises tearing open holes in Yang Feng's mechanical legion and letting the devil insect small fry devil insects rush in, the losses of the mechanical legion rose rapidly. Zhang Zhiqiao looked silently for a while before saying, "Junior disciple brother Yang, let us out. We'll take care of those 10 6-armed devil mantises. A single 6-armed devil mantis can still be easily handled. So long as they don't come near to us, we human warlocks can easily take care of them." The advantages and disadvantages of the 6-armed devil mantis were equally obvious. Their speed was terrific and offensive power was extraordinary. But once they lost their speed advantage, a great warlock could kill them by casting Fire Dragon. Many other plane freaks had all kinds of weaknesses, which could be exploited by human warlocks who basically had no shortcomings. For human warlocks, the most troublesome opponents were gods, fiends, ancient devils, dragons, giants, and other life forms without obvious weaknesses. Yang Feng spoke with a faint smile. "Don't worry. The high-speed movement of the 10 6-armed devil mantises cannot be sustained for too long. At most, they can destroy 300,000 battle robots before running out of power. For me, the loss of 300,000 battle robots doesn't count for much. With the high-speed movement of the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises, the level 8 bladed robots could not catch them. Such high-speed movement involved a tremendous consumption of energy. After analyzing the fluctuations of power of the 6-armed devil mantis, the optical computer quickly calculated the amount of time they could maintain such formidable movement speed and other various parameters. Zhang Zhiqiao raised her eyebrows and said no more. Luo Luer muttered, her pretty eyes filled with envy. "Saying that you don't care about 300,000 level 2 warlock rank mechanical golems is really rich and overbearing. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, level 2 warlock rank mechanical golems didn't count for much. Luo Luer and them could easily buy a dozen units. But tens of thousands of units was a different matter. For Luo Luer and them to be able to buy 300,000 level 2 mechanical golems, they would have to work hard for several decades at least." Sitting on the bridge, Yang Feng silently watched the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises destroy his battle robots, not issuing any orders. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. Battle robots still poured out of the various doors of the mobile fortified stronghold, and then threw themselves into battle. At the same time, the munitions factories near the mobile fortified stronghold began to operate, methodically extracting bioalloy from within the devil insects, and began to make components. After the damaged battle robots were repaired, they quickly plunged back into the battlefield. No matter how many battle robots the 10 6-armed devil mantises destroyed, there would be new battle robots to take their place with no end in sight. Laser beams, railgun beams, and other kinds of beams shot into the insect swarms from the batteries, killing the devil insects by the thousands and tens of thousands with each volley. The demonic light devil scorpions no longer attacked the huge mobile fortified stronghold. Instead, they attacked the various batteries around the stronghold. Looking like hedgehogs, countless bladed robots extended blades and operated defensive covers, and they swarmed along the trajectories of the 6-armed devil mantises. The Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises had to expend a large amount of energy to chop the bladed robots to pieces. After he received the analysis of the optical computer, Yang Feng said with a smile, They're expending a tremendous amount of energy. In 2 more hours, if they don't retreat, they will be killed. Zhang Zhiqiao and the other beautiful warlocks of the Lily mercenary group were deeply shocked by this scene. The 10 six-armed devil mantises were incredibly powerful. However, no matter how they charged and how many battle robots they destroyed, there was a never-ending flood of steel surging towards them. The originally endless swarms of devil locust and devil cockroaches were rapidly decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the battle robots were still pouring out of the mobile fortified stronghold in an endless stream. The battle robots were everywhere, forming a horrifying robot sea. Looking at the dense robot sea, Luo Luer suddenly uttered, "How terrible!" At the moment, the number of battle robots exceeded 4 million. Faced with so many battle robots, even a Moonlight Warlock won't be able to destroy them in a short period of time. Even in the surface world, faced with such a terrifying mechanical legion, a Moonlight Warlock would be forced to gradually nibble away at it, not daring to fight it head-on. Su Fangyan sighed. What a fearsome number! A single battle robot was nothing much, but countless battle robots congregating and forming a terrific mechanical legion could evoke a feeling of helplessness even in Moonlight Warlocks. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises were fearsome. Going all out, they destroyed more than 10,000 battle robots. But their efforts seemed to be futile. Zhang Zhiqiao took a deep look at Yang Feng and mused. To defeat him, you must destroy this mobile fortified stronghold before the huge mechanical legion is fully unleashed. Luo Luer suddenly cried out, "They're coming here!" After going on a rampage, the 10 six-armed devil mantises finally turned around and rushed toward the mobile fortified stronghold. They were powerhouses with bountiful fighting experience. At a glance, they could tell that by destroying the mobile fortified stronghold, a nest-like base that continuously released all kinds of battle robots, they could win. Zhang Zhiqiao raised her eyebrows and cast her glance toward Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Senior disciple Sister Zhang, don't worry, they're just rushing to their deaths." Yang Feng's words had yet to fall, when hundreds of thousands of battle robots around the 10 six-armed devil mantises exploded in a flash. The terrifying explosions enveloped the space, and countless shrapnel splashed around. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises, whose speed had reached a limit, were drawn into the fearsome explosions in an instant. Due to their speed, they each were enveloped by the detonation of at least 3 battle robots in a flash. Numerous alloy shrapnel sent by the explosions pierced the 10 six-armed devil mantises and inflicted heavy injuries, and a copious amount of mucus sprayed about. The 6-armed devil mantises were devil insects whose speed evolved to an extreme degree, yet their defenses were fairly low. Although the detonation of the battle robots would have no effect on the Starry Sky Warlock rank demonic light devil scorpions, but it heavily injured the 6-armed devil mantises. The 6-armed devil mantises slowed down at once, and laser beams and railgun beams forming a rain of light enveloped them in a flash. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises were immediately punched full of holes by the various light beams, oozing a copious amount of mucus, and they dropped on the ground. The engineering robots quickly moved forward and dragged the 10 six-armed devil mantises into a research laboratory, and began to study and analyze their body structure and blood, as well as when to transform them into more powerful battle robots. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises were killed. On the bridge, Zhang Zhiqiao and the other beautiful warlocks of the Lily mercenary group watched the 6-armed devil mantises being dragged into the research laboratory like dead dogs, their hearts overcome with shock. In the demonic realm, the 6-armed devil mantises mixed with countless lower devil insects serving as decoys were the most terrible assassins on the battlefield. Distracted by lower devil insects, there were several cases of human Moonlight Warlocks being heavily injured and even killed by them. Chapter 397 Sickle Devil Beetles. Chapter 397 Sickle Devil Beetles. Translator, Zayamoch. Before the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises could reach the mobile fortified stronghold, they were killed like ants, greatly shocking Zhang Zhiqiao and them. Zhang Zhiqiao was an exceptional genius of the Bright Moon School. With the help of her junior disciple sisters of the Lily mercenary group, She was confident that she could handle the 10 six-armed devil mantises, provided there was no outside interference. If they were faced with a dense insect swarm coupled with the Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises, however, she would choose to escape immediately. Otherwise, only death would await them. On the 3rd floor of the underground world, for human warlocks, Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises were among the most feared assassins. In the Black Ink War Zone alone, 10 human Starry Sky Warlocks are killed by Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises each year. When they hunted freaks in the demonic realm, Zhang Zhiqiao and them had to be careful, not daring to make any big moves at will. Zhang Zhiqiao sighed inside. Amazing! This huge mechanical legion is really amazing. In the demonic realm, they are much more effective than a Moonlight Warlock rank general. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. After the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank 6-armed devil mantises were disposed of, the huge mechanical legion pushed ahead and beat the sky-hiding devil locusts and the earth-covering devil cockroaches and demonic cockroaches back, leaving scorched corpses and broken fragments everywhere. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank sickle devil beetle that had been hiding behind the countless low-level devil insects finally acted and surged towards the mobile fortified stronghold like mobile fortresses. By destroying the mobile fortified stronghold, they could destroy the source of the mechanical legion. Like this, the endless stream of devil insects could gradually destroy the mechanical legion that lost its reinforcements. The 10 demonic light devil scorpions hiding behind the sickle devil beetles continuously shot demonic light, blowing apart the batteries surrounding the mobile fortified stronghold. Although the engineering robots built and repaired the batteries, but they could not match the speed at which the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank demonic light devil scorpions destroyed the batteries, not by a long shot. A dense crowd of shielded robots raised their big alloy shields and opened their protective covers, standing guard in front of the batteries under construction. The shielded robots were pierced through by the demonic light and burst open. The demonic light devil scorpions could freely manipulate the demonic light they released to turn into piercing demonic light and exploding demonic light. Piercing demonic light could even pierce through moonlight warlocks, while exploding demonic light could detonate. When the countless batteries surrounding the mobile fortified stronghold fired at the 10 demonic light devil scorpions, they immediately hid behind the sickle devil beetles. When the various energy beams blasted into the sickle devil beetles, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to injure the sickle devil beetles. Yang Feng said indifferently, "What strong defenses! However, relatively speaking, the demonic light devil scorpions are more troublesome. I'll take care of them first." The dense crowd of bladed robots suddenly burst out and charged toward the sickle devil beetles. Brandishing their high-frequency oscillation blades, countless bladed robots sliced the devil cockroaches and demonic cockroaches, blocking their way to pieces. Amid their charge, many bladed robots were pulled away from the legion and torn apart by the devil cockroaches and demonic cockroaches. Nevertheless, the devil cockroaches and demonic cockroaches could not resist the charge of the bladed robot legion. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank demonic light devil scorpions flung their tails, dispersing a rain of demonic light shooting toward the bladed robot legion. Boom! 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 With their attack, the demonic light devil scorpions destroyed 2,000 bladed robots. A steady stream of bladed robots emerged from behind and killed open an empty area amid the low-level devil insect swarm. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of bladed robots exploded. The terrific explosions swept away the surrounding low-level devil insects. The 10 sickle devil beetles rushed out from the explosion whirlpool, followed by the 10 demonic light devil scorpions. The detonation of the hundreds of thousands of bladed robots caused no harm to them. The 20 Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects looked at the mechanical legion, then rushed towards the mobile fortified stronghold without any hesitation. Suddenly, it looked like the joints of the limbs of the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank demonic light devil scorpions and the chinks of their carapace were slashed by countless invisible blades, and a copious amount of green blood splashed about. At the same time, the main means of attack of the demonic light devil scorpions, the large pincers and tails, were sliced off by numerous invisible blades and fell to the ground. Before they could react, the 10 demonic light devil scorpions were dismembered, fell to the ground, and lost their aura of life. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank sickle devil beetles opened and flapped their huge insect wings. With them as the center, wind blades sliced in all directions. With the wind blades slashing about, hundreds of phantom hunters in stealth around the demonic light devil scorpions were sliced into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. When she saw this scenes, Zhang Zhiqiao's heart shook. Stealth mechanical golems. Beings capable of stealth were undoubtedly the best assassins. Even Starry Sky Warlock powerhouses, when met with such beings, would suffer greatly under the premise that they didn't cast counterspells for stealth beforehand. With stealth mechanical golems like the phantom hunters present, any enemy that appeared within the huge mechanical legion would find it hard to guard against them. The 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank sickle devil beetles rose into the air and flew towards the mobile fortified stronghold in gusts of wind like 10 meteors. The mobile fortified stronghold and the surrounding batteries launched a mad assault sweeping towards the 10 sickle devil beetles. The countless energy weapons slammed into their carapaces before being ricocheted, unable to cause any substantial harm. Yang Feng thought regretfully, "It's a pity that this isn't a level 2 mobile fortified stronghold. Otherwise, a volley of several artilleries could annihilate them. For the level 1 mobile fortified stronghold, it's too strenuous to deal with such Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks that pursue defense in their evolution." The mobile fortified stronghold and the various batteries indeed had some impact on the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank sickle devil beetles. However, solely relying on this firepower, the mobile fortified stronghold would be destroyed before the 10 sickle devil beetles were killed. Yang Feng mused, "I should set out." Suddenly, a person covered in golden full-body mechanical armor flew out of the mobile fortified stronghold. It was Yang Feng's clone from the Feisua plain. As soon as Yang Feng's clone flew out, he pointed the supergravity gun at the 10 Starry Sky Warlock rank sickle devil beetles and pulled the trigger. Gravity spheres slammed into the sickle devil beetles, and they immediately dropped to the ground. 2 black dragons suddenly flew out of the mobile fortified stronghold. The demigod rank black dragon Oben belched a fearsome dragon breath that slammed into a sickle devil beetle. Burned by the dragon breath, the sickle devil beetle issued terrible screams and emitted burnt smell. It was seriously injured. The demigod rank mechanical black dragon shot a dragon breath beam heavily colliding into another sickle devil beetle. The dragon breath beam pierced through the sickle devil beetle's carapace and inflicted heavy injuries upon it. The dense crowd of bladed robots surged towards the 2 sickle devil beetles who had their defenses broken like a tide and engaged them in fierce combat. Yang Feng looked at the sickle devil beetles and said with a smile, "Senior disciple Sister Zhang, can you please take care of those sickle devil beetles?" Zhang Zhiqiao responded with a confident smile, "No problem, junior disciple Brother Yang. Take a good look at our strength." Luo Luer uttered with a confident smile, Hey, have you finally hit a wall? Junior disciple Brother Yang. Take a look at how amazing we are." The beautiful warlocks of the Lily mercenary group showed confident smiles. For them, Starry Sky Warlock rank devil insects with rather strong defenses and the power to manipulate wind elemental particles like the sickle devil beetles were nothing much. 5 figures flew out of the mobile fortified stronghold. Zhang Zhiqiao shouted, "Enter formation!" Luo Luer and them surrounded Zhang Zhiqiao and silently recited incantations, and bright runes poured out from them. These runes linked together with the runes around Zhang Zhiqiao. Suspended in the air, the 5 people released brilliant light, looking like bright moons. Chapter 398, Mutant Scorpion Dragon Devil Insect Lord. Chapter 398, Mutant Scorpion Dragon Devil Insect Lord. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng looked at the bright like moons Zhang Zhiqiao and the other 4 beautiful women and exclaimed, "The Bright Moon 5-element formation. This secret method of the Bright Moon School can link the life energy of 5 people and focus it on a person. No matter who of them is attacked, the damage can be shared among all of them. What a wonderful secret method!" The demonic fighting sect had information on most secret methods of the 10 major sects, which also included the Bright Moon School, who was an ally of demonic fighting sect. Moon Wheel. Zhang Zhiqiao pointed with her lily-white finger, and moonlight gathered on her fingertip, forming a sharp crescent moon. Crescent moons slashed towards a sickled devil beetle pressed against the ground by the supergravity gun. The sharp crescent moons pierced into the sickled devil beetle and split open its carapace. Following the frenzied assault of hundreds of crescent moons, the head of the sickled devil beetle was chopped to fragments. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The crescent moons formed moon wheels that shifted between the heads of the sickled devil beetles. Before long, the sickled devil beetles were killed by the 5 women without any strength to resist. Nailed to the ground by the supergravity gun, the sickled devil beetles were sitting ducks, posing no problem for Zhang Zhiqiao and them. After killing the 10 sickled devil beetles, Zhang Zhiqiao and them flew back into the mobile fortified stronghold. Sitting on the bridge, Yang Feng clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration, "Terrific, senior disciple Sister Zhang. You're truly terrific." The corners of Luo Luer's mouth rose, revealing a complacent smile. Zhang Zhiqiao responded with a faint smile. "This is nothing." They were fixed in place, unable to budge. "If we couldn't take care of them, I would have practiced cultivation to the Starry Sky Warlock rank for nothing. Any Starry Sky Warlock would be able to take care of them." freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng spoke with a smile. "But there aren't many Starry Sky Warlocks in the Black Ink War Zone capable of taking care of them so quickly." Zhang Zhiqiao revealed a prideful and self-confident smile and said, "That's right. In the Black Ink War Zone, only the Lily mercenary group can take care of them so easily." Luo Luer and the other women also showed smiles of pride and self-confidence. The defenses of the sickled devil beetles have evolved to a terrifying degree. Other Starry Sky Warlocks might be able to kill them, but they would not be as efficient as Zhang Zhiqiao and them. And on the battlefield, time was life. Zhang Zhiqiao and her team could earn hundreds of thousands of merit points in a month because they could kill enough targets before the freak forces could react, and then quickly retreat. After the sickled devil beetles were killed, the dense swarms of devil locusts, devil cockroaches, demonic cockroaches, and other devil insects retreated into the darkness like a tide. Hundreds of thousands of engineering robots rushed out of the expanding base to collect and recover the remains of the battle robots and devil insects. After the remains of the battle robots were melted down, they were forged into new battle robots. The only expenditure was a large amount of energy. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng built all kinds of power stations everywhere, collecting nuclear energy, geothermal energy, eolic energy, hydroelectric energy, solar energy, and other kinds of energy to produce countless high-energy crystals, which could fully support him in a protracted battle. After the Tyrannid subcontinent was completely unified by Yang Feng, he was able to mobilize the power of the entire subcontinent to produce more than 10 million level 8 battle robots. The number of battle robots moved to the demonic realm currently reached 6 million. After defeating the devil insects, the huge mechanical legion moved in the direction of the devil insect nest. Yang Feng's purpose was to destroy the devil insect nest and occupy the supposed or vein rich in purple sage demonic gold. Along the way, the mechanical legion steamrolled all freaks in its way. The more sensible freaks stayed far away from the huge mechanical legion, not daring to fight it. The low-level freaks without any intellect charged at the huge mechanical legion, only to be steamrolled and turned into research material. In the place that supposedly contained a purple sage demonic gold vein lied a 100-meter-tall insect nest thousands of hectares in area filled with irregular caves, looking like a beehive. The area more than 30 kilometers in radius around the giant insect nest was covered in some gray mucus exuding a nauseating odor. White worms moved about in the gray mucus, looking extremely creepy. From the information he gathered in the fighting demonic sect, Yang Feng knew that the gray mucus was called the brood mother liquid. There were countless kinds of parasites in the brood mother liquid. Once those parasites came into contact with people, they would directly bore into them and parasitize them. Only Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses could kill those parasites with their strong immunity. Fighting in this place full of brood mother liquid was extremely detrimental to other race experts as they had to pay attention to the parasites in the brood mother liquid. A misstep could lead to even Starry Sky Warlock powerhouses being infected. The brood mother liquid was food for low-level devil insects like devil locusts, devil cockroaches, and demonic cockroaches. With their digestive power, they could kill all the parasites and turn them into energy. and even if they were not able to digest them, the parasitized devil insects would have their strength enhanced. Some devil insects who formed strange symbiotic relationships with parasites from the broodmother liquid underwent fantastic evolution and became more powerful. When they reached the edge of the insect nest filled with the broodmother liquid, the gunner robots stepped forward and sprayed long tongues of flame from flamethrowers, incinerating the broodmother liquid along with the parasites. Numerous devil locusts, devil cockroaches, demonic cockroaches poured out of the insect nest and rushed towards the mechanical legion. When the dense swarm of insects collided with the mechanical legion, it looked as if they had hit a steel plate. Countless charred corpses and body fragments fell to the ground. Hundreds of thousands of artillery robots fired all kinds of artillery fire, slamming into the insect nest. With every explosion, a part of the insect nest was blown apart and mucus splashed about. Rumbling sounds lingered in the air as the insect nest was gradually blown apart by the artillery fire. The sea of low-level devil insects could not stop the ocean-like mechanical legion. The destruction of the insect nest seemed to be a matter of time. Suddenly, the space about 500 meters away from the mobile fortified stronghold twisted, and a devil insect with 6 compound eyes, a mouth with sharp beast-like teeth, a bizarre head that looked like a mesh of an insect and a dragon heads covered with sharp barbs, a black carapace, a scorpion tail, and a pair of insect wings flapping continuously exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power stepped out of the twisted space. Zhang Zhiqiao's face fell, and she exclaimed, "Mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord. Moonlight warlock rank devil insect lord. It can innately manipulate spatial force. This is really the worst enemy." Su Fengyan looked at the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord and revealed a bitter smile, saying, "That's terrible. Yang Feng, you did it this time. You even disturbed such a monster." Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled and he muttered, "If you hit the young ones, the old one will come out. The demonic realm isn't a good place to have fun." The artilleries of the mobile fortified stronghold fired madly at the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord. The compound eyes of the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord flashed with red light, and a black spatial crack suddenly appeared before it. The rain of artillery fire sank into the black spatial crack. At the same time, another black spatial crack appeared beside the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord, and countless beams flew out of the black spatial crack and slammed into the mobile fortified stronghold. Boom! 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 The countless beams broke the protective cover of the mobile fortified stronghold and destroyed a large number of turrets on the surface of the stronghold. The outer armor made of divine blood steel was also blasted apart. Ranged attacks are ineffective. What a terrible enemy! Seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective, the dense crowd of bladed robots frantically flew towards the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord. The mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord blurred, and then appeared on the outer armor of the mobile fortified stronghold virtually in an instant. The bladed robots blocking in front of the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord were disintegrated in a split second, and countless fragments dropped from the sky. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast and his eyes flickered with resolve. Things look really grim. It seems like I have to use my final trump card. The freaks in the demonic realm have no integrity. They even sent a moonlight warlock rank freak to bully a mere great warlock. It seems like I'll incur a big loss this time. Chapter 399, Spring Gem Mirror. Chapter 399, Spring Gem Mirror. Translator, Zayamoj. Just as Yang Feng decided to escape and was about to detonate the 300 nuclear warheads hidden in the mobile fortified stronghold, a beam of cyan light fell from the sky and formed into a large cyan hand, swatting the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord, slamming it into the ground. "I've caught you, Adamov." A cyan mirror suddenly appeared in the sky, from which came Yuan Yi's voice. At the same time, cyan light fell on the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord, and turned into cyan chains that tightly wrapped around it, and pulled it toward the cyan mirror. Gray energy enveloped the mutant scorpion dragon devil insect lord, desperately resisting the erosion of the cyan light. "Yuan Yi, you're a glorious dawn warlock, yet you're bullying a moonlight warlock like myself. That's despicable. If you have the ability, go to the 4th floor, and fight the great Lord Kakamoto of the Scorpion Dragon Devil Insects. Boundless spirit fluctuations spread from the mutant Scorpion Dragon Devil Insect Lord. All those who sensed its spirit fluctuations perceived its thoughts and the fear therein. The intelligence of Moonlight Warlock rank devil insects was not inferior to that of human warlocks, and some devil insects were even smarter and more cunning than humans. Naturally, they could easily learn the human warlock language. The reason why the mutant Scorpion Dragon Devil Insect Lord didn't speak previously was because it disdained to speak with beings it thought to be inferior to it. Yuan-Yi responded with a smile. How amusing! Adamov, haven't you bullied my junior disciple brother? And you still there call me despicable? Aren't you even more despicable? My junior disciple brother only has great warlock rank cultivation base, yet your cultivation base is 2 realms higher than his. Adamov quibbled shamelessly. That's right. I'm despicable and shameless. I'm a barbarian. A large bug. Being despicable and shameless is part of my nature. You, however, are a peerless genius of the fighting demonic sect Yuan-Yi. Acting this despicable, aren't you afraid of damaging the fighting demonic sect's reputation? Unhand me. I promise I won't act against your junior disciple brother again. Yuan-Yi replied indifferently. It's no use. This is a battlefield, a life or death battlefield to boot. Do you really think that I'd do something as foolish as releasing an enemy? When Adamov saw that he could not move Yuan-Yi, he shouted wildly at once. Save me! Help me! Help! Adamov's fearsome spirit fluctuations spread for hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. However, there was no movement in the demonic realm. No freak came to rescue Adamov. In the endless darkness, faint spirit fluctuations made a brief contact before disappearing. There was silence. Looks like you've been abandoned. It's a pity that no one came to rescue you. Yuan-Yi sighed regretfully. The cyan mirror flashed, sucked Adamov inside and suppressed it. Zhang Zhiqiao looked at the cyan mirror that sucked Adamov in an instant suspended in the air. Her pretty eyes shimmered with an extraordinary splendor, and she exclaimed in admiration, Major General Spring Gem Mirror is really powerful. On Yuan-Yi's request, a Grandmaster of Alchemy of the fighting demonic sect forged a secret treasure embryo, which was then refined by Yuan-Yi via a secret method for countless years into a level 7 secret treasure that was the Spring Gem Mirror. The Spring Gem Mirror was comparable to a weak divine power rank god armament. The Spring Gem Mirror could both attack and defend. Once in a fight, Yuan-Yi used the Spring Gem Mirror to suppress a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank freak. Since then, Glorious Dawn Warlock rank freaks very rarely showed themselves in the Black Ink War Zone. It must be noted that Glorious Dawn Warlock rank freaks were very rare, precious, and powerful fighters of major planes, and they would not easily act. Freewebnovel.com. From the Spring Gem Mirror came Yuan-Yi's laughter. Well done, youngest disciple brother. Feel free to kill. If anyone tries to bully you, I'll step in and help you suppress them. When his words fell, the Spring Gem Mirror entered the void and disappeared. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. It's really nice to have a big backing. After the mutant Scorpion Dragon Devil Insect Lord was suppressed, the insect nest no longer had the power to resist Yang Feng's mechanical legion. After a bitter battle, the low-level devil insects finally retreated like a tide and fled into the darkness. Victory at last. Yang Feng breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw the low-level devil insects escape from the nest like a tide. By now, the number of battle robots he had thrown into battle has reached 6 million. If his mechanical legion won, then no matter how many battle robots were destroyed, they could be forged anew. But once it lost, he would lose a large number of battle robots, to replace which he would have to consume a large quantity of steel and other resources. Although the Tyrannid subcontinent was rich in resources, but the resources were not infinite. If he suffered successive defeats, the mineral resources in the Tyrannid subcontinent could be completely depleted. After occupying the insect nest, the gunner robots sprayed flames from flamethrowers everywhere and cleared the ground of broodmother liquid along with the parasites covering the ground. The insect nest was gradually destroyed by the bladed robots, and then incinerated by the gunner robots. New novel chapters are published on FruyoBNL.com. A high-energy embryo discovered. The embryo is still alive. The embryo has very high energy value. According to the analysis of the data, the current energy of the embryo is at the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Once it hatches, it may even reach the Moonlight Warlock realm. Should a projection be shown on the bridge? On the bridge, a voice suddenly sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment, and then ordered, "Don't show the projection of the embryo on the bridge. Keep it intact and alive and retrieve it." The embryo could evolve into a Moonlight Warlock rank life form. If Yang Feng could control it, he would gain another trump card. Naturally, he would not share this treasure with Zhang Zhiqiao and them. Moonlight Warlock rank existences were comparable to gods in terms of strength. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 major sects, they would be regarded as first-rate powerhouses. Once a Moonlight Warlock was born in a sect, it would be celebrated and announced to the world. In the surroundings of the embryo, 37,865 grams of purple sage demonic gold was discovered. According to the analysis, the embryo develops and evolves by devouring the purple sage demonic gold. Should the embryo be let continue to devour purple sage demonic gold to evolve and develop? Yang Feng's heart was stirred, and he guessed the truth of the matter. So the devil insects occupied this vein in order to get purple sage demonic gold to cultivate this embryo. Once this embryo is born, it will possess Moonlight Warlock rank strength. It looks like it possesses exceptional potential. Just like human warlocks consume a lot of precious resources while practicing cultivation, many formidable beings had to consume countless precious resource to be cultivated and born. The competition over the Zhangji Plains underground world was so fierce because it was very rich in resources. Human warlocks needed the resources here, and other race experts also needed them. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and then he said with a bright smile, "I got good news, everyone. I found a vein with 1 kilogram of purple sage demonic gold here. Let's split it equally." 1 kilogram of purple sage demonic gold. When the women present heard this, their beautiful eyes blossomed with extraordinary splendor. Luo Luer's eyes shone brightly, her lovely body trembled, and her pretty face was overcome with joy. A treasure like the purple sage demonic gold was calculated in grams. Even in the 10 major sects like the fighting demonic sect, you had to kill a Moonlight Warlock to be rewarded with 1 kilogram of purple sage demonic gold. And in the demonic realm, 500,000 merit points were required to be exchanged for 1 gram of purple sage demonic gold. By evenly dividing the purple sage demonic gold, even though they would only get about 100 grams each, but it was already enough for them to be regarded as rich. Zhang Zhiqiao shook her head and said lightly, "That won't do. Rewards beget merit. Younger disciple Brother Yang, your mechanical golem legion is the main contributor to the capture of the insect nest. We just killed a few sickle devil beetles. Just give us the corpses of the sickle devil beetles that we slaughtered as reward." The pretty eyes of Wang Bing and the other women flashed with disappointment, and then with admiration. It was because of Zhang Zhiqiao's great strength, noble character, and fair and selfless personality that they gravitated towards her. Disappointment also flashed past Luo Luer's beautiful eyes, and then she quickly adjusted her frame of mind. Yang Feng pondered for a while before saying, "Senior disciple Sister Zhang, if not for your guidance, I would not have found the devil insect nest. Then, how about I give you 100 grams of purple sage demonic gold as reward?" Zhang Zhiqiao swept Wang Bing and the other women with a glance. After hesitating for a while, she nodded, "Fine." Wang Bing and the other beautiful warlocks from the Lily mercenary group revealed looks of delight. There was a flash of excitement in Luo Luer's eyes, and she uttered in high spirits, "Younger disciple Brother Yang, do you plan to go deeper into the demonic realm? I know of several places where many freaks congregate. How about we wipe them out together?" In the demonic realm, the million-strong mechanical legion was a frightening weapon when it came to wiping out ordinary freaks. And with Yuan Yi, a glorious Dawn Warlock, suppressing the Moonlight Warlock rank freaks, this was their best shot. Zhang Zhiqiao's beautiful eyes showed a pensive look. Following Yang Feng's mechanical legion would not only be safe, but also profitable. Chapter 400 Return. Chapter 400 Return. Translator. Zayamoj. Yang Feng replied with a smile. I already acquired enough purple sage demonic gold, and thus achieved the purpose of my trip to the demonic realm. Next, I want to return and enter closed-door cultivation. Zhang Zhiqiao said faintly, Well, junior disciple brother Yang, you're making the right choice. For us cultivators, the most important thing lies within ourselves. Only your own strength is true strength. Your cultivation base is indeed a bit weak. Go back and practice cultivation to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, and then go out to gain experience again. That's the way to go. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, although great warlocks were considered to be experts and could become officers when joining the army, but in the 10 major sects, great warlocks were nothing much. Only Starry Sky Warlocks were regarded as experts. The pretty eyes of the several women flashed with regret, and they no longer persuaded Yang Feng. After carefully searching the area, the huge mechanical legion found many rare minerals, and then began to retreat. After the battle robots withdrew towards the mobile fortified stronghold, the mobile fortified stronghold rose into the air and slowly flew towards the furious lion fortress. The huge mechanical legion formed by more than 6 million battle robots formed a terrific mechanical flood underneath the mobile fortified stronghold. In front of the furious lion fortress, the mobile fortified stronghold, accompanied by a sea of all kinds of battle robots, slowly moved towards the fortress. It's back. Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion is back. Wow! So many mechanical golems. So many mechanical golems. Their numbers should exceed 1 million. No wonder he can get so many merit points. There were a lot of warlocks gathered in front of the gate of the furious lion fortress. Casting spells, they peered into the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock. Under the astonished gazes of the countless warlocks, the mobile fortified stronghold stopped in front of the furious lion fortress, and its doors opened. Following a fixed rhythm, the battle robots boarded the mobile fortified stronghold in streams. So many of them. There are so many mechanical golems. Their numbers exceed 6 million. No wonder he can get so many merit points. The surrounding warlocks watched in awe the endless sea of all kinds of battle robots enter the mobile fortified stronghold. After the battle robots finished boarding, Yang Feng and his party exited the mobile fortified stronghold. In a flash of light, the mobile fortified stronghold flew into a special dimensional badge in Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng and his party strode into the furious lion fortress. The warlocks in front of the furious lion fortress made way, and their gazes full of envy gathered on Yang Feng. Luo Luer suddenly said, Yang Feng, let's go to the merit steel to take a look. I want to see how many merit points you got. The rest of the women showed looks of excitement and anticipation. After contemplating for a short while, Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, Fine. Shortly after, 2 magic chariots stopped in a parking lot in front of the furious lion fortress's merit steel, and Yang Feng and his party alighted and walked towards the steel. That's Yang Feng. He's in the first place of the monthly list. Yang Feng is here. What, he is Yang Feng? Next to him is Zhang Zhiqiao and her Lily mercenary group. They really make a perfect couple. How enviable. When Yang Feng and them reached the vicinity of the merit steel, the eyes of the warlocks around the steel lit up, and they quickly surrounded them. As if looking at a celebrity, they stared Yang Feng up and down and talked in hushed voices. Luo Luer's gaze fell on the number next to the top place of the monthly list, and she couldn't help but exclaim in praise, 436,233,675 merit points. That's amazing. Junior disciple brother Yang. Ever since the demonic realm was established, no great warlock has ever obtained so many merit points within a month. Zhang Zhiqiao's beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated glint. 400 million merit points. Previously, Zhang Zhiqiao had repeatedly dominated the monthly list of the merit steel, yet her merit points had never exceeded 1 million. Her previous first place on the monthly list and Yang Feng's current first place were worlds apart. Although she was quite broad-minded, but when she saw the gap between them, she couldn't help but have complicated feelings. Yang Feng glanced at the merit points next to the first place and smiled in satisfaction. The more than 400 million merit points were enough for him to exchange for a lot of good stuff. Zhang Zhiqiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she uttered, "Junior disciple brother Yang, we still have to go gain more experience. We'll take our leave first." Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Okay." After Zhang Zhiqiao and her Lily mercenary group left, Yang Feng and Su Fangyan went to the Triumph City, the headquarters of the Black Ink War Zone. "Youngest disciple brother, are you leaving the Black Ink War Zone?" In the study, Yuan Yi, leaning against a sofa, asked languidly. Yang Feng smiled and handed a bag to Yuan Yi. "Yes, eldest disciple brother. I was lucky and got enough purple sage demonic gold in the insect nest, and there was still some surplus. Here are 10 kilograms of purple sage demonic gold. Please accept it." Yuan Yi's eyebrow wrinkled slightly, and he uttered, "Youngest disciple brother, as I said, the purple sage demonic gold is a gift. Do you look down on your eldest disciple brother?" Yang Feng smiled and withdrew the bag, saying, "Those are some harsh words, eldest disciple brother. In that case, I'll accept your gift." Yuan Yi showed a smile, clearly feeling carefree, and uttered, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Tonight, I'll introduce you to 2 friends. They are very interested in you. First place on the monthly list of the Great Merit Steel. This time, you have greatly contributed to the prestige of the fighting demonic sect. Teacher will be happy when he learns of this. Haha, 436,233,675 merit points. Before this number, the Tai sect's holy son and St. Lotus sect's holy daughter are but dregs. The source of this content is freowebnovel.com. The Tai sect and St. Lotus sect were at the top of the 10 major sects, with their strength being far superior to that of the other 8 sections. The Tai sect and St. Lotus sect had the greatest number of geniuses among the 10 major sects. When they had to resist foreign forces, the 10 major sects would join hands. Otherwise, they were locked in an endless struggle, competing in all respects. At a stroke, Yang Feng surpassed the Tai sect's holy son and St. Lotus sect's holy daughter, and greatly contributed to the prestige of the fighting demonic sect, which made the stoic Yuan Yi very happy. At night, although the sunlight faded away, but the Triumph City was still brightly lit, like a city that never slept. The Golden Narcissus Hotel was the most luxurious 8-star hotel in the Triumph City. On the 8th floor of the Golden Narcissus Hotel, there stood beautiful female warlocks dressed gorgeously, as well as beautiful other race women branded with strange seals on their foreheads dressed seductively. The numerous beautiful women shuttled back and forth on the 8th floor of the hotel. The beautiful women were clearly divided into 2 groups, the human warlock group and other race group. The beautiful human warlocks looked at the other race beautiful women with disdain and contempt in their eyes. There was a strange transparent space between the 8th and 9th floors of the hotel. The interior of that strange transparent space was luxuriously decorated, and exotic fragrances permeated the space. There were 4 people sitting inside that space. Yuan Yi and Yang Feng were there. Of the 2 remaining people, one was a fiendish and fierce-looking man, and the other one was a foolish-looking man with mediocre looks. Yuan Yi introduced with a smile, "Youngest disciple brother, let me introduce you. These 2 are my good brothers. This is General Jiang Tai of the Furious Lion Fortress, and this is General Wei Ming of the Black Lion Fortress. Jiang Tai, Wei Ming, this is my youngest disciple brother Yang Feng." Jiang Tai laughed straightforwardly and said crudely, "Ha-ha, well done, Yang Feng. 436,233,675 merit points. Even if I went out myself, unless I managed to kill a Moonlight Warlock rank freak, I would never be able to replicate your accomplishment." Wei Ming uttered, "Good job." Yang Feng responded with a modest smile, "I was just lucky. It was all thanks to the mechanical legion under my control." Jiang Tai said with a grin, "Weapons and equipment are also part of your strength. Otherwise, why would we apply to the court for so many weapons and equipment each year? Without all kinds of secret treasures, we human warlocks are no match for the freaks." Lacking the demeanor of a Moonlight Warlock, Jiang Tai came up to Yang Feng, grabbed him by the shoulder, pointed down, and said with a lascivious smile, "Young fellow, which of the girls below do you like? Just say a word, and she'll be yours for the night." Yuan Yi frowned slightly and said, "Old Jiang, don't lead astray youngest disciple brother." Jiang Tai responded with a vulgar smile, "Gee, old Yuan, you hypocrite, aren't you hiding an intellectual beauty in the study? Don't pretend to be a saint. Yang Feng, don't listen to your eldest disciple brother. Men are lustful. Ordinary kings of lower planes have 3 queens, 6 consorts, and 72 concubines. For a moonlight warlock comparable to gods and fiend lords like myself, who can easily kill them, playing with a few women doesn't count for much. Even an honest-looking person like Old Wei keeps more than 20 concubines." Chapter 401, Level 2 Stronghold. Chapter 401, Level 2 Stronghold. Translator, Zayamoj. Wei Ming smiled faintly, and his eyes scanned the beautiful women of different races below, looking for a prey. Jiang Tai spoke with a mischievous smile. "Old Yuan, do you want me to tell your youngest disciple's brother about the matters of the old days, and let him know of his eldest disciple brother's glorious achievements?" Yuan Yi smiled helplessly, coughed, and no longer persuaded. "Cough! Forget it. You're better at arguing than I am." Jiang Tai suddenly said resolutely, "Yang Feng, can you sell me some of your mechanical golems? With them, I can lessen the death toll of my men." Yang Feng picked up a glass of wine and donned it, then said with a smile, "Okay, but is it you who wants to buy them, or the Furious Lion Fortress, Big Brother Jiang? If it's you who wants them, then I can deliver you 1 million mechanical golems, but if it's the Furious Lion Fortress who wants them, then I'll have to be rude and rip the Furious Lion Fortress off." Jiang Tai uttered with a straightforward smile, "Make a killing. Rip your eldest disciple brother off. Anyway, he'll be the one to foot the bill." Yuan Yi also said with a smile, "Youngest disciple brother, go ahead and make a killing. Anyway, I'll send the bill to the military department. It'll be okay as long as you don't go too overboard." Although Jiang Tai was a little vulgar, but he was very sincere. And although Wei Ming didn't say much, but his words leaked out sincerity. To give Yuan Yi face, the 2 moonlight warlocks didn't put on any airs, and earnestly communicated with Yang Feng. The 4 people talked merrily. Yang Feng sold 9 million battle robots to the Triumph City, and then privately sent 1 million to Yuan Yi, 200,000 to Jiang Tai, and 200,000 to Wei Ming. After they each got 200,000 battle robots, the opinion Jiang Tai and Wei Ming had of Yang Feng increased greatly. In the demonic realm, the 200,000 battle robots were a major trump card against small fry troops. When used properly, the battle robots may even save their lives at a critical moment. Yang Feng also didn't lose out. The sale of the 9 million battle robots netted him enough resources to build 900 million battle robots. He was very satisfied that he could exchange the battle robots that he was going to phase out for so many resources. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Tyrannid subcontinent, within a secret chamber deep within the Rose Garden. A warp gate flashed, and Yang Feng walked out. When Yang Feng stepped out of the warp gate, his figure blurred, and he disappeared. The Tyrannid subcontinent, within a desert with a thin concentration of elemental particles. Yellow sand covered the ground as far as the eye could see. A magic carpet carrying Yang Feng descended and flew towards the desert. Suddenly, a huge entrance opened in the desert, and Yang Feng flew in. There was a huge underground base within the desert, looking like an underground world. As soon as Yang Feng entered the underground base, he entered a transparent cylindrical crystal teleportation device, and light covered him in a flash. Yang Feng disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared on the bridge of a level 2 mobile fortified stronghold. On the bridge, there was a silver watermelon-sized optical computer full of metallic flare suspended in the air. It was the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold's level 2 optical computer. The level 2 optical computer surpassed the level 1 optical computer by far in all aspects, with its computing power being 1 million times stronger. FREOWebnovel.com. Yang Feng swept the level 2 optical computer with his gaze, and his eyes flashed with a burning glint. He willed, and the Level 2 optical computer transmitted a series of messages. New standard weapons that can be mass-produced. Archetype Battlestar. Equipped with an interstellar warfare Level 1 super-large positron artillery and a super-large Level 5 shield. Requirements: 50 million tons of steel, 100,000 units of dimensional crystals, and 10 units of purple sage demonic gold. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 12. Elementary warp gate. Capable of freely crossing a distance of 5,000 kilometers. Large dimensional badge. Possesses a large space of 500 by 500 by 500 cubic meters. Type 1 Starry Sky Ripper, aerial close combat unit. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 9. Type 1 Space Disruptor, spatial combat unit. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 9. Type 1 Sea Hunter, naval combat unit. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 9. Type 1 Gravity Manipulator, gravity combat unit. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 9. Type 1 Wind Manipulator, wind combat unit. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 9. Type 1 Ice Manipulator, ice combat unit. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 9. All kinds of new battle robots with various characteristics suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. After the core of the Level 2 mobile fortified stronghold, the Level 2 optical computer, and the large matter and energy converter were upgraded, another part of the Shizu technology was unlocked. Now, new powerful battle robots with special abilities could also be manufactured en masse. The core of Level 2 Shizu technology was the Warp Gate and Battlestar technology. The Warp Gate technology enabled the Shizu to easily control planets, while the Battlestar technology enabled the Shizu to explore the vast universe and extract countless resources from it. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, saying, "When can the archetype Battlestar be completed?" The Level 2 optical computer quickly responded, "At present, its parts have already begun being manufactured all over the Tyrannid subcontinent. Some key materials still need to be synthesized. It will take a month to complete it." To manufacture the archetype Battlestar, many special parts were required. And even though the entire Tyrannid subcontinent has become Yang Feng's munitions factory, it wasn't that simple to build a large Battlestar like that in a short period of time. Yang Feng smiled and entered a virtual reality battle cabin. "In this case, let's try out the strength of these new robots first." A few days later, Yang Feng stepped out of the virtual reality battle cabin. Exhausted, his eyes filled with excitement. These new robots are so strong. In the virtual reality battle cabin, Yang Feng fought fiercely with the new robots. As he cultivated the taboo text, his strength was terrific. Nevertheless, he could only defeat 50 Type 1 Starry Sky Rippers at most. The movement speed of Type 1 Starry Sky Rippers was lightning fast, and they could fly. Their only weakness was that they could only fight in close combat and had no special ability. After personally assessing them, Yang Feng estimated that a Starry Sky Ripper could rival a human sacred swordsman of the Feisua Plain. 2 Starry Sky Rippers could get rid of an ordinary human sacred swordsman like Cassius. With all kinds of special types of battle robots joining hands, it was even more difficult to handle them. Once surrounded by them, even Yang Feng couldn't escape, dying countless times over. After he started cultivating the taboo text's primal chaos imperishable body, the strength of his true body has increased greatly. He wouldn't even fear some ordinary junior Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. But when surrounded by dozens of special types of battle robots, he could be easily killed. The terror of the battle robots was thus obvious. After he came out of the virtual reality battle cabin, he went to a big bed and fell asleep. The next day, Yang Feng washed up after waking up, and then went to the bioresearch laboratory of the underground base. Inside the bioresearch laboratory, there were transparent crystal pods with all kinds of extraordinary life forms from the Tyrannid subcontinent. Strictly carrying out his orders, the robots inside the bioresearch laboratory studied and analyzed the genes and bloodline power of the extraordinary life forms of the Tyrannid subcontinent. Ignoring the fierce extraordinary life forms inside the transparent crystal pods, Yang Feng walked to the deepest part of the bioresearch laboratory and stopped before a particular transparent crystal pod. Inside the transparent crystal pod lied an egg the size of a human with numerous transparent vessels. The egg trembled continuously. Every time it trembled, it would suck in all kinds of precious minerals and culture liquid. Yang Feng looked at the human-sized egg with satisfaction. This is the egg that he retrieved from the insect nest. The devil insects have gone to a lot of trouble to incubate it. In order to protect the incubating egg, even a Moonlight Warlock rank devil insect lord was mobilized. This insect egg was clearly precious. Yang Feng looked at the transparent culture, liquid mixed with numerous precious minerals inside the crystal pod, and showed a smile. Read @ST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. The transparent culture liquid was a superculture liquid that the Level 2 optical computer configured after studying numerous extraordinary life forms and analyzing the broodmother liquid found near the egg. Inside the superculture liquid there were countless liquid metal nano-robots. Every time the egg sucked in, it was eroded a bit by the liquid metal nano-robots. It's time! The crystal pod suddenly opened. Yang Feng extended his hand and cut his index finger, and drops of blood fell on the egg. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and pointed with his finger, and the drops of blood twisted and formed strange blood runes, which then entered the egg. After the egg absorbed the strange blood runes, it erupted with a savage and ruthless aura, as if a fierce beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Trembling continuously, it forced the strange blood runes out. Yang Feng gave a cold snort, and the countless liquid metal nano-robots inside the egg launched at once. The egg emitted thoughts of pain at once. After persisting for several days, the egg finally exhibited thoughts of submission. Chapter 402, Six-Winged Sun-Devouring Centipede. Chapter 402, Six-Winged Sun-Devouring Centipede. Translator, Zayamoj. When thoughts of submission came from the egg, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and spewed out a mouthful of blood essence that sprinkled on the egg. The bizarre blood runes shone brilliantly and forcefully bore into the egg. This time, the egg absorbed the bizarre blood runes, and a sense of connection came from it. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with joy, and he put some intermediate magic crystals inside the precious elixir concocted from numerous precious treasures gathered from the Tyrannid subcontinent within the crystal pod. The egg sucked in and absorbed the intermediate magic crystals and precious minerals from the elixir. Crack! Along with crisp noise, the egg cracked open, and Junior Moonlight Warlock rank aura escaped. A terrific fire shot out of the egg, hit the ceiling of the bio-research laboratory, and instantly punched through the superalloy armor on the ceiling of the laboratory that could even withstand attacks from Starry Sky Warlocks, burning a large hole extending towards the surface of the desert. Blurring into motion, Yang Feng flew out of the hole and arrived at the desert. He looked up. There was a centipede flying in the sky. It had a length of about 2 meters, was covered in golden flames, emitted scorching light, had 3 pairs of insect wings on its back, and was engraved with mysterious magic runes. The centipede exuded a Junior Moonlight Warlock rank aura. Yang Feng looked at the flying centipede in the sky with joy in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Six-winged sun-devouring centipede. Jackpot! It's such a treasure." Six-winged sun-devouring centipedes were top royalty among devil insects. They were very rare, and at the same time had amazing potential and great power. Once a six-winged sun-devouring centipede was born, it would possess Moonlight Warlock rank strength. After evolving into its mature form, it would possess Glorious Dawn Warlock rank strength. If it evolved into its ultimate form, it would possess Bright World Warlock rank strength, and if it evolved into its perfect form, it would possess Infinity Warlock rank strength. Regarding its mature form, so long as the six-winged sun-devouring centipede was nurtured for hundreds of years and given enough resources, it could advance into its mature form without any bottleneck. As for the ultimate form and perfect form, it would require great opportunities. Even in the savage insect plane, there were very few ultimate form and perfect form six-winged sun-devouring centipedes. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede was very lively. Facing upwards, it issued a roar and disseminated terrific might that engulfed the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. The rose garden within a rear garden Carolina and the other two women were having a tea party. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.co. Clarissa had previously betrayed Carolina, but now that they were basically Yang Feng's women and landed in his harem, the three women formed an alliance. However, there was a subtle distance between the three women, with Carolina and Cordelia sitting a bit closer to one another. The relationship between the two was fairly intimate, while there was more distance between them and Clarissa. Carolina suddenly looked in the direction of the desert, a look of horror in her pretty eyes. What a terrifying power! Clarissa's pretty face paled slightly, and she said, "Is this pinnacle starry sky warlock rank power?" Face unsightly, Carolina spoke while stressing each syllable. "No, this is far beyond starry sky warlock rank power. This is moonlight warlock rank power." A terrifying moonlight warlock rank existence came to the Tyrannid subcontinent. The faces of Cordelia and Clarissa fell, and their pretty eyes shimmered with anxiety. Even in ancient times, moonlight warlock rank powerhouses were brilliant figures. A moonlight warlock rank powerhouse was enough to sweep the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Before Yang Feng's mobile fortified stronghold was upgraded to a level 2 stronghold, although his mechanical legion was powerful, but if a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse shamelessly resorted to guerrilla tactics instead of facing the legion directly, then Yang Feng would be helpless. Locked by a moonlight warlock, no one on the Tyrannid subcontinent would be able to withstand their attacks. Inside the Black Dragon Tower, Carol, who has already promoted to a great warlock with the support of Yang Feng's vast resources, looked towards the desert with anxiety in her beautiful eyes. Inside the Warlock College Antalya, Eunice, who has already promoted to a level 3 warlock, was also alerted and looked in the direction of the desert. Apart from the underground world, level 3 warlock rank experts and upwards throughout the Tyrannid subcontinent clearly detected the fearsome moonlight warlock rank aura coming from the nameless desert, their hearts overcome with fear. Yang Feng mused, "It looks like this base has to be relocated." The Tyrannid subcontinent was now one of Yang Feng's bases. At present, he only had a single level 2 mobile fortified stronghold. Before a second level 2 mobile fortified stronghold was built, he could not let this level 2 mobile fortified stronghold be destroyed, which was why he selected this nameless desert as a base. Now that the six-winged sun-devouring centipede was born, it alarmed the experts of the whole Tyrannid subcontinent. This place could no longer be used as a secret base. After it vented its feeling of joy for being born, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede restrained its heat and light, shrank to the size of a palm, flew into Yang Feng's hand, and rubbed its head against his hand, full of intimacy. When Yang Feng saw this, he showed a slight smile. When the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, who had strength comparable to gods and fiend lords, fell into his grasp, his fighting strength skyrocketed by 100-fold. The Tyrannid subcontinent's major forces were alarmed by the birth of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. But seeing that there were no changes, they eventually regained their calm. They just chalked it up to a moonlight warlock releasing their aura while passing through the Tyrannid subcontinent. A month later, the fighting demonic sex Astral Palace. Despite being mysterious and dangerous, the astral boundary was a rich place containing countless opportunities, connected to countless planes. In theory, you could open an astral gate and enter the astral boundary anywhere on the Zhangji plane. In reality, however, no one could do that. Only an infinity warlock relying on a special secret treasure could accomplish this by themselves. Moreover, after opening the astral gate, the infinity warlock could not maintain it open for a long time, let alone ascertain the coordinates of return. To travel and adventure in the astral boundary, you had to use a large number of astral stones as well as various precious materials to forge an astral gate and fix the Zhangji plane's coordinates. Like this, you could enter the astral boundary via an astral gate that could be maintained for a long time without the fear of being lost, and then return via the coordinates. If they entered the astral boundary without fixing the coordinates, then even an infinity warlock would be lost in the astral boundary. If they wanted to return to their original plane, they could only rely on luck. The Astral Palace was where the fighting demonic sex astral gates were gathered. As long as enough contribution points and resources were paid to the sect, Then inner sect disciples and above could enter an astral gate to adventure in and explore the astral boundary. A young man dressed in black followed a passage and appeared before the astral palace. The young man was Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a deep look at the astral palace and then strode inside. Inside the astral palace, a handsome young man sitting at a counter was carefully studying a book. The young man looked up at Yang Feng with a smile and asked, "This is the astral palace, and I am Zhang Lei. Who are you, senior disciple brother?" Yang Feng handed his identity card to Zhang Lei and answered, "I am Yang Feng, a personal disciple great elder Huang Iha. This is my identity card. I came here because I want to adventure in the astral boundary." "So it's senior disciple brother Yang." Zhang Lei's countenance changed slightly, and he became more cordial. "Senior disciple brother Yang, the astral boundary is very dangerous, and even Moonlight Warlock rank experts die frequently there. Have you thought this trough? There were many dangers in the astral boundary. Not to mention Moonlight Warlocks, even Glorious Dawn Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks might die if they make a misstep." Yang Feng responded indifferently, "I have. Sure enough, you're a personal disciple of a great elder." While praising, Zhang Lei took out another jade card to verify Yang Feng's identity, and then pointed to a teleportation array and said, "Senior disciple brother Yang, please go there." Freebnovel. Yang Feng nodded and went to the teleportation array. Immense pressure suddenly descended on the astral palace. Detection spells fell on Yang Feng like raindrops, checking whether he was another race person or a strange existence impersonating him. The astral palace was one of the most important places of the fighting demonic sect. Once an astral gate inside the astral palace was destroyed, the powerhouses who ventured through said astral gate to explore and adventure in the astral boundary would lose their coordinates, and would become lost in the astral boundary, never to return. After a series of magic inspections, light flashed, and Yang Feng disappeared from the teleportation array. Spatial fluctuations flickered, and Yang Feng immediately appeared in a secret chamber. Inside the chamber was a merely 10-meter-tall, gloomy and bizarre astral gate. A one-time use of a planar gate requires 500,000 contribution points to be paid. However, as a personal disciple of Great Elder Huang, you can use the planar gate for free once a year. Although the contribution points can be exempted, but not the astral stones. "Have you brought enough astral stones?" A somewhat old voice sounded in the secret chamber. Chapter 403, Astral Boundary. Chapter 403, Astral Boundary. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng said, "Yes, this young one brought enough astral stones. Once the astral gate was opened, it will continuously consume astral stones to display its coordinates in the astral world. And once the astral stones were depleted, the astral gate will lose power and shut down, no longer displaying its coordinates in the astral boundary. Without coordinates, even an Infinity Warlock would get lost in the endless astral boundary, unable to return. Therefore, before opening an astral gate, everyone had to prepare enough astral stones. Yang Feng had first-rate warp gates at his disposal. Despite that, he didn't know if the first-rate warp gates could allow him to cross the astral boundary and freely travel between the astral boundary and the Zhangji plane. However, the more than 400 million merit points he obtained in the demonic realm, he converted them into astral stones to support the expenditure of the astral gate. The 400 million plus merit points worth of astral stones were enough for Yang Feng to adventure in the astral boundary for 1 year. The aged voice fell silent. Yang Feng came before an opening on the astral gate and tossed silver astral stones inside. After absorbing a large number of astral stones, the astral gate suddenly burst out with dim light, and a distorting, strange hole immediately appeared in the middle of the astral gate. Yang Feng looked at the distorting, strange hole with graveness in his eyes. He took a deep breath, picked up an astral card next to the astral gate, and operated secret methods. After enchanting himself with quite a few level 4 defensive spells, he strode into the center of the astral gate. A strange light flashed, and Yang Feng disappeared from the hole. Only the astral gate remained within the chamber, radiating a bizarre light. A bizarre light flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in a bizarre place suffused with gray. He lost all sense of direction. There was a dense fog, impairing his vision to the extreme. In fact, he felt like all his senses were enveloped by a fog. Yang Feng opened his eyes and looked around. He only saw gray. Strange twisting scenes flickered in his eyes, making him dizzy, and he nearly vomited. Yang Feng's face fell and his heart shook. So this is the astral boundary. What an awful place. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. Unlike astral life forms unique to the astral boundary, life forms of other planes below the Great Warlock rank would go mad and become crazed existence once they entered the astral boundary. Unless they had special secret methods or secret treasures, even Great Warlock rank experts who stayed in the astral boundary for a long time would go mad, get eroded, and turn into bizarre astral life forms. Yang Feng took out a dimensional badge and pressed it, and an archetype battlestar radiating a silver, metal luster appeared before him. It was more than 3,000 meters long. A ray of light shot out from the archetype battlestar and enveloped Yang Feng, and he disappeared in the light. The next moment, he appeared on the battlestar's bridge. Entered the astral boundary. Analyzing the astral boundary. Import the algorithm. Beginning reconstruction. Messages rang in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. On the bridge, the Level 2 optical computer shone as it frenziedly carried out calculations and analyzed the surrounding environment. In the bizarre astral boundary, only some astral life forms with unique extraordinary abilities were able to see through the weird fog and peer into the distance. Without unique abilities or algorithms, even Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank existences would eventually go crazy and turn into strange astral life forms in this boundless fog. Many weird astral life forms were formed from other plane existences who were eroded by the astral boundary. However, after the Zhangji plane's human warlocks captured countless astral life forms and studied them, they finally developed a variety of algorithms to deal with the astral fog. Only in this way could human warlocks use the astral boundary to search and occupy planes, draw knowledge and resources from said planes, and strengthen themselves. The Level 2 optical computer's computing power was terrific. After imputing the algorithm of the astral fog, about an hour later, a holographic projection of the surroundings appeared in the center of the bridge. In that holographic projection was clearly depicted the area 100 kilometers in radius around the archetype battlestar, which was completely empty. Thanks to the Level 2 optical computer's supercomputing power, the surrounding environment was reconstructed and recreated. With his Great Warlock rank cultivation base and under the premise that he had no special secret treasures to rely on, Yang Feng would be able to reconstruct an area 10 meters in diameter at most, which would be virtually of no use. He firmly held the astral card and returned to the location of the astral gate, from where he could return to the fighting demonic sect. Without the astral card, even if he passed through the location of the astral gate, he would not be able to return to the fighting demonic sect via the astral gate. Yang Feng willed, and a ray of light enveloped him. He instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in a secret chamber inside the battlestar. Within the secret chamber, there was a first-rate warp gate. Yang Feng took a deep look at the first-rate warp gate and uttered indifferently, "Launch the S2 warp gate." Launching the S2 warp gate. Scanning the environment, analyzing. The environment is in a distorted and unstable state. To open the warp gate, it'll take an additional 50% of energy. Opening the S2 warp gate will consume 20% of the ship's energy, and maintaining it will also consume a lot of energy. Should the warp gate be opened? Yang Feng's eyebrows jumped up. He didn't think that opening a warp gate in the astral boundary would consume so much energy. It should be noted that opening a warp gate leading to the Tyrannid subcontinent from the Feisua plane, which spanned 2 planes, would consume up to 5% of the archetype battlestar's energy. Yang Feng ordered decisively, "Open it!" Even though the energy consumption was a bit excessive, but Yang Feng still wanted to perform this test. The result of this test will be taken into account when deciding whether to fight or not when he comes across enemies in the future. freewebnovel.com. Pouring in energy. Opening the warp gate. As the messages sounded in his sea of knowledge, the first-rate warp gate shone brightly and opened slowly. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate, and then appeared in a secret underground base on the Tyrannid subcontinent. In the secret underground base, in addition to the first-rate warp gate, there were countless dimensional personnel carriers. The carriers were filled with the most advanced battle robots, various war goods, and massive amounts of high-energy crystals. Yang Feng looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth rose. The first-rate warp gate enabled Yang Feng to freely cross the barriers between the astral boundary and the Zhangji plane, which meant that he could establish a bridgehead in the astral boundary. With the bridgehead as the starting point, he could go to numerous planes. In the era of the Zhangji plane's 7 warlock dynasties, human warlocks had built countless bridgeheads in the astral boundary, and with the bridgeheads as the starting point, they set out for countless planes. In the current era, the strength of the Zhangji plane's human warlocks has greatly declined. And due to internal strife, the Zhangji plane was even split into 2 warlock forces, the Eastern world and the Western world. Under such circumstances, the bridgeheads in the astral boundary naturally could not be defended, and were destroyed one after another by astral life forms. At present, only major forces like the fighting demonic sect might possess a base in the astral boundary. It hasn't been long since Yang Feng joined the fighting demonic sect and has become a personal disciple of Huang Yihe. As such, there were my secrets to which he wasn't privy. He didn't know where the fighting demonic sect's base in the astral boundary was located. Otherwise, it would be safer to enter the astral boundary from there. In fact, he didn't even know if the fighting demonic sect had a base in the astral boundary. This was one of the core secrets of the sect. After replenishing on a large number of high-energy crystals and nuclear power materials, Yang Feng returned to the archetype battlestar. Set off! The archetype battlestar flashed with light and ejected flames from its stern, and its speed climbed rapidly, flying towards the depths of the endless astral boundary. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The battlestar flew in the astral boundary for several days without discovering anything, as if the astral world was an endless dead void. Warning! Warning! Meteorite-like objects are approaching. Meteorite-like objects are approaching. Suddenly, warnings reverberated inside the archetype battlestar, and the holographic projectors on the bridge suddenly showed a dense rain of rocks flying towards the battlestar. Yang Feng's face fell, and he ordered at once, "Fuck! Shield to maximum power!" A transparent shield suddenly appeared and completely enveloped the battlestar. Virtually in the next moment, the meteorites hit the shield of the archetype battlestar. The impact force of the meteorites was terrific, comparable to all-out attacks of Starry Sky warlocks. When they hit the shield of the battlestar, they set off ripples and collapsed. Shield's energy consumption at 5%. Shield's energy consumption at 8%. Under the impact of countless meteorites, the energy consumption of the battlestar's shield increased steadily. Chapter 404, Demon Monarch Sly Wolf. Chapter 404, Demon Monarch Sly Wolf. Translator, Zayamoj. Shield's energy consumption at 72%. When the shield had 28% of energy left, all the meteorites had collapsed into fragments in front of the battlestar. Yang Feng looked at the surrounding meteorite debris with lingering fear. Astral meteorites are really dangerous. If I had come here alone, I might have been killed. The scanning range of the level 2 optic computer was 100 kilometers, while Yang Feng himself could only reconstruct 10 meters around him. If his true body suddenly encountered a meteorite cluster, he would be smashed into meat paste. After the battlestar withstood the meteorite cluster, it stopped immediately and began to recharge the energy shield system. Engineering robots equipped with jetpacks suddenly flew towards the surrounding meteorite debris and began collecting them. Astral stones, astral gold. This time's harvest seems to be bountiful. When the meteorite debris was retrieved into the battlestar, Yang Feng was instantly delighted by the feedback he got. The meteorites contained many astral stone and astral gold fragments. Freebnovel.com. Astral stones were essential for operating astral gates, while astral gold was one of the precious materials necessary for producing astral gates. Yang Feng used the more than 400 million merit points he gained in the demonic realm to exchange for about a year's worth of astral stones. Yet the astral stones he harvested from the meteorites was 10 times as much. Solely the harvest he got from the meteorite cluster was enough to recover all of his investment. The astral boundary had countless precious resources. For this reason, top powerhouses entered the astral boundary to seek treasures despite being fully aware of the dangers. When he thought of the days he spent flying without finding anything, Yang Feng meditating for a while, and then made a decision. Looking around blindly is too inefficient. Release the drones. Watermelon-sized drones spread with the battlestar as the center. When the countless drones were dispatched, the holographic projections inside the battlestar expanded rapidly. At the same time, doors on the archetype battlestar opened, and dense crowds of battle robots flew out. The battle robots landed on the surface of the battlestar, guarding it. Within the astral boundary, there was an area with countless meteorites floating. A watermelon-sized drone resembling a miniature aircraft passed by that area with meteorites. Suddenly, as if they awakened, the meteorites elongated and turned into freaks with a pair of miniature dragon wings. The freaks had no eyes, ears, or nose, they just had sharp teeth. Great warlock rank auras spread from the freaks, and they rushed towards the drone. In a single breath, the drone had disappeared. Within the astral boundary, there was a mass of light, a sun-like celestial body floating in the void. A drone came from the distance. When the drone was 2,000 kilometers away from the sun-like celestial body, it began to vaporize and turned into an eerie magma, which was absorbed into the celestial body. Within the astral boundary, there was a dark area without any light that seemed to have no limit. When a drone reached the edge of the dark area, there was a cracking sound, and it fell still, losing contact with the battlestar. Within the astral boundary, there was a world full of ice. In that world of ice, there were countless icebound beings. There were giants, humans, ancient demons, and many astral beasts, all with no trace of life. Just as a drone reached the edge of this world of ice, it was frozen and turned into a chunk of ice. Similar scenes appeared in different places of the astral boundary. A month later, more than 800,000 of the 1 million drones the battlestar had released lost contact with the Level 2 optical computer. Of the 800,000 drones, 400,000 have lost contact with the Level 2 optical computer for no apparent reason. Obviously, those places were very dangerous. In the astral boundary, the drones came across a lot of astral lifeforms before being destroyed. Many drones have been destroyed even before they have discovered the astral lifeforms. On one side, Yang Feng could only let the battlestar explore along the safe routes. On the other side, he gritted his teeth and continued to release a large number of drones into the astral boundary, continuing to search for safe routes. Once the drones were destroyed in the astral world, they were gone for good and could not be recycled. However, for the sake of safety, Yang Feng could only continue to send the drones to the depths of the astral boundary. Within the astral boundary, a demon expert with a fierce wolf head, a horn on its head, and a pair of wings on its back flew about. Demons were fearsome existences whose degree of civilization was not the least bit inferior of that of the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. When the Zhangji Plains human warlocks were still slaves and playthings of the ancient gods, the demos had already stepped foot into the astral boundary. Suddenly, the winged wolf demon powerhouse made a sound of surprise, and then made a grasping motion. Surging with demonic chi, it grabbed a drone from the void. "Hey, what's this?" "This is a drone of the 9th Legion of the Golem Dynasty. Anyone who receives this order has to immediately report to the Black Light Worship. Otherwise, their entire family shall be exterminated." An overbearing synthesized voice came from the drone. The winged wolf demon was happy instead of alarmed, and its face showed a look of delight. "Golem Dynasty, the Zhangji Plains 6th Warlock Dynasty's fleet in the astral boundary. Haha, this time, I, Sly Wolf, seem to have got a lucky break." During its time, the Golem Dynasty was a terrific human warlock dynasty that suppressed countless planes. Even though it was now no more, but a random product from it might give rise to a major force on the level of the fighting demonic sect after being thoroughly researched. In front of the Golem Lord, demons had to wag their tails like dogs. The demons were naturally aware of the terror and power of the Golem Lord. Now that it came across an opportunity to get a Golem Dynasty inheritance, the demon powerhouse Sly Wolf naturally was excited. This thing came from this direction. Sly Wolf turned its head and looked in the direction from where the drone came, a look of greed in its eyes. It blurred into motion and turned into a stream of light flying in that direction. On the bridge, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he ordered, "The bait was taken. Launch the camouflage system." The outside of the huge battlestar changed rapidly and turned bruised and motley, as if it was an old warship that had gone through countless battles and endured the baptism of time, flying solely due to inertia. Although the astral boundary was perpetually shrouded in fog, but in fact, it was in a strange state of vacuum. As long as they weren't drawn in by celestial bodies, meteorites, or freaks, objects could drift in the astral boundary due to inertia. A black ray of light flew from afar and stopped not far from the battlestar, looking at it from a distance. It was Sly Wolf. Sly Wolf carefully observed the battlestar for a while. Its eyes flashed a few times, and it revealed a glimmer of joy. Quite a lot of mechanical golems. It seems that this is a golem legion of the 6th Golem dynasty. Sly Wolf meditated for a moment, then silently recited an incantation, pointed at the battlestar, and cast Disintegrate. A green beam of light shot towards a starry sky ripper on the surface of the battlestar and entered it. In a flash of light, the starry sky ripped fell apart. As if it had stabbed a hornet nest, the starry sky rippers on the surface of the battlestar flew up and tried to fly towards the Sly Wolf. After only a few kilometers, the starry sky rippers turned around and flew back to the battlestar, patrolling according to fixed orbits. Sly Wolf's eyes glittered, and it revealed a smile. It blurred into motion and turned into a black ray of light flying towards the battlestar. Sensing the arrival of Sly Wolf, the red eyes of a starry sky ripper flashed, and it suddenly slashed at Sly Wolf. At this close distance, this blade strike of the starry sky ripper, who was as powerful as a human sacred swordsman of the Feisua plane, could cleave a human great warlock in two. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. However, Sly Wolf smiled malevolently and reached out. Two masses of demonic chi gathered on its right claw, and it grabbed the starry sky ripper's super high-frequency oscillation blades. The super high-frequency oscillation blades shook wildly in Sly Wolf's claw and continuously dissipated the demonic chi in its claw. Sly Wolf smiled excitedly and slashed with its claw. Following the flash of black light, the starry sky ripper was turned into numerous pieces. Interesting. As expected of the Golem Empire's golems, even the weapons of such low-level golems can threaten a demon monarch. Chapter 405, Killing Sly Wolf. Chapter 405, Killing Sly Wolf. Translator, Zayamoj. As if it had stabbed a hornet nest, the starry sky rippers on the surface of the battlestar flew towards Sly Wolf. A bunch of rubbish golems. Be gone! Sly Wolf grinned fiercely, surged with demonic chi, and starry sky warlock rank might rolled out from it. It turned into a beam of black light, which shuttled between the starry sky rippers. Boom! 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 The black light flickered next to the starry sky rippers, and they immediately disintegrated into parts. After a dozen or so starry sky rippers were destroyed, the chest area of the starry sky rippers shone, and the level 3 shield was instantly activated, covering them completely. The black light flashed, and Sly Wolf attacked the shield in front of a starry sky ripper, setting off ripples. Yet the shield wasn't destroyed. This is a defensive spell. Unfortunately, it's only a single target level 3 defensive spell at most. It's useless against me. Sly Wolf's eyes flashed with surprise. Then it sneered, gathered demonic chi on its hand, and slashed with its hand, instantly reaping the starry sky ripper apart. The starry sky rippers rushed towards Sly Wolf. Sly Wolf moved about like a specter and destroyed them one by one. A few hours later, the hundreds of starry sky rippers outside the battlestar were destroyed. These mechanical golems are really troublesome. I spent so much strength on them. I'm looking forward to this Golem Dynasty relic. After it destroyed the last starry sky ripper, Sly Wolf heaved a sigh of relief. It took out magic crystals, stuffed them into its maw, and chewed, issuing cracking sounds. Just then, a door of the battlestar opened and starry sky rippers, Type 1 space disruptors, Type 1 gravity manipulators, Type 1 wind manipulators, Type 1 ice manipulators, and various other special robots gushed out in a mechanical flood and surged towards Sly Wolf. Sly Wolf looked at the torrent of battle robots and inhaled a mouthful of cold air. As expected of a Golem Dynasty relic, it's not so easy to deal with. It seems that it's due to these mechanical golems that no one has retrieved this Golem Dynasty relic without a barrier. Although Sly Wolf destroyed hundreds of Starry Sky Rippers, but it also expended a lot of demonic power. Naturally, it clearly knew how powerful these battle robots were. The upgraded gunner robots equipped with a single 6-barrel railgun locked on Sly Wolf and fired wildly, and railgun beams compared to single target level for offensive spells barreled towards Sly Wolf like shooting stars. Update D from FRYoUbnovel.com. Even many Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses without a life force cover will be injured when hit by the railgun beams. Sly Wolf silently recited an incantation, then demonic light surged, and spatial fluctuations enveloped it. It slashed with its hand, and a strange spatial fissure appeared in front of it. The railgun beams slammed into the spatial fissure and immediately disappeared. The Type 1 Space Disruptor battle robots opened their umbrella-shaped space jammers, and spatial ripples spread with them as the center. The spatial fissure in front of Sly Wolf distorted and collapsed, and the dense rain of railgun beams engulfed it. Sly Wolf's face fell, and its demonic chi surged. Strengthened by demonic chi, it forcibly resisted the bombardment of the fearsome railgun beams with its fleshly body. Countless lights flashed, and Sly Wolf was slammed away by the countless railgun beams. There were dozens of large wounds on its body, with blood gushing out. The Type 1 gravity manipulators equipped with gravity guns fired wildly at Sly Wolf. A large number of gravity spheres formed a net of light that fully covered Sly Wolf's escape routes. Calculated by the Level 2 optical computer, Sly Wolf could not avoid the net of light. Sly Wolf's body distorted, and its speed suddenly climbed to the extreme. Yet it was still hit by a gravity sphere, and then dropped towards the surface of the battlestar like a meteor. The dense rain of gravity spheres slammed into Sly Wolf, and it sprayed blood from its maw repeatedly, unable to move even a finger. The Starry Sky Reapers instantly erupted with terrific speed, rushed to in front of Sly Wolf, and slashed at it with their super high-frequency oscillation blades. Sly Wolf issued a miserable scream, and then was instantly dismembered and turned into countless pieces. Only the head was left intact. Interesting, this Sly Wolf seems to know a lot about the astral boundary. On the bridge, Yang Feng browsed through the information retrieved from Sly Wolf, and the corners of his mouth rose. Sly Wolf was a winged wolf demon, which was a branch of beast demons, which in turn was a branch of demons. It was a winged wolf demon monarch. According to their ranks, demos were divided into junior demons, intermediate demons, advanced demons, junior demon generals, intermediate demon generals, advanced demon generals, demon commanders, demon monarchs, and demon emperors. Demon commander rank experts were comparable to human great warlocks, demon monarch rank experts were comparable to human starry sky warlocks, and demon emperor rank experts were comparable to human moonlight warlocks. Above the demon emperors were demon god rank experts. Sly Wolf has set off from a beast demon base in the astral boundary, heading for a demon base next to a planar star river. It wanted to see if it could buy a semi-plane in the demon base. The planar star river was a mysterious place that gave birth to semi-planes. Shortly after they were born, the semi-planes would disappear from the planar star river, and then strangely appear in secret places in the astral boundary due to the astral law. In many legends, planar star rivers were wellsprings from which the countless planes originated. There were more than one planar star rivers in the astral boundary, but it was not so simple to get the specific location of a planar star river. Alongside with human warlocks, demons were known as one of the most powerful races. It's no surprise that they found the location of a planar star river. At their peak, the Zhangji Plains humans controlled more than 10,000 planar star rivers. However, after the decline of the human warlocks, the planar star rivers were wrested away by other powerful races, leaving the humans with very few. In planar star rivers, semi-planes were continuously born, and it was even possible to get a semi-plane seed in a state of primal chaos. Tempted by the semi-planes, many powerful races flocked to the planar star rivers. Planar star rivers were filled with bizarre astral law. Only great warlock realm experts and below were allowed to enter the planar star rivers. Once experts above the great warlock realm entered a planar star river, they would be strangled by the astral law. In addition to great warlock rank experts, only some exceptional ancient gods, ancient demons, or powerhouses at the level of warlock emperors of the 8 warlock dynasties proficient in the astral law were able to ignore the astral law and enter planar star rivers. A celestial body was quietly suspended in the astral boundary. This celestial body was the Azure Demon Star, one of the demon bases in the astral boundary. As if a meteor, a beam of black demonic light entered the Azure Demon Star and landed on the edge of a huge city. The beam of black demonic light disappeared, revealing a winged wolf demon expert with the head of a wolf, the body of a human, and a pair of wings on the back. This was Yang Feng using the magical mechanical cloak. The Azure Demon Star was the size of a moon and was bare in terms of resources. Besides, it wasn't a life celestial body capable of accommodating life, which were very rare in the astral boundary. As such, there was merely a single city on the Azure Demon Star. The Azure Demon City was enveloped by a strong barrier, which enabled the city to be filled with demonic chi. At the same time, it blocked the gray fog that pervaded the astral boundary. Who are you? Outside an entrance of the Azure Demon City, an advanced demon general with the head of a tiger and the body of a human, with bizarre demonic runes engraved all over, exuding level 3 warlock rank fluctuations of power, scanned Yang Feng with a glance and asked vigilantly. Yang Feng's eyes widened, and he burst out with fierce demonic chi at once. He barked, "I am winged wolf demon Kuei Wolf, the son of demon monarch Sly Wolf. Open the gate, I want to get in. Open the gate if you want to keep your dog life." The hierarchy of demons was strict. Besides, demons were ferocious in nature. It was common for a higher-ranked demon to kill a lower-ranked demon. The more ferocious and powerful they were, the more they were feared. Those who were low-key would be spotted by others and become prey to be bullied. The advanced demon general with the head of a tiger and the body of a human immediately replied deferentially, "So it's Sir Demon Commander. Please come in." The gate slowly opened, and then Yang Feng strode inside. As soon as he entered the city, he saw all kinds of strange and bizarre demons covered in demonic chi. freewebnovuel.com. Within the Azure Demon City, most demons were of the Demon General rank. With the powerful barrier present, even Demon General rank experts could live in this city. Once the Demon General rank demons left the city, they would be eroded by the astral law and turned into crazed and bizarre astral life forms. Although there were many strange and bizarre demon experts, but there were also a lot of human-form demon experts covered in demonic runes and a horn on their head. These human-form demons were known as human demons. They were an extremely strong branch of the demon race. Chapter 406, Planar Star River. Chapter 406, Planar Star River. Translator, Zayamoj. According to the Zhangji Plains ancient records, in ancient times, there were very few human-form demons. At that time, the strongest demons were some beast demons, other demons, and ghost demons. Beast form, other form, and ghost form demons were considered to be the most beautiful beings. Few demons were willing to copulate with human form demons. Then the 7 warlock dynasties arose and suppressed countless planes. The 3rd warlock dynasty, the demonic divine dynasty, even more so captured countless gods and demonic life forms from various major planes and treated them as slaves. After the 3rd warlock dynasty, the human demons have multiplied and flourished rapidly among the demons. The human demons eventually became a top power among demons, suppressing various other branches. By now, human demons have become one of the most powerful branches among demons. In fact, prior to the 7 warlock dynasties, the aesthetic concept of the top planes was different. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. When the 7 warlock dynasties came into being and suppressed many planes, human warlock culture and aesthetic concept spread wildly to many planes along with the footsteps of the human warlocks. Now, the powerful existences of many planes possessed human avatars or took human form, which was an influence of the 7 warlock dynasties. Strength was truth. Strength was the mainstream. Prior to the 8th warlock dynasty, the Eastern world culture dominated the entire Zhangji plain. But when the Dawn Lord appeared, suppressed the world, and founded the Dawn Dynasty, the Western world rose to prominence. Standing on equal footing with the Eastern world, its culture started to gradually infiltrate the Eastern world. After wandering around the Azure Demon City for a while, Yang Feng saw many Demon Commander rank experts. As for the Demon Monarch rank experts, he occasionally spotted some. Demon Monarchs had only one purpose in coming to the Azure Demon City: to get a semiplane. Semiplanes had a wide range of use. If you wanted to become a god and possess your own divine country, you had to acquire a semiplane. Then, with the planar laws and your own understanding of the various laws as the frame and divine power and countless precious resources as the filling, you could establish a divine country hundreds of years to 1,000 years later. Additionally, if carefully cultivated and invested countless resources into it, a semiplane could mature into a complete plane. Even if the semiplane couldn't become a complete plane, but having a semiplane was still equivalent to having a vast private space and base. Thus, many powerhouses would come to the astral boundary in the search of a semiplane. It was very difficult to come across a semiplane in the endless astral boundary. The probability of finding a semiplane in the planar star river was much greater than in the astral boundary as a whole. As such, the demon monarchs came here hoping to get a semiplane. After strolling the streets for a while, Yang Feng walked into a hotel and came to in front of a room on the 3rd floor. He slammed a fist into the door. With a bang, the door shattered. Inside the room, there stood a demon with a tiger head and a human body. A gorgeous female demon with a horn, bright blonde hair, and a voluptuous and sexy figure. A ferocious-looking ghost demon with 2 30-centimeter long horns. A 3-meter-tall giant demon with rippling muscles and an ugly and ferocious face. Surging with demonic chi and exuding demon commander rank might, the 4 demon experts coldly stared at Yang Feng. The eyes of the demon with a tiger head and a human body glimmered with a savage glint. Barely suppressing its savage nature, it asked slowly, "Who are you?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and tossed a fist-sized skull flying towards the demon with a tiger head and a human body. "I'm a messenger sent by Sir Demon Monarch Sly Wolf. This is my token." When the demon with a tiger head and a human body caught the skull, it poured demonic power into it, and a terrific might unique to Sly Wolf spread from the skull. An unsightly expression on its face, the demon with a tiger head and a human body uttered coldly, "Demonic Monarch Sly Wolf doesn't trust us?" The remaining demons also had unsightly expressions on their faces. The 4 great Warlock rank demons within the room were semiplane hunters who specialized in searching for semiplanes. Demon Monarch rank experts who could not enter the planar star river paid a lot of money to recruit many powerful Devil Commander rank experts to enter the planar star river and search for semiplanes. These Demon Commander rank experts were called semiplane hunters. In the Azure Demon City, there were tens of thousands of Demon Commander rank powerhouses, and they were all semiplane hunters. The low-ranked demons in the Azure Demon City were demons who specially migrated to the city to serve the Demon Commander rank semiplane hunters. Yang Feng responded indifferently, "Sir naturally trusts you, but Sir thinks that it's more appropriate for me to watch you from the sidelines." A savage glint in its eyes, the demon with a tiger head and a human body said ruthlessly, "Since this is what Sir Demon Monarch Sly Wolf wants, then you can join us. But I hope that you won't be in the way during the mission. Otherwise, even if you are Sir Demon Monarch's man, I will tear you apart." Yang Feng just smiled indifferently. After the 5 interacted for a while, Yang Feng gained an understanding about the 4 demons. The demon with a tiger head and a human body was called Taiken. The blonde, sexy, gorgeous human demon was called Pohana. The ghost demon was called Sel. The giant demon was called Azal. The 4 demons had cold attitude towards Yang Feng. They clearly didn't have a good opinion of Yang Feng who came to surveil them. 2 days later, Yang Feng and company left the Azure Demon City. When he left the barrier of the Azure Demon City, the bizarre astral fog appeared before Yang Feng. He frowned and took out a headband inlaid with an intermediate magic crystal. The headband emitted strange light, enabling Yang Feng to see through the astral fog as if it didn't exist. One of the reasons why Demon Monarch Sly Wolf could traverse the astral boundary with its fleshly body apart from its sturdy body itself, was this headband-like secret treasure that enabled it to see through the astral fog. The other 4 demons were each equipped with a secret treasure that enabled them to see through the astral mist. They came to a plain outside the Azure Demon City. Tychon silently chanted an incantation and waved its hand. With the flash of black light, a 30-meter-long black flying vessel engraved with mysterious runes appeared in front of the 5. With a light jump, it leaped onto the black flying vessel. Yang Feng and the other 3 also jumped onto the black flying vessel. Tychon silently chanted an incantation and pointed at the black flying vessel, which radiated demonic light and flew into the air. A few days later, Freebnovel.com. A silver membrane radiating silver light extending without end, looking like it contained a small universe, appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng looked at the huge silver membrane, and a glint of shock flashed past the abyss of his eyes. So this is a planar star river. Despite being 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Feng could still sense the terrifying aura coming from the silver membrane. The planar star river concealed endless wealth. An untold number of powerhouses wished to break into the planar star river and plunder wantonly. However, ever since ancient times, in addition to the 7 warlock emperors and few peerless powerhouses at their level, only great warlock rank experts and below could enter the planar star river. Many moonlight warlock rank powerhouses and upwards have never entered the planar star river. The black flying vessel flew for half-day before it reached the edge of the silver membrane. It flew directly into the silver membranes, set off ripples and passed through. The silver membrane was approximately 300 kilometers thick. After flying for 300 kilometers, the black flying vessel finally flew out of the silver membrane. Once inside, a bright starry river appeared in front of Yang Feng. Countless stars were scattered in the dark and empty void, looking like the Milky Way galaxy's countless stars seen from a spaceship. Tychon took off the black headband from its head and said indifferently, "There's no interference from the astral fog in the planar star river. You can take off the magical headband." With a smile, Yang Feng took off the magical headband and looked into the distance. There was indeed no more interference from the astral mist. With his great warlock rank extraordinary vision, Yang Feng clearly saw the stars radiating dim light inside the planar star river. Tychon spoke with a solemn expression. "Kuei Wolf, in the planar star river, because of the constraints of the astral law, we foreigners can enter with great warlock rank cultivation base at most. However, the life forms born inside the planar star river are not restricted by the astral law. There may appear demon monarch, demon emperor, and even demon god rank experts. Never lower your guard." Yang Feng nodded, looked deeply at the stars and asked, "The stars here are so far apart and so numerous. How do we look for semi-planes?" In the planar star river, the distance between stars was measured in light years. Yang Feng didn't want to stay here for decades. Tychon responded indifferently, "Most of the outer stars have already been investigated. They are all worthless. Only by searching unknown areas might we find a valuable semiplane." Chapter 407, or Celestial Bodies. Chapter 407, or Celestial Bodies. Translator, Zayamoj. In this boundless star river, the celestial bodies are too far apart. Only by exploiting the astral law and by traversing astral passageways can we travel between the celestial bodies. Tychon took out a fist-sized astral stone and placed it in a groove of the black flying vessel, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the black flying vessel, and a black ray of light entered the black flying vessel. The black flying vessel rocked and glittered with black light, and a twisting track appeared before it. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. With a flash of light, the black flying vessel entered the twisting track and disappeared. After a few breaths of time, a twisting fissure suddenly appeared before a celestial body, and the black flying vessel speedily flew out. Amazing! Standing on the black flying vessel, Yang Feng looked back. The silver membrane was already light years away. He couldn't help but exclaim. Tychon swept the flying vessel below his feet with his gaze and sighed slightly. The grade of this star magic vessel is too low, can only travel through astral passageways once a day. If only we had an advanced star magic vessel. The star magic vessel was a very precious treasure of the demons. In order to obtain the star magic vessel, Tychon and the others accepted Sly Wolf's employment. Even Sly Wolf, who was a demon monarch rank expert, could only afford an inferior star magic vessel that could only travel through astral passageways once a day. Even with enough astral stones, you still would have to wait 1 day before proceeding for the second celestial body. Yang Feng looked at the celestial body and uttered, "Tychon, have you ever been to this celestial body before?" Tychon responded carelessly, "This is a worthless, abandoned celestial body. There's no life, no astral stones, no astral gold, nor any other precious resources specific to the astral boundary on this celestial body. There's only some iron, copper, and other ordinary metal ores. It's a really barren place." Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up a little. Iron, copper, and other metal ores were of little use to demon powerhouses like Tychon. Demons weren't inclined to spend precious star stones to go to the planar star river to mine low-grade ores such as these. But Yang Feng was different. He had many ways to obtain energy, nuclear energy, eolic energy, solar energy, just to name a few. But to manufacture robots, he was fairly restricted in terms of metal ores. The metal or resources on the Tyrannid subcontinent were not enough to support his needs. Yang Feng said, "Tychon, I want to go to this celestial body and take a look." Tychon responded indifferently, "Suit yourself. But keep this in mind, you have to come back before this time tomorrow." "Okay." After he said so, Yang Feng circled and carefully observed the star magic vessel. At the same time, he recalled the method for making star magic vessels. In the fighting demonic sect, there was also a method for making this type of secret treasure. But to successfully refine a star magic vessel, an astral secret treasure, alchemists had to have an understanding of the astral law. Such alchemists were rare in the fighting demonic sect. There were less than 5 people. Additionally, a lot of astral stones, astral gold, and other precious astral ores were required to refine a star magic vessel. Even moonlight warlocks would find it difficult to get hold of a star magic vessel. Most of the star magic vessels used by demon commander rank experts in the Azure Demon City were given to them by demon emperors and demon gods. On their own, demon commander rank experts could never get hold of a star magic vessel. It was only by chance that Sly Wolf got a star magic vessel. After which, it used the star magic vessel to rope in Tychon and the other 3 demon commander rank experts and have them look for a semiplane for it. Tychon and the other 3 remained on the star magic vessel. After ascertaining that this star magic vessel could travel trough astral passageways only once a day, Yang Feng raised his hand and scattered nano-robots all over the star magic vessel. freewebnovel.com. After doing this, his eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he turned into a streak of light flying towards the celestial body. The celestial body had a thin atmosphere. As soon as Yang Feng flew into its atmosphere, he felt his body sink slightly, attracted by the celestial planet's gravity. After he landed, he looked around. What met his gaze was earthen yellow color and empty space, giving off a sense of stillness and desolation. Yang Feng pointed at the rocky ground and cast the spell Transmute Rock to Mud. An earthen yellow magic light enveloped the rocks, turning them into soil. An invisible mage hand grabbed the soil and tossed it aside. Soil splashed about, and a huge hole soon emerged, forming an expansive underground base. After taking out and installing a first-rate warp gate, Yang Feng immediately operated it. Launching the S2 warp gate. Scanning the environment, analyzing. The environment is in a distorted and unstable state. To open the warp gate, it'll take an additional 100% of energy. Opening the S2 warp gate will consume 50% of the stock of energy, and maintaining it will also consume a lot of energy. Should the warp gate be opened? Yang Feng ordered decisively, "Proceed," pouring in energy. Opening the warp gate. Messages sounded in his sea of consciousness, and the first-rate warp gate shone brightly and slowly opened. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate and returned to the secret base on the Tyrannid subcontinent. Not long after, Yang Feng returned via the warp gate. After having engineering robots quickly dig out a huge space underground, he released a Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold. The second Level 2 mobile fortified stronghold was still under construction. At present, he only had Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold at his disposal. Engineering robots were released from the Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold to dig for ores and build nuclear power plants and collect energy, and develop the celestial body methodically. Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile, then his body blurred, and he flew towards the star magic vessel. A month flew by. Thanks to the star demon vessel, Yang Feng and his party crossed 30 celestial bodies in succession. These celestial bodies were all bare, having no life. At the same time, they had no astral stones, astral gold, nor other precious resources. Taiken and the other 3 demon experts didn't even bother to check them. They have seen such celestial bodies many times already. Yang Feng, on the other hand, went to check each celestial body and left a transmitter behind so that he could easily locate the celestial bodies. Although the celestial bodies had no astral stones, astral god, or other such treasures on the surface, but on the inside, they were rich in resources. From the celestial body inside which he had left a mobile fortified stronghold, he had already excavated some astral stones, astral gold, and other precious ore. On this day, unlike how they usually lazied about, Taiken and the other 3 demon commanders were fully armed and looked dignified. Kuei Wolf, the region we passed through previously, was a safe channel in the outer zone of the planar star river explored by countless people. In the outer zone, there are mostly bare celestial bodies with no value. The probability of semiplanes appearing there is not much higher than that of other parts of the astral boundary. Next, we're going to an inner zone of the planar star river. In the inner zone, it's fairly easy to come across semiplanes. But at the same time, the inner zone is 10 times more dangerous than the outer zone. Be ready. Taiken spoke solemnly. Yang Feng nodded. Taiken silently chanted an incantation and pointed at the star magic vessel. Black light shone. A twisting astral passageway appeared, and the star magic vessel flew in. Light shone, and the star magic vessel passed through the twisting astral passageway and appeared next to a celestial body. Pohana looked at the meteorites that surrounded the celestial body, and her pretty eyes flashed with delight. Astral stones! Astral stones! The eyes of Cell and Azal lit up and glimmered with delight as they stared at the meteorites surrounding the celestial body. To make planar passageways, astral gates, star magic vessels, and other secret treasures related to the astral boundary, large quantities of astral stones were required. Whether demons or humans, all treated astral stones as a hard currency that it could be used to trade for many precious treasures and cultivation resources. On the Zhangji plane, astral stone was a precious or slightly less precious than purple sage demonic gold, and it was also calculated in grams. Pohana, Cell, and Azal urged their demonic chi and turned into streaks of light flying towards the meteorite belt, collecting the meteorites containing the astral stones one by one. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered a few times, then his body blurred, and he flew towards the meteorite belt. With a wave of his hand, fist-sized level 2 extraordinary life form giant strength bees flew out of a honeycomb in his hand and spread about. More than 100,000 giant strength bees pounced at the meteorites containing astral stones and grabbed them, and flew back to Yang Feng. Huge patches of meteorites containing astral stones disappeared in front of Yang Feng and were stored in his storage ring. When Pohana, Cell, and Azal saw this scene, their complexions changed, and they looked at each other. They surged with demonic chi, turned into 3 streaks of light, and flew to other places, away from Yang Feng. They unleashed their secret methods to collect the astral stones. Chapter 408, Astral Spatial Silkworms. Chapter 408, Astral Spatial Silkworms. Translator, Zayamoj. In the meteorite belt around the celestial body, there were countless meteorites of all sizes. All of a sudden, a meteorite split open, and a silkworm-like astral insect with a pair of transparent insect wings flew out. The insect had no eyes, ears, or nose. It just had sharp, beast-like teeth. When the strange astral insect flew out, a spatial force enveloped it, and it disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, the space in front of Azal twisted, and the strange astral insect flew out and pounced at Azal's head in an instant. The speed of the astral insect was fast to the extreme. Caught off guard, Azal just had time to issue a bellow. He surged with demonic chi, and the muscles of his head tensed up. Even a level 3 secret treasure may not be able to penetrate his head's defenses. The astral insect's mouthpiece whirled wildly and stabbed at Azal's head. In the blink of an eye, it broke through Azal's defenses and drilled into his skull. Azal was bleeding from his facial orifices in an instant, and he issued a roar of fear and pain. "Help! Help me! Astral insect!" Pohana, Cell, Yang Feng, and Taiken were attracted by Azal's previous howl. When they saw the astral insect pierce Azal's head, their faces fell. Without saying a word, Yang Feng blurred into motion and quickly flew to the star magic vessel. Countless giant strength bees chased after him and flew into the beehive in his hand. Pohana also rushed towards the star magic vessel without hesitation. Cell hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and performed blink successively, and his figure flashed continuously, flying towards Azal. Crack, crack, the sound of meteorites shattering echoed, and silkworm-like astral insects flew out, and then disappeared. The space next to Cell twisted, and a large number of astral insects flew out, shooting towards him. Cell's countenance changed dramatically. Then he roared, his muscles tensed up, and he suddenly erupted with quasi-demon monarch rank fluctuations of power. His claws shot out and swept towards the astral insects in a storm of after-images. Cell's claws, who was a ghost demon expert, were extremely sharp. Even Starry Sky Warlock rank experts would have their flesh lacerated and bones broken when struck by them. Even human Starry Sky Warlock rank experts wouldn't be willing to fight at close quarters with a ghost demon expert like Cell. Otherwise, once Cell got close, there was a possibility of death. Shrouded by the claw after images, the astral insects burst into pieces, and black mucus splashed towards Cell. That black mucus contained a very strange force. As soon as it landed on the demonic chi protecting Cell, it put the demonic chi out and then landed on him. As soon as the black mucus landed on him, Cell raised his head and issued a shrill scream, and his face contorted from the unbearable pain. Black gas surged, and his movements slowed down greatly. Taking advantage of the moment Cell's movements slowed down, a large number of astral insects passed through his defenses, pounced on him, and devoured him in big mouthfuls. Within a dozen breaths of time, Cell was covered by a dense swarm of astral insects, giving off a hair-raising feeling to anyone who'd laid eyes on him. Retreat! Yang Feng and Pohana have just flown into the star magic vessel, when the star magic vessel lit up with black light, and suddenly turned into a beam of black light fleeing towards the distance. Chilling chewing sounds echoed inside the meteorite belt. Yang Feng took a deep look at Taiken with a strange gleam in his eyes. If he had been a little slower, he would have been abandoned. Pohana glanced at Taiken, and a peculiar glint flashed past her pretty eyes. Taiken looked back, and his face changed dramatically. He shouted, "Shit! The astral spatial silkworms have caught up. You too? Use spatial interference spells." Astral spatial silkworms were the fearsome astral insects that devoured Cell and Azal. They were born with the power to control space, and adult astral spatial silkworms possessed junior demon commander rank strength. Moreover, they were social creatures. Once surrounded by them, then even starry sky warlocks would find it hard to escape death. Behind the star magic vessel, a dense spatial silkworm swarm appeared and disappeared as it crossed space and chased after the three. Her pretty face slightly pale, Pohana silently recited an incantation, pointed to the back, and cast the level for spell spatial interference. Strange spatial ripples suddenly spread in the back. The space behind them twisted for a moment, and then restored its tranquility. The astral spatial silkworms were unable to use their innate spatial ability amid the distorted and chaotic spatial fluctuations, unable to continue their chase. Yang Feng also silently recited an incantation and, alternating with Pohana, cast spatial interference to block the spatial ability of the astral spatial silkworms. An hour later, the star magic vessel broke away from the pursuit of the astral spatial silkworms. Tychon shot Pohana an indifferent look and said, "Take it out." A blank look on her face, Pohana handed 1/3 of the astral stones to Tychon. Tychon was in charge of controlling the star magic vessel, and 1/3 of the resources collected by the others were to be handed to him. This was the arrangement of this team. Tychon took a deep look at Yang Feng and frowned slightly. He didn't ask Yang Feng for astral stones. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted. A big hole appeared, and a 100-meter-long, luxurious star magic vessel far superior to the one Tychon and company rode emerged. On the star magic vessel, there stood a very handsome human demon man with a horn on his head. The human demon man was surrounded by a dozen human demon beauties. Every person atop the star magic vessel exuded demon commander rank aura, while the handsome human demon man even more so exuded quasi-demon monarch aura. As soon as Tychon saw the handsome human demon man, his face turned pale, and he uttered in a trembling voice, "Heart-eating junior demon monarch." Pohana's pretty face also turned pale, and she shivered. Yang Feng frowned slightly. After a quick search through demon monarch Sly Wolf's memories, a dignified look surged inside his eyes. The heart-eating junior demon monarch was a human demon expert. Although he possessed quasi-demon monarch rank cultivation base, but his fighting strength was comparable to some demon monarch rank experts. Moreover, he was cruel and bloodthirsty. He liked to eat the hearts of experts. Even among demons, he was an abominable and extremely ferocious character. The heart-eating junior demon monarch raised his eyebrows, and he shot a glance full of interest at Yang Feng and his party and showed a cruel smile. "Oh, you ants know my name. Good, I'm in a good mood today. Give me all your secret treasures and resources, and I'll be merciful and let you live." Tychon spoke coldly, a gloomy expression on his face. "Don't believe a single word he says. Those who do end up dead." The heart-eating junior demon monarch smiled malevolently, stared at Pohana like a snake eyeing a mouse, and said coldly, "Ha, that's right. All the men who believed me are dead. However, I have been always gentle to women. The woman over there, if you don't want to die, come join me. Otherwise, I'll cook you alive first." Her pretty face blanched. Pohana shivered slightly, a wavering look on her face. She wasn't chaste to begin with, and had no scruples with becoming his woman. But she worried that the heart-eating junior demon monarch would go back on his words and kill her. An expression of ridicule on his face. The heart-eating junior demon monarch looked over with a strange intoxication in his eyes. Yang Feng quietly retreated by a few steps. Tychon's countenance changed, and he barked, "Pohana, have you forgotten our hundreds of years-long friendship?" Pohana's face changed and her eyes flashed with decisiveness. Then she stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "Heart-eating junior demon monarch, don't try to drive a wedge between us. I will never betray my companions." Tychon's eyes flashed with a peculiar gleam, and he released a sigh of relief. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Suddenly, Pohana's figure retreated briskly, and a sharp claw 30 centimeters long popped out on her right clawed hand, carrying fearsome demonic chi, swift as a clap of thunder. Her claw thrust into Tychon's chest and scooped out his heart. After her attack succeeded, Pohana blurred into motion and flew towards the heart-eating junior demon monarch's star magic vessel. Why? As a demon commander, Tychoon's life force surpassed that of humans by dozens of times. After his heart was dug out by Pohana, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he bled from his facial orifices. He roared a single word. Pohana revealed a fascinating smile, a look of ridicule in her pretty eyes. "Because I want to live. Tychoon, you fool. How could I defy the heart-eating junior demon monarch because of you? Are you out of your mind? And you even believed me?" Eyes filled with anger, Tychoon trembled slightly and fell on the floor. He died with his eyes opened wide. "Nicely done." With a grin, the heart-eating junior demon monarch extended his hand and exuded tremendous attractive force, pulling Pohana to his side. He tore her clothes, and his hand went on to knead her body. Pohana blushed, her eyes limpid like water, She released a charming aura and said coquettishly, "This is what you ought to do." Chapter 409, Killing the Heart-Eating Junior Demon Monarch. Chapter 409, Killing the Heart-Eating Junior Demon Monarch. Translator, Zayamoj. The heart-eating junior demon monarch showed a sinister smile and circled with his finger the place where Pohana's heart was located. "Very well. Baby, help me with another thing. I want you to kill him. As long as you do, I'll make you my woman. Otherwise, I'll eat your heart." Pohana's tender body stiffened, and she forced out a smile. "Yes, I'll kill him." Pohana's figure blurred, and she flew towards the star magic vessel with Yang Feng on it. "Kuei Wolf, please die for me." A ferocious glint shimmered inside her eyes. Then she surged with demonic chi, and purple demonic runes lit up on her delicate body, and a black armor suddenly covered her. She exuded pinnacle demon commander aura. Pohana was able to join the semi-plane hunter squad because she was strong enough. Even among the Azure Demon City's demon commanders, she was located in the upper middle echelon. Pohana's figure blurred, and there were suddenly 3 images of her, who rushed towards Yang Feng lightning fast from different directions. The 3 images emanated identical auras. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and starry sky rippers suddenly appeared. Wielding super high-frequency oscillation blades, 3 starry sky rippers slashed at the 3 images respectively. The left image flashed, and a large amount of blood scattered. The image screamed and turned into a black mist. agayuyobinavel.com. The starry sky rippers slashed at the black mist, yet to no avail. The level 4 spell mystification was one of the most suitable spells against physical attacks. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed with his finger, and unleashed the level 4 spell Fire Dragon. And a 30-meter-long flame dragon suddenly appeared and rushed towards the black mist. Screams came from the black mist, and the mist quickly converged and formed Pohana's figure with a feeble aura. "No, don't kill me. Kuei Wolf, spare my life. Please, spare me. So long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do anything. I'm willing to do anything." As soon as Pohana appeared, she screamed miserably, face overcome with fear. 6 starry sky rippers erupted with Mach 10 speed in an instant, leaving after images behind. They suddenly appeared in front of Pohana, slashed at her with their super high-frequency oscillation blades, and cut her to pieces, leaving only a head behind. Derision in his eyes, the heart-eating junior demon monarch spoke loftily. "How cruel! You killed your companion without any reluctance. I very much appreciate you. Hand over all your treasures and become my dog, and I'll spare your dog life. Kill them all." Looking apathetic, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and hundreds of starry sky rippers, space disruptors, gravity manipulators, wind manipulators, ice manipulators, and other special battle robots suddenly appeared and turned into shooting stars flying towards the heart-eating junior demon monarch and company. Presumptuous! Seeing this, the eyes of the heart-eating junior demon monarch shimmered with wrath, looking like a lofty sovereign who was provoked by a peasant, and his body surged with demonic chi. Fierce light flashing in his eyes, he recited an incantation, point to the battle robots, and cast the level 4 meteorological spell Corroding Tempest. Dark gas raged and rolled, and terrific magic rain capable of easily corroding level 2 warlocks to death suddenly appeared. A terrific magic wind suddenly sprang up and swept the corrosive magic rain towards the hundreds of battle robots. Large-scale meteorological spells were undoubtedly the best way to deal with enemies large in numbers, yet with low individual strength. Transparent shields suddenly appeared around the hundreds of battle robots. Inside the Black Tempest, countless black magic raindrops slammed into the shields and issued a sound similar to raindrops falling on banana leaves. Yet they could not break the shield of any of the battle robots. Virtually in the wink of an eye, a starry sky ripper flew out of the tempest, appeared in front of a beautiful demon expert lightning fast, and slashed at her. The face of the beautiful demon expert suddenly fell. Then she surged with demonic chi, and black scales with amazing defense power covered her at once. The starry sky ripper slashed down mercilessly and sliced the beautiful demon expert into two, and blood splashed about. One after another, starry sky rippers rushed out of the magic rain at Mach 10 speed, appeared in front of the beautiful demon commander rank experts in a flash, and cut them in half with a blade strike. Although the beautiful demon women were demon commander experts, but they had little actual combat experience, and didn't guard against the starry sky rippers at all, which was why they were insta-killed. No! Damn you, you bastard! You dare kill my concubines! You dare to kill my most beloved concubines! You accursed animal! I swear, I will tear you limb from limb. I will torture you for hundreds of years, then have you die in the most agonizing way. Furious, the heart-eating junior demon monarch bellowed wildly and surged with demonic chi. His body suddenly bulged and his face twisted, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall blade ghost giant demon with a grotesque face and sharp blades on the joints. Blade ghost giant demons were a branch of ghost demons. Adult blade ghost giant demon possessed demon commander rank strength, while the elites could even fight with some ordinary demon monarch rank experts. They were extremely frightening demons. After his transformation, the heart-eating junior demon monarch's aura swelled wildly, approaching the level of a demon monarch. 5 starry sky rippers instantly appeared in front of the heart-eating junior demon monarch and chopped at him. Tin cans, begone! The eyes of the heart-eating junior demon monarch shimmered with madness, and sharp claws 1 meter long popped out of his clawed hands and turned into after-images. Their shields were smashed, and the 5 starry sky rippers turned into countless parts that scattered about. At this moment, a rain of gravity spheres suddenly barreled towards him. The heart-eating junior demon monarch smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation, and his body was covered in spatial fluctuations at once. Practically at the same time, the space disruptors launched their space jammers, and spatial ripples spread about. The spatial fluctuations covering the heart-eating junior demon monarch collapsed at once, and his face suddenly fell. Gravity spheres slammed into the heart-eating junior demon monarch in an instant, making him sink, as if he was being pressed down to the floor by a large mountain. In the blink of an eye, a starry sky ripper reached the heart-eating junior demon monarch and slashed down at his head, directly beheading him. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. No, an incredulous look on its face. The heart-eating junior demon monarch's head issued a mournful scream, then bled from its facial orifices and lost all life. The heart-eating junior demon monarch was a quasi-demon monarch rank powerhouse. In the Azure Demon City, he was in the top 20 among demon commanders. Additionally, with the help of his dozen demon commander concubines, he was a nearly unparalleled existence in the demon commander rank. Yet now, he was easily killed by Yang Feng's battle robots. Naturally, he could not believe this fact, and died with his eyes opened. Yang Feng frowned slightly, looked at Taikon's body, and sighed. I lost the guide. This is troublesome. Although Yang Feng could read the memories from the heads of Taikon and the others, but wielding the memories at will wasn't so simple. Reading the memories of Taikon and them was just like possessing an extra database with their memories. Whenever he encountered a problem, he would search through the optical computer, which slowed him down considerably. Besides, the database didn't contain the experience and honed instincts of Taikon and the others, which was very troublesome. After collecting the blood essence of the demon experts, Yang Feng carefully examined the star magic vessel of the heart-eating junior demon monarch, and his eyes showed a look of satisfaction. This star magic vessel isn't bad. It should be mid-grade. It can be used to pass through astral passageways 3 times a day. Not bad. Yang Feng put away the low-grade star magic vessel, came to the mid-grade star magic vessel, and began to examine the harvest of this battle. Taikon and Pohana only had some astral stones, astral gold, and other similarly precious resources. Although the heart-eating junior demon monarch was a quasi-demon monarch rank powerhouse, but he also only had some astral stones, astral gold, and other similarly precious resources. Additionally, he also gained more than 1 million low-grade magic crystals, 500 mid-grade magic crystals, and various resources demons used for cultivation. He was very satisfied with so many magic crystals. After all, he had to use magic crystals to practice cultivation now. The main contributor of magic crystals was the quasi-demon monarch rank expert heart-eating junior demon monarch. He didn't know why, but the other party had even more magic crystals than demon monarch Sly Wolf. Demon monarch Sly Wolf just contributed over 500,000 magic crystals. After the inventory, Yang Feng didn't collect the battle robots, but let them scatter in the corners of the star magic vessel, and then began to read the memories of Taiken, the heart-eating junior demon monarch, and them pertaining the planar star river. After he carefully looked through the memories of Taiken and them, a peculiar glint flashed past his eyes. So, apart from the outer and inner regions, there's still the core and inner core regions in the planar star river. In the inner region, you can find semiplanes by chance, while in the core region, the number of semiplanes was even greater. The heart-eating junior demon monarch was going to the core region. As for the inner core region, it's too dangerous. There, even moonlight warlocks had a great probability of dying. Fundamentally, no one could enter it. Chapter 410 Sealing a Semiplane. Chapter 410 Sealing a Semiplane. Translator, Zayamoj. A month passed in the wink of an eye. Riding the mid-grade star magic vessel, Yang Feng passed by more than 100 celestial bodies. Flying in a straight line, he finally crossed into the core region of the astral star river. Along the way, he also came across some astral lifeforms, but he either killed them or urged the star magic vessel to leave via astral passageways and avoid the astral lifeforms. At the same time, Yang Feng collected a lot of star stones and star gold along the way. The source of this content is frubovel.cm. In the astral boundary, astral stones and astral gold weren't uncommon. They both were consumables that had to be used in many astral secret treasures. Besides, with the exception of the astral boundary, other places were practically devoid of them, which was why they were so expensive. On this day, the space before a celestial body inside the core region distorted, and a mid-grade star magic vessel slowly flew out. After the star magic vessel flew out of the void, a large number of drones flew out from the star magic vessel and scattered in all directions. Every time he appeared near a celestial body, he would release more than 100,000 drones to search for traces of semiplanes. These days, however, he scattered more than 10 million drones to look for traces of semiplanes. There seems to be something missing. Sitting in the star magic vessel, Yang Feng carefully studied the taboo text in his hands. He put down the taboo text and looked at the vast starry sky, feeling lonely and desolate. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose as he thought of something. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but to go from extravagance to frugality, conversely, is difficult. It seems that I miss the company of beautiful women. Next time, if it's safe, I'll bring Eunice and them along. Discovered the trace of suspected semi-plane. Suddenly, his sea of knowledge trembled slightly, and a mechanical synthesized voice sound. There's a clue. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly scanned the specific information, and then his eyes revealed a look of delight. It turns out that it's nearby a celestial body I passed by not long ago. He immediately silently recited an incantation and pointed at the star magic vessel, and a beam of black light suddenly entered the star magic vessel. With a flash of magic light, an astral passageway suddenly appeared, and the star magic vessel immediately entered inside, flying into the distance. The space distorted, and the star magic vessel appeared in front of another celestial body. The star magic vessel turned into a streak of black light and shot towards the west. That streak of black light flew for a long time before suddenly stopping in front of a drone. So this is the suspected semi-plane. Standing atop the star magic vessel, Yang Feng looked into the distance, a scorching look in his eyes. Not far away from the drone, there was a landmass floating in the void, which looked like an island. It was only 300 meters in radius and was shrouded in a thin atmosphere. It seemed like there were no signs of life. When he reached the floating landmass, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at it, and cast a level 4 spell to sense for planar will. Magic ripples invisible to the naked I spread with him as the center. The ripples shrouded the landmass. After a long time, the landmass trembled slightly, and transmitted a fluctuation that didn't resemble that of life forms. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with a glint of excitement. There's no mistake. This is a semi-plane that can grow. It's the main ingredient for refining a true divine country. Without a semi-plane, gods could not refine their divine country. And gods without their own divine country were inferior to other gods, and had no sense of security. With a wave of his hand, a fist-sized black secret treasure semi-plane sealing sphere suddenly flew out and landed on the semi-plane. The semi-plane sealing sphere released black light that landed on the semi-plane. Illuminated by the black light, the semi-plane gradually shrank little by little. Even with a special secret treasure, Yang Feng was still struggling to seal a semi-plane with his great warlock rank cultivation base. 10 days passed in an instant, and the semi-plane finally shrunk to the size of a fist, and slowly flew towards the semi-plane sealing sphere. Suddenly, Yang Feng's countenance changed, and he looked to the north. Resembling a star magic vessel, a warship more than 1,000 meters in length, forged from white jade dragon bones. Radiating terrific dragon might flew towards him from afar. On the warship stood hundreds of handsome and beautiful dragon experts with horns enveloped in rich dragon chi. In the center of the warship, there was a litter decorated with countless fist-sized pearls, draped in starry sky warlock rank tiger-type extraordinary life form fur, and inlaid with numerous resplendent gems. On the litter sat a very handsome and extraordinary young man in a white robe, a pair of golden horns on his head. Overcome with majesty and hegemony, his eyes flashed with a golden gleam. When Yang Feng saw the dragon powerhouse sitting on the litter, his heart shook slightly and his eyes flashed with dignity. This guy won't be easy to deal with. The golden horned dragon expert dressed in a white robe shot Yang Feng a cold look, and his golden eyes sparkled with excitement, saying loftily, "Semi-plane, there's no mistake. I didn't come to this planar star river core region all the way from the plane of dragons in vain. Demon, hand over that semi-plane and screw off. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill." Dragons were terrifying beings at the peak of extraordinary life forms. Solely in terms of individual strength, dragons were far superior to demons. Were it not for their low fecundity, and the low number of primordial dragons, archaic dragons, and immemorial dragons, the warlock emperors of the 7 warlock dynasties may not be able to suppress the plane of dragons. According to legends, the founder of the first warlock dynasty, the Time Lord, once fought with a primordial dragon of the plane of dragons when he suppressed the plane of dragons. Although he did suppress the primordial dragon, but he was also seriously injured, and eventually died an untimely death. Of course, there were also legends stating that the Time Lord was seriously injured during the time he fought with the many ancient gods of the Zhangji plane, which led to his early demise. Regardless, there were several stories narrating the fight of a primordial dragon and the Time Lord, illustrating the power of dragons. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and the semi-plane sealing sphere opened and swallowed the shrunken semi-plane, which he put away. He responded coldly, mocking, "I am Demon Commander Kuei Wolf, a subordinate of Demon Emperor Cartman. You bastard, you dare to threaten me? Do you want to be exterminated?" A cold smile on his face, a very handsome dragon expert stepped forward and barked, "A trifling demon emperor, and you still dare to threaten His Highness Delican? What a fool. Lowly demon commander, the sir in front of you is His Highness Delican, the 9th son of His Majesty Archaic 8-headed Golden Dragon King Brannies. Get down on your knees and repent for your sins if you don't want to be annihilated. In front of His Majesty Brannies, even junior demon gods of your race would have to be respectful, let alone you." Delican's eyes flashed with a cruel gleam, and he said coldly, "Enough, Cody. This demon ant dares to provoke me. Kill him. Yes, your highness." More than a dozen dragon experts bowed towards Delican and saluted. Eyes shimmering coldly, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and battle robots flew out. The tension was palpable. At this time, whistling noise came from afar, and terrifying black wind gushed out of the depths of the planar star river and swept towards everyone present. In the terrifying black wind's wake, the bright stars dimmed and disappeared from the sky. When Delican saw the black wind suddenly appear in the distance, his face fell, and he cried out, "Shit! Star River Dark Storm." On the huge white jade dragon bone warship, the faces of the dragon experts fell, and they chanted incantations and cast one powerful spell after another to enchant themselves. The Star River Darkstorm was a horrifying natural disaster of the planar Star River. In its wake, the stars would get extinguished. When blown by the Star River Darkstorm full of dark energy, even bright world warlock rank powerhouses would have their body destroyed and their soul extinguished. As for great warlock rank experts, as long as they were brushed, only death would await them. Yang Feng's face changed dramatically. He silently recited an incantation and pointed to the star magic vessel. A distorted passageway suddenly appeared. The astral passageway was twisting wildly and chaotic. Obviously, it was greatly affected by the Star River Darkstorm and became extremely unstable. FREOEBnovel.com. Yang Feng clenched his teeth and drove the star magic vessel towards the astral passageway without hesitation. Once he was brushed by the Star River Darkstorm, he was dead. He could only make this choice. Delican's face changed several times. Then he recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and magic light enveloped the white jade dragon bone warship. The white jade dragon bone warship emitted an astral aura at once. Shrouded in light, it entered the void. A distorted and chaotic planar passageway also appeared in front of the white jade dragon bone warship, looking like it could collapse at any time, and the warship flew directly inside. Chapter 411 Planar Celestial Sphere. Chapter 411 Planar Celestial Sphere. Translator, Zayamoj. The space above a continent extending without end twisted, and the white jade dragon bone warship shakily flew out from the void and dropped to the ground. When he flew out from the white jade dragon bone warship, Delican cast the spell Dragon's Eyes and pointed to the sky. A golden dragon eye with a vertical pupil suddenly appeared in the sky and looked around. There was a flash of excitement in Delican's eyes, and he burst out laughing and said, "It's that place! Ha-ha! It seems that my luck is really good." In another place of the same continent, the space distorted, and a 300-meter-tall glistening green tree suddenly flew out and landed on the ground. A peerlessly beautiful high elven girl with sharp ears dressed in a green leaf armor, exuding the aura of nature, flew out of the giant tree and looked at a huge semi-spherical mountain range in the distance. Her pretty eyes glimmered with excitement. "Is it here? How lucky! The past 10 years weren't in vain." In another place of the continent, the space twisted, and a huge meteorite 1,000 meters in diameter shot out and dropped to the ground. A 100-meter-tall bald giant covered in a layer of armor, holding a huge beast bone, walked out of the huge meteorite. In yet another place of the continent, the space twisted, and a magic ship surrounded by demonic chi flew out and landed on the ground. Such scenes repeated throughout this endless continent. The space twisted, and a bruised mid-grade star magic vessel flew out of the void and tottered to the ground. When the mid-grade star magic vessel was falling to the ground, Yang Feng suddenly flew out, operated his dimensional badge, and collected the star magic vessel. Where is this? Yang Feng looked around and saw that there were various kinds of rare plants around him. At the same time, the whole continent was filled with life magic energy. Yang Feng operated the dimensional badge once more, and countless drones suddenly flew out and scattered across the continent. He took out a cell phone-looking holographic projector and pressed it. Light rays shot out from the holographic projector and formed a holographic projection in midair, depicting increasingly more of the continent's terrain. A drone flew over an emerald green lake, when water arrows suddenly burst out of the lake, instantly pierced through the drone, and pulled it back into the lake. A drone passed by a thousands of meters tall tree, when a giant blue flower suddenly opened, and blue light enveloped the drone, which immediately fell and disappeared into the huge tree's mouth. The drones flying in the unfamiliar continent collecting terrain data were being destroyed by terrifying extraordinary life forms all over the continent. Yang Feng looked at the images of the destroyed drones with a grave look in his eyes. This place is really dangerous. This should be a very rare life star in the astral boundary. And it still should be a high-grade life star capable of breeding powerful extraordinary life forms. Life stars were very rare in the astral boundary. They could be divided into 4 basic groups: low-grade life stars, mid-grade life stars, high-grade lifestars, and top-grade lifestars. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. Low-grade lifestars could breed level 3 Warlock rank experts at most, mid-grade lifestars could breed Starry Sky Warlock rank experts, high-grade lifestars could breed Glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts, and top-grade lifestars could breed Paragon experts comparable to the 7 Warlock Emperors. Of course, top-grade lifestars were rare even among lifestars in the astral boundary. Only the Warlock Emperors, as well as their strongest subordinates, may chance upon them when traveling the astral boundary. What? Could this be the planar celestial sphere of legends? The place where semi-plane seeds are bred? Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed, and he willed. The holographic projection of the continent zoomed in on a place in an instant. In the middle of the vast continent, there was a huge semi-spherical mountain range, which exuded a desolate and ancient aura from its center. In the center of the huge semi-spherical mountain range, there was dazzling spreading light in all directions. According to legend, in the core region of planar star rivers, there were some life stars that could breed semi-planes. These life stars were called planar celestial spheres. They were one of the few places in the astral boundary where semi-plane seeds could be obtained. The central part of the huge semi-spherical mountain range was where semi-plane seeds were produced. Yang Feng willed, and dozens of drones flew to the center of the huge semi-spherical mountain range. The dozens of drones have just flown next to a dense forest, when a 100-meter-tall purple astral life form looking a bit like a dragon, with a crocodile head, a pair of meaty wings on its back, and a long tail dragging behind it suddenly flew up and inhaled. A whirlpool appeared in the maw of the terrifying astral life form, and the drones were sucked inside. Yang Feng's countenance changed, and he wheeled again. Drones immediately flew to the huge semi-spherical mountain range from different directions. Seemingly alarmed by something, 100-meter-long astral thunderbirds surrounded by lightning suddenly flew out of their nests and shot towards the drones. Following flashes of lightning, drones immediately dropped to the ground. In a desert, a yellow storm suddenly took shape and swept towards the sky. Drones were instantly swallowed by the fearsome storm and disappeared. Such scene occurred all around the celestial body. Due to various extraordinary life forms, the drones were destroyed before they could reach the huge semi-spherical mountain range. When he saw this, Yang Feng's face turned slightly gloomy. He took a deep look in the direction of the semi-spherical mountain range, and his eyes shimmered with fierce light. The place where the planar celestial sphere is located should be a high-grade life star, and the strongest expert the high-grade life star is able to breed should be a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank existence. However, these astral life forms have low intelligence and lack fear. Watch me steamroll my way over. Compared to an intact semiplane, it was 100 times harder to get hold of a semiplane seed. Only the unparalleled 7 Warlock Emperors, as well as powerful existences at their level, could freely enter planar star rivers and easily obtain semiplane seeds. As for other people, even for Infinity Warlock rank experts and strong divine power rank gods, getting hold of a semiplane seed was a matter of chance. Since he had the chance to get a semiplane seed, Yang Feng definitely wouldn't let it slip by his fingers. He pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a level 1 mobile fortified stronghold immediately appeared in front of him. Next, he quickly entered the level 1 mobile fortified stronghold, walked up to a top-grade warp gate, and immediately activated it. The doors of the level 1 mobile fortified stronghold opened at once, and a steady stream of bladed robots, gunner robots, artillery robots, starry sky rippers, and other battle robots poured out. Before long, a huge mechanical legion poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold. Ever since the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold was manufactured not long ago, most of the level 8 battle robots became obsolete. But after being modified, after having their weapons exchanged, they were directly transported from the Tyrannid subcontinent to be used as cannon fodder. After the bladed robots and other battle robots changed their weapons and equipment, although their performance was still far inferior to that of the new models, but their destructive power has still been greatly enhanced. Watching the densely packed mechanical legion, Yang Feng mused for a while and entered an ordinary shielded robot, and then kept far away from a special commander robot. The commander robot was red in color, 12 meters in height, completely forged form divine blood steel, equipped with a small positron gun. Even Moonlight Warlock rank experts would be gravely injured when hit by the small positron gun. Although the performance of the commander robot was far greater than that of ordinary models, but the risk it entailed was also much greater. It was too eye-catching. After more than 1 million battle robots poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold, the battle robots launched their engines and rushed towards the direction of the semi-spherical mountain range in a flood of steel. Before long, a dense forest formed from 100-meter-tall trees, where no light could penetrate, appeared in front of the mechanical legion. Engines rumbling, the bladed robots charged towards the huge trees and slashed with their super high-frequency oscillation blades. The giant trees were directly cut into two by the bladed robots, and blood-like sap suddenly effused from the severed places. Chapter 412 Steamroll. Chapter 412 Steamroll. Translator, Zayamoj. As if a hornet nest that was poked, the roots of the huge trees in the forest rose, and countless thick rattans swept towards the bladed robots like arrows. Within a breath's time, the thick rattans wound around 20 bladed robots and exerted tremendous strength. The shields of the bladed robots burst and their frames deformed at once. Unafraid, the bladed robots in the rear plunged into the forest like a torrent of steel and hacked at the trees with their super high-frequency oscillation blades. No matter how tricky the rattans of the huge trees were, they were still cut off by the bladed robots one after another, and a huge passage was forcibly cleared out in the dense forest. The fearsome mechanical legion quickly cleared a path out in the forest in an unreasonable fashion. If he came here alone, this forest alone would give Yang Feng a huge headache. Although these tree-type extraordinary plants weren't strong, only comparable to level 2 extraordinary life forms, but their number was in the tens of thousands. This would constitute a small headache even for a starry sky warlock. These tree-type extraordinary plants possessed low intelligence. Only after tens of thousands of their companions were cut down by the mechanical legion did they grew some fear, and many of them uprooted and fled to other places. After passing through the forest, a grassland extending without end suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. A dozen bladed robots blurred into motion and rushed into the grassland. freewebnov.com. Lush grass suddenly sprang up and shot towards the bladed robots like arrows. The dozen bladed robots instantly activated their shields and resisted the grass. The grass in the grassland seemed to get angry, and countless grass shot towards the bladed robots and struck their shields, issuing a sound similar to raindrops hitting banana leaves. The gunner robots equipped with flamethrowers suddenly flew out and sprayed long tongues of fire towards the grass in the grassland. Under the torrents of fire, the grass-type extraordinary plants in the grassland were burnt to ashes. The fierce flames spread in all directions. From the dense grass, all sorts of astral insects flew out and formed a dense insect cloud sweeping towards the battle robots. The dark insect swarm rolled out and engulfed more than 30 bladed robots at the frontmost, instantly shattering their shields. When the insect swarm took to flight again, only dark and rugged frames full of holes were left of the more than 30 bladed robots. They had become piles of scrap iron and could no longer move. Gunner robots equipped with flamethrowers rushed forward in a frenzy, and flames rolled towards the insect swarm in the sky, turning a large number of astral insects into fireballs that dropped to the ground. Inside the sea of flames, large patches of astral insects dropped down, and the insect cloud shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mechanical legion continued to move forward while killing the astral insects. The insect cloud kept shrinking until eventually the astral insects scattered and fled in all directions. Hidden inside the huge mechanical legion, Yang Feng safely passed through the dangerous grassland capable of devouring great warlocks. From the edge of the grassland, a huge mountain range with its peaks extending high into the sky could be seen, blocking Yang Feng's line of sight. Bladed robots equipped with jetpacks rose into the air and flied into the distance. The sounds emitted by the flying bladed robots alarmed the extraordinary life forms hidden in the mountain before them. A 100-meter-tall astral storm falcon shrouded in strong wind, an over 200-meter-long astral dragon-winged centipede with a pair of dragon wings on its back, and an astral thunder lion with a pair of wings, covered in lightning, flew out of the mountain and rushed over. The astral storm falcon had the innate power to manipulate wind elemental particles, and as an adult it possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank strength. As soon as it appeared, its eyes shimmered coldly. A mysterious innate wind magic rune on its forehead shone, and wind elemental particles revolved around its body. The next moment, violent wind blades slashed towards the bladed robots. The violent wind blades cut through the shields of the bladed robots, and then cut the bladed robots into countless parts that dropped from the sky. The astral dragon-winged centipede belched a black light beam that blasted into a bladed robot. The black light beam easily pierced through the bladed robot's shield and struck the bladed robot, corroding it into a black poisonous liquid that scattered on the earth and made sizzling sounds. The astral thunder lion glittered and shot lightning snakes barreling towards the bladed robots, blasting their shields apart and charring their bodies. The bladed robots dropped to the ground. Starry sky rippers suddenly shot out from amid the battle robots and rushed towards the 3 quasi-starry sky warlock rank astral life forms. The astral dragon-winged centipede suddenly belched dozens of black light beams that pierced the shields of dozens of starry sky rippers, and then smashed into the starry sky rippers themselves and corroded them into poisonous liquid. But in the next moment, nearly 100 starry sky rippers, whose speed was fast to the extreme, appeared beside the astral dragon-winged centipede, and slashed down at it with their super high-frequency oscillation blades. As it roared in pain, the astral dragon-winged centipede suffered hundreds of injuries. The dragon wings on its back were chopped to pieces. Before it could fully react, it was cut into countless pieces by the starry sky rippers and fell to the ground. On the other side, the astral thunder lion erupted with countless lightning snakes that shot towards dozens of starry sky rippers, crushing them. Railgun beams shot towards the astral thunder lion from below and blasted it to pieces at once. Seeing that things weren't going well, the astral storm falcon ran away in a gust of wind. A savage and tyrannical aura gushed out of the mountain range, and an astral beast more than 500 meters in length looking like a small mountain, with a pair of giant wings on its back, a snake-like head with sharp teeth, a tail as sharp as a sword, sharp spurs on the back, and a strange magic rune on its forehead, emitting moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out. Eyes flashing with savage and tyrannical light, the enormous astral beast looked at the astral storm falcon. The quasi-starry sky warlock rank astral storm falcon screeched, and bizarre pustules appeared all over its body. Then, it exploded and turned into a pus that scattered on the ground. Yang Feng, hiding in the mechanical legion, frowned, and his scalp went numb. Just my luck. I came across a most troublesome enemy. It's a moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms, and it possesses innate power of curse to boot. Moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms with the innate power of curse were extremely terrifying. Some moonlight warlock rank curse extraordinary life forms could curse a warlock family for generations with an extremely evil curse, inflicting unbearable pain upon them. Others could curse all the people in a bloodline warlock family with the same bloodline to death. While adventuring other planes, human warlocks disliked such freaks with innate power of curse the most. When the astral beast appeared, all firepower of the huge mechanical legion immediately poured towards it in torrents. Countless railgun beam barreled towards the astral beast and completely sealed its dodging space. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. A look of derision in its eyes, the astral beast surged with spatial fluctuations. The rain of railgun beams slammed into the astral beast, then twisted and barreled towards the mountain range behind it, blasting holes into the mountain range. The astral beast opened its maw and breathed in, and a whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of it. A terrific suction force gripped hundreds of starry sky rippers and pulled them into the whirlpool, where they were crushed into broken parts. The spatial disruptors launched, and spatial disruption ripples suddenly appeared and shrouded the astral beast. The spatial ripples covering the astral beast disappeared at once, and the rain of railgun beams blasted into it and tore the scales covering its body. In a flash, it was covered by countless toothpick-sized bloody holes. Chapter 413, Killing the Moonlight Warlock Rank Astral Beast. Chapter 413, Killing the Moonlight Warlock Rank Astral Beast. Translator, Zayamoj. The astral beast lit up with black light, and the numerous wounds covering its body quickly healed, as if the bombardment of the railgun beams had no effect. The astral beast belched a black light beam sweeping towards the mechanical legion down below. The battle robots shrouded by the black light beam were disintegrated, their shields unable to mount any resistance. After the black light beam disappeared, a huge circular ravine extending for a dozen kilometers appeared on the ground. In the ravine, countless corroded and melted battle robot remains were strewn everywhere. More than 80,000 battle robots were destroyed in this strike. Hiding at the back of the mechanical legion, Yang Feng's face fell. He slowed down and quietly hid in a secret corner in the rear of the mechanical legion. After it destroyed 80,000 battle robots, the astral beast revealed a look of exhaustion, and then spatial fluctuations enveloped its body again. In the next moment, the astral beast instantly appeared amid the mechanical legion, and it mercilessly extended its claw towards the captain robot. After the surrounding space disruptors were destroyed, the astral beast could freely shuttle trough the void. The commander robot activated its shield. At the same time, it fired at the astral beast's claw from its small positron gun. A brilliant light shone, and a positron beam slammed into the claw and blasted a bloody hole into it. Unflinching, the claw of the astral beast continued in its grasping motion. The claw seemed to be moving extremely slowly, though in reality it reached very quickly, grasped the commander robot and squeezed hard, crushing it. When Yang Feng, who was hiding in the distance, saw this, his heart shook. If he was hiding in the extremely eye-catching commander robot, he would have been crushed to death. A rain of gravity spheres shot out of the mechanical legion and slammed into the astral beast, and the astral beast dropped to the ground. Updat.dfrmfgewebmvel.com. The ice manipulators suddenly stepped forward and shot at the astral beast's wings from their ice guns. When the ice rays hit the wings of the astral beast, giant chunks of ice encased the wings, and a terrifying cold spread to the rest of its body. Starry sky rippers suddenly shot towards the tail of the astral beast, and frenziedly hacked with their super high-frequency oscillation blades, badly mutilating it. Resembling small batteries, artillery robots shot at the astral beast's eyes from their small positron guns. A rain of positron beams slammed into the head of the astral beast and blasted open fist-sized bloody holes into it, and one of its eyes was directly crushed. Suddenly, the tail of the astral beast moved, turned into countless after-images, and crushed the starry sky rippers around it. Next, the astral beast raised its wings and crushed the ice covering them. Faint black mist covered the astral beast, and its smashed right eye and bruised body healed in a flash. Yang Feng frowned. It possessed the ability of curses, and with its healing ability, it is nearly imperishable. That's some though opponent. freewebnovel.com. When the astral beast recovered, its eyes glimmered with a fierce light, and it belched a beam of black light sweeping towards the huge mechanical legion. In the way of the beam of black light, battle robots were crashed into bits and pieces that scattered on the ground. Another huge circular ravine extending for a dozen kilometers appeared on the ground. 100,000 battle robots were destroyed by this strike. Releasing such a formidable and wide-ranged attacks one after another, a look of exhaustion flashed past the astral beast's eyes. Suddenly erupting with Mach 10 speed, starry sky rippers rushed towards the astral beast from different directions. Another commander robot flew out from the mechanical legion and shot at the astral beast's head from its positron gun, and a fist-sized bloody hole was blasted open on the astral beast's head. The astral beast was enraged at once. Its whole body glittered, and it crossed the void and appeared in front of the commander robot in an instant. It bit down at the commander robot and then crushed it and swallowed it. A rain of gravity spheres hit the astral beast at once. Once again, the astral beast sank and dropped to the ground. Almost at the same time, Yang Feng released the Archetype Battlestar. Fully charged, the Archetype Battlestar's artilleries glittered brightly and fired light beams containing terrific destructive power barreling towards the astral beast, looking like a scene from Armageddon. Under the terrifying bombardment, the astral beast's upper body was crushed. After its upper body was destroyed, the light beams continued towards the ground, where they blasted open a hole 100 meters in diameter whose depth could not be seen. After the volley, the archetype Battlestar's artilleries dimmed and started to recharge. After its upper body was destroyed, the remaining lower body of the astral beast wriggled, and its flesh strangely began to grow quickly. Resembling a swarm of locusts, countless starry sky rippers suddenly flew towards the remaining lower body of the astral beast and slashed wildly, slicing the remaining lower body into a myriad of fragments. The engineering robots quickly flew over and collected the remains of the astral beast, placing them into transparent crystal pods. The remaining lower body of the astral beast was quickly sliced to pieces, and a fist-sized magic core was uncovered. After the astral beast's magic core was taken away by an engineering robot, the remaining body immediately lost its vitality and could no longer continue to regenerate. Engineering robots quickly flew over to search the area before finally finding 2 other magic cores. Yang Feng fiddled with the 3 magic cores of the astral beast for a while, and then threw them into the magical mechanical cloak. At the same time, he also threw the collected remains of the astral beast into the magical mechanical cloak. When the 3 magic cores and astral beast remains fell into the magical mechanical cloak, magic light gushed out of the space and illuminated them, and superculture liquid composed from countless liquid metal nano-robots, as well as other ingredients, was infused. The 3 magic cores and astral beast remains absorbed the superculture liquid at once, and then strangely condensed into a throbbing heart. Numerous mechanical tentacles extended from the space and stabbed into the heart, eroding and gaining control of the astral beast heart. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rouse. This way, as long as I am strong enough, I can turn into a Moonlight Warlock rank astral beast. The Moonlight Warlock rank astral beast had tremendous strength. Only after sealing its spatial ability and movement ability did Yang Feng use the Battlestar's artilleries to give it a big blow. This astral beast's strength was first-rate even among Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. If he could transform into this astral beast, Yang Feng's strength would be greatly enhanced. After killing the astral beast, there was no other astral beast in the surrounding mountain range willing to stand in the way. The tremendous mechanical legion rose into the air and flew to the other side of the mountain range. Somewhere on the continent, inside a forest, a demon commander rank expert lit up with magic light, waved his claws wildly, and produced numerous after-images, cutting countless vines apart. Hundreds and thousands of tree-type extraordinary life forms surrounded the demon commander rank expert, and countless tendrils stabbed at him. The demon commander rank expert struggled bitterly. Suddenly, a dark golden vine popped out from the earth and stabbed into the demon commander. The demon commander issued a shrill scream and struggled for a while before being sucked dry. Somewhere else on the continent, in a mountain range, looking like a huge flying snake, an astral beast more than 200 meters in length, with wings growing from its ribs, was flying in the sky. The astral beast had no eyes. It had beast-like sharp teeth. The astral beast was surrounded by hundreds of different kinds of dragons who have resumed their original form. The dragons were belching dragon breath, blasting towards the astral beast. The space around the astral beast distorted, and the dragon breaths ricocheted. It flapped its wings and flew in front of a dragon 50 meters in length. Next, it opened its maw that could open at a 270 degrees angle and closed its maw around the dragon in an instant, and a copious amount of blood spattered out. Chapter 414 Killing Delican. Chapter 414 Killing Delican. Translator, Zayamoj. When Delican, who had already transformed into a 3-headed golden dragon, saw this, his heart shook, and he turned into a streak of golden light and fled to other parts. When the other dragons saw Delican escape, fear gripped their hearts, and they fled in different directions. The astral extraordinary life form resembling a giant flying snake flashed among the dragons like a ghost. After swallowing 3 dragons, it flew back to a mountain pick, coiled around the pick, and vomited some rocks without any aura. Such scenes repeated all over the continent. A day later, after steamrolling 135 Great Warlock rank astral life forms and 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank astral life forms, Yang Feng's mechanical legion finally reached the place where the semi-spherical mountain range was located. Someone came here as well? When he reached the foot of the semi-spherical mountain range, Yang Feng frowned. The investigation of the drones clearly concluded that, in addition to Yang Feng, 3 other groups of people have also reached this place. Of the 3 groups, one was a group of 3 high elves, another one was a group of 5 100-meter-tall giants, and the last one was Delican's group. Among the 3 groups, almost everyone was injured. At first, Delican had hundreds of dragon subordinates, but now only 3 remained. Clearly, the losses were heavy. The 3 groups of people were at the very top among great warlock rank experts. When Yang Feng's huge mechanical legion arrived, they immediately got wind of it, and everyone's countenances changed. They looked like they were facing a great enemy as they stared at Yang Feng's mechanical legion. 3 starry sky rippers suddenly flew out and shot 2 in front of the 3 groups respectively, and then spoke in mechanical synthesized voices. "Everyone, this place has been reserved by my master. Please leave immediately. After my master accomplishes his objective, we can make friends. Otherwise, we'll become irreconcilable enemies." "Who cares about your master? A bunch of rubbish golems. Go to hell." A ferocious glint flashed past his eyes, and Delican silently recited an incantation and pointed into the sky. A tremendous amount of fire elemental particles frenziedly converged in the sky and formed a billowing fire cloud several kilometers in radius. In the next moment, fireballs capable of easily burning level 1 extraordinary life forms to ashes shot towards the huge mechanical legion, painting an apocalyptic picture. A handsome young dragon expert next to Delican smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with his finger, and violent hurricanes surged around him. He sent the hurricanes sweeping towards the rain of fireballs, making the fireballs more violent. Amid the fearsome rain of fireballs, the battle robots activated their shields at once. The fireballs exploded upon impact with the shields, bringing harm to the battle robots. Starry sky rippers suddenly burst out with Mach 10 speed. Accompanied by rumbling sounds, they appeared in front of the 3 dragon experts in a split second and slashed down with their blades. Delican's face changed dramatically, and a golden dragon tail suddenly extended from behind him and struck numerous times at the starry sky rippers, destroying 7 starry sky rippers besieging him. The other 2 dragon experts didn't expect the starry sky rippers to emerge from the rain of fire intact, and thus were slow to react. They only managed to break out with a strong life force field, and a layer of thick dragon scales with amazing defensive power emerge atop their bodies. Blood splashed about as the 2 dragon experts were sliced into numerous fragments by the starry sky rippers, leaving only 2 severed heads intact. Looks of astonishment were carved onto the severed heads, as if they could not believe that they died. The faces of the 3 high elves and 5 sturdy giants fell when they saw the 2 dragon experts being easily killed by the starry sky rippers. Delican's face fell and he shouted, "Everyone, let's work together. Let's first destroy the mechanical golems and kill their master. Then we can each compete for the semi-plane seed. Otherwise, we'll get picked off one by one and die here." Delican's body blurred, and he transformed into a 3-headed golden dragon. The 3 heads respectively spurted countless flame arrows, wind blades, and icicles shooting towards the starry sky rippers. One after another, their shields were destroyed, and the starry sky rippers were either blasted apart, sliced apart, or frozen into ice chunks by the various magic attacks fired from the 3 dragon heads, and they fell from the sky. At this time, a commander robot flew out, shot at Delican from its positron gun, and blasted open a bloody wound running through the Delican's dragon body, the size of a water jar, and blood gushed out and scattered on the ground. The face of a bald giant changed several times before he shouted, "I am Heart, human warlock. If you defeat me in a duel in an overboard fashion, then I'll give up on the semi-plane seed. Otherwise, we'll join the dragons to fight you. Then it's best that you die." Accompanied by cold and cruel synthesized voices, starry sky rippers suddenly flew out of the mechanical legion and flew towards the 5 giants at Mach 10 speed. The source of this content is frubbubble.cm. At the same time, a hail of railgun beams, positron beams, and other frightening light beams shot towards the 5 giants. Heart's face fell, Then he bellowed and launched the power of domain, and the violent power of an earth domain broke out. With him as the center, an earth domain enveloped the area 1,000 meters in radius. 100-meter-tall earth giants emerged from Heart's earth domain and rushed towards the starry sky rippers. The remaining 4 giants also roared and rushed towards the battle robots. A male high elf looked at the tall female high elf leader and asked, "Lila, what should we do?" Lila's countenance changed several times. Then she pointed with her finger, and green lights surged and formed a huge eye in midair, looking into the distance. She immediately inhaled a mouthful of cold air. She saw the huge mechanical legion sweeping towards them like an ocean. That terrific mechanical torrent wasn't something great warlock rank powerhouses could resist. Retreat! Lila promptly blurred into motion and retreated to beyond of the foot of the mountain. The eyes of the other 2 high elves shimmered with unwillingness. Then they blurred into motion and retreated as well. A male high elf turned his eyes, silently recited an incantation, and his figure immediately turned indistinct. In the next moment, his figure strangely became clear again. Suddenly, gunner robots and artillery robots soared into the sky and shot wildly at an area in the mountain range, and numerous railgun beams and positron beams intertwined. In that area, a male high elf suddenly emerged. Eyes overcome with fear, he shouted, "Help!" Before the male high elf could finish speaking, he was enveloped by light beams and blown to shreds. There was a flash of anger in Lila's eyes, and she barked, "We have already retreated, so why have you killed one of our people? Do you want to become enemies with us high elves? Those who want to proceed to the mountain range must die." Engines booming, starry sky rippers suddenly flew out from the rear and surrounded Lila and her companion. In addition to the starry sky rippers, there were also many other battle robots flying over, frightening red light flashing in their eyes. At the same time, the 3-headed golden dragon Delican roared in midair. Dozens of starry sky rippers reached him in the wink of an eye and slashed at him, cutting him into numerous pieces falling from the sky. 2 of the 5 giants were also killed by the fearless starry sky rippers, while the remaining 3 giants hid in the earth domain. When Lila and her companions saw this, their hearts shook. The 3-headed golden dragon Delican was a pinnacle extraordinary life form. Besides, this 3-headed golden dragon possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank cultivation base, and even many starry sky warlock rank experts were not necessarily his match. Lila reckoned that her odds of winning against him were less than 10%. Seeing such a fearsome expert being easily cut into pieces by the starry sky rippers, Lila and other high elven expert were even less willing to act rashly. Heart roared, and then urged his earth domain to form more rock giants. The rock giants frenziedly attacked the starry sky rippers, smashing one starry sky ripper after another. Once the starry sky rippers, who possessed Mach 10 speed, entered the earth domain, as a mountain was placed on their backs, their speed suddenly dropped to Mach 1, and they were crushed by the rock giants. Once great warlock rank expert entered Heart's earth domain, they would get bound by gravity, and he could also draw support from the power of the earth domain. He had no weak points. By relying on the earth domain, even many starry sky warlock experts may not be his match. Even so, the never-ending starry sky rippers left Heart frightened, and he admitted defeat. "You win! Let us go!" Chapter 415 Killing the Void Devil. Chapter 415 Killing the Void Devil. Translator, Zayamoj. Go to the netherworld to be with your good brothers. Hair-raising voices came from amid the starry sky rippers. 200,000 gunner robots and artillery robots equipped with jetpacks rose into the sky and formed a mechanical cloud. In the next moment, a hail of railgun beams and positron beams barreled towards the area where Heart and the other 2 giant experts were located. Heart's face fell, and he urged his giant's power, and 100-meter-tall giants appeared inside the earth domain and formed a wall in front of him. Boom! 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 The numerous light beams slammed into the rock giants and crushed them to pieces, and boundless light immediately swallowed the 3 giants. When the light disappeared, only pieces of meat as well as holes remained on the ground. Lila and the other high elf experts shivered in their hearts. Heart, who had comprehended a domain, was a peerless genius even among giants. Lila had no confidence in defeating him. Such an expert was instantly obliterated under the bombardment of countless robots, leading to Lila not daring to do anything suspicious. Lila spoke somewhat respectfully to a starry sky ripper. "Excuse me, sir, can we leave now?" A bladed robot flew over from the rear, handed 2 vials of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir to the 2 high elves, and spoke frigidly. "It's already too late for the... Inject this elixir and you can live. Otherwise, you will die here." The semi-plane seed was very important for Yang Feng's practice of cultivation, so there could be no sleep-ups. He didn't want to take chances and be attacked by an arrow while absorbing the semi-plane seed. Lila's face changed a few times, and she looked around. She could clearly feel that the surrounding space was in chaos. Even if she wanted, she could not use spatial spells to escape from here. After hesitating for a moment, Lila clenched her teeth, grabbed a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected the elixir into her right arm. The face of the other high elf also changed a few times. Then he smiled bitterly and also injected the elixir. After he sensed that the 2 high elves were completely controlled by the liquid metal nano-robots, he had the huge mechanical legion proceeded towards the mountain range. freewebnovel.com. When he reached top of the semicircular mountain range, Yang Feng saw a little sphere appear out of thin air in the middle of a huge cave. Light filled with the aura of life gushed out of the huge cave and entered the little sphere. He looked at the little sphere with a scorching look in his eyes. The little sphere was a semi-plane seed. Once the semi-plane seed was ripe, it would be taken away by the astral law, and then drift in the astral boundary while absorbing various materials. Eventually, it would transform into a semi-plane. The semi-plane would also drift in the astral boundary. If it was lucky and got all kinds of opportunities, it would evolve into a complete plane, which would then break away from the astral boundary. However, if it was unlucky, it would evolve into an abandoned, dead celestial body. Yang Feng first deployed a magic array covered in mid-grade magic crystals around him, then silently recited an incantation and cast the spell Mage Hand. He grabbed the semi-plane seed, and then pulled it towards himself. When he pulled the semi-plane seed out of the cave, he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the semi-plane seed. Primal chaos magic light gushed out of his finger and entered the semi-plane seed. The semi-plane slowly inched forwards, and then strangely entered his forehead. The semi-plane seed slowly plunged into his sea of knowledge. Operating a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body, Yang Feng had the soul seed fly out of the center of the spirit sea. The soul seed split into 2 halves, then one half merged into the semi-plane seed, while the other half fell back into the center of the spirit sea. The magic array around him lit up, and the mid-grade magic crystals released powerful life magic energy. Thanks to the magic array, the life magic energy was turned into white mist that entered him through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Under the effect of the primal chaos imperishable body, as soon as the life magic energy entered his body, it changed into primal chaos force and poured into the semi-plane seed. Spatial law immediately bubbled up inside the semi-plane seed, merged with half of his soul, and it suddenly expanded and evolved into a desolate space with only some rocks inside of about 100 meters in diameter floating in the sea of knowledge. With the help of the mysterious space law and the bizarre world law, the space born inside the semi-plane seed didn't blow up Yang Feng's head. A copious amount of pure life magic energy poured into Yang Feng from the magic array, turned into primal chaos force, and poured into the semi-plane. As if detecting something, golden light shot out from the cave, entered Yang Feng, and poured into the semi-plane seed. Under the nourishment of the golden light, the semi-plane expanded little by little. At the same time, faint world force brewed inside the semi-plane. At the foot of the mountain, the space suddenly rippled, and a 2-meter-tall devil with a pair of horns on its head, a sinister and terrifying face, a bizarre rune engraved on its forehead, black wings on its back, and countless bizarre runes covering its body suddenly appeared from the void. When she saw the devil, Lila's countenance changed, and she exclaimed, "Void Devil!" Void devils were a branch of devils born proficient in spatial force. Adult void devils were great warlock rank great devils, or even a starry sky baron devils. Reportedly, void devils could freely travel in the void, and many defensive spells and barriers could not guard against them. Even many starry sky warlock rank powerhouses who haven't learned specific spells to ward against them would get soundlessly killed. The void devil swept Lila and the other high elf with a glance, and then revealed a malevolent smile. Two great warlock rank high elves, stay obediently by my side. Otherwise, I don't mind having a taste of high elven brain. KHKH. Following the expansion of human warlocks throughout the countless planes, the experts of many planes began to adopt human warlock terminologies. Lila's pretty face changed, a flash of fear in her beautiful eyes, yet her body moved involuntarily. She silently recited an incantation, took out a dark green high elven bow, and condensed an arrow of nature from the aura of nature pervading her body. The source of this scentent is freowebnovel.com. When the arrow of nature was formed, it turned into a streak of light shooting at the void devil. The high elf Werther standing next to Lila also involuntarily unleashed a brilliant sun arrow shooting towards the void devil. The face of the void devil suddenly fell, and the mysterious and profound rune on his forehead shone, and fearsome spatial force emerged. His figure blurred, and he entered the void. The arrow of nature and sun arrow also entered the void and shot towards the void devil. The arrow of nature and sun arrow were secret archery techniques of the high elves with infinite might and the terrific power to pierce through space. The countenance of the void devil changed dramatically, and the mysterious runes covering his body lit up, and he wildly jumped through layers in space, for a total of 9 times. When the sun arrow crossed the 6th layer, its power was exhausted, and it strangely disappeared in the 6th layer. The power of the arrow of nature exhausted in the 8th layer, and it disappeared. In the 9th layer of space, his figure vague and indistinct, the void devil smiled malevolently. Humph! Unfortunately, your limit is the 8th layer of space. If you want to shoot me, there's still a layer of space to go. Time to die. The faces of the 2 high elven experts fell, a flash of fear in their eyes. The void devil was proficient in spatial force. With their secret archery techniques, they couldn't hit it. They were virtually defenseless against it. Just then, there were ripples and chaotic fluctuations in space. The void devil's face fell, and he trembled. He was forced out of the void. In the next moment, dozens of starry sky rippers swooped at the void devil, and blade rays flickered. The void devil was cut into countless pieces in an instant, with only his head remaining intact. Although void devils were proficient in spatial force, but in terms of resilience of the body, they were far from comparable to the 3-headed golden dragons and giants. Since the 3-headed golden dragon and giants died to the siege of the starry sky rippers, the void devil naturally wouldn't be different. When Lila and her companions saw the void devil die, their eyes showed a queer look, and they looked at the starry sky rippers with fear in their eyes. Chapter 416 Refining the Semiplane Seed. Chapter 416 Refining the Semiplane Seed. Translator, Zayamoj. Time passed, and soon it was 7 days later. During that time, several groups of great warlock rank experts from different planes were wiped out by the Mechanical Legion when they came close to the mountain range. 7 days later, in Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge, the semiplane seed expanded into a micro-semiplane 1,000 meters in diameter and 100 meters in thickness, looking like a circular island. The golden light from the cave also slowly faded and retracted into the cave. Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and then felt that his body was covered in a layer of greasy impurities exuding a foul stench. When the semiplane seed inside his sea of knowledge formed a micro-semiplane, the world force bred from the semiplane cleansed his fleshly body, greatly strengthening it. At this moment, his fleshly body was even sturdier than that of a starry sky warlock rank dragon. It was filled with vitality and strength. 3 mechanical baths with hot water and various precious elixirs were arranged next to him. He smiled and directly stepped into a mechanical bath. He took a comfortable hot bath and quietly sensed the changes in power inside him. Yang Feng felt the inexhaustible power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After integrating the semiplane seed, My primal chaos imperishable body secret method finally stepped through the threshold. The previously incomprehensible things could only be unraveled after a semiplane was integrated, and the secret method's true potential could be displayed. The primal chaos imperishable body was an outstanding secret treasure the second Warlock dynasty's taboo lord created in his later years. When Yang Feng's true body first practiced this secret method, he was able to fight against some puny Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks while in the Great Warlock rank realm. However, only after he integrated the semi-plane seed did he really cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body past the threshold. In the bath, Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and spatial force poured out of him and formed a formidable spatial domain around him. When the semi-plane seed expanded into a real semi-plane, he inadvertently comprehended the mysteries of the spatial law and formed a spatial domain. fruyubavel.cm. Looking at the fluctuating space inside the spatial domain, he showed a smile of satisfaction. After he took his bath, Yang Feng walked down the mountain and reached the foot of the mountain. When Lila saw Yang Feng, surprise flashed past her eyes. Human Warlock! Of the 36 primary material planes, only the Zhangji plane's 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty, employed mechanical golems. The civilizations of the other 36 primary material planes fundamentally didn't develop in the direction of a mechanical civilizations. The Feisua plane was dominated by gods, the plane of dragons was dominated by dragons, and the rest of the 36 primary material planes also possessed formidable existences comparable to gods and fiend lords with the strength to dominate everything. There was no room for a mechanical civilization to develop. The essence of a mechanical civilization was to let weak people rely on mechanical power and unleash heaven-defying strength. Even an ordinary person who was not even a knight could press the launch button of a nuclear warhead and possibly wipe out a moonlight warlock. Once such a dangerous civilization showed signs of development, it would be destroyed by the formidable existences comparable to gods and fiend lords ruling the 36 primary material planes. Yang Feng walked up to Lila and looked at her carefully. There was a look of satisfaction in her eyes, and he said with a faint smile, "Not bad. Elves are indeed all beauties. I am Yang Feng. From now on, you are my maid. As for him, he'll be my bodyguard." Although Lila wasn't as beautiful as the great elven monarch Azramia, but she was still a first-class elven beauty. She was qualified to serve as his maid. Lila was both ashamed and angry, yet her cherry lips parted involuntarily, and she responded respectfully, "Yes, master." Werther wanted to step forwards and say something, yet his body was beyond his control, and he could only glare at Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked up at the sky and revealed a smile. "Since my goal has been achieved, it's time to go back. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience." Time went by, and it was soon a month later. The fighting demonic sect, the astral gate inside a secret chamber lit up, and Yang Feng walked out with Lila and Werther in tow. They just walked out, when a tremendous spatial force immediately enveloped and teleported them away in an instant. With a gleam of light, Yang Feng's group of 3 appeared in the astral palace. The one sitting at the counter was still Zhang Lei. When he saw Yang Feng's party, Zhang Lei immediately showed a smile and went up to greet them. "Senior disciple Brother Yang, you're back. These 2 are." Yang Feng replied with a smile. "These 2 are my servants from the astral world." The 2 high elves Lila and Werther looked dazed. Zhang Lei looked Lila up and down, a look of envy in his eyes, and uttered, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, to capture 2 high elves in the astral world and have them become your servants, you're really lucky." As a daughter of nature among high elves, although Lila wasn't as beautiful as Azramia, but she still was a first-rate beauty. She had an extraordinary temperament and an exotic charm to her. Within the fighting demonic sect, there were only 20-plus beauties who could compare to her in terms of looks and temperament. Yang Feng responded with a smile. "It was just a fluke." Zhang Lei hesitated for a while and then spoke. "Senior disciple Brother Yang, I want to remind you that these other race people can only stay in your residence. They cannot move about freely in the fighting demonic sect." The fighting demonic sect powerhouses who adventured in the astral boundary often brought back some strange life forms of the astral boundary and even intelligent life forms from other planes, many of whom were dangerous, and thus couldn't move about freely in the fighting demonic sect. The two high elves Yang Feng brought back might be spies sent by the high elves. As such, they could not move freely in the fighting demonic sect. But it was completely fine for them to stay in his residence or laboratory. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, "I understand." Zhang Lei then smiled and said, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, the great sect competition is approaching. I'm looking forward to your exploits." Great sect competition? Yang Feng was slightly startled. Took him a while to react. As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the struggles within the fighting demonic sect were fierce. And in order to guarantee fairness and choose the most outstanding disciples, there were many competitions and examinations, big and small, within the sect. The Great Sect competition was the most important competition within the fighting demonic sect. Apart from those who have already promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank, the remaining disciples of the fighting demonic sect would participate in and give their all to scale new heights in the Great Sect competition. The Great Sect competition was the best way for disciples in name to promote to outer sect disciples to promote to inner sect disciples, and inner sect disciples to promote to true disciples. If he hadn't been accepted by Huang Yi as a personal disciple, Yang Feng should have climbed the sect ladder step by step. Although he was now Huang Yi's personal disciple, but he still had to attend the Great Sect competition. However, he wasn't in the position of a challenger, but in the position of a challenged. Yang Feng had just returned to the immortal Huang Palace with the two high elves in tow. When Wang Zhilan went to greet him, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, teacher asked for you." Yang Feng pointed to Lila and Werther and asked, "What about them?" Wang Zhilan glanced at Lila, a look of jealousy in the abyss of her eyes. She smiled sweetly, and then fished out a golden bell and jiggled it. Two lifelike human-shaped golems flew out of the golden bell and landed on the ground. Wang Zhilan spoke with a smile. "They will take them to your dwelling, senior disciple brother." Yang Feng nodded and followed Wang Zhilan inside the Huang Immortal Palace. When he entered the main hall, Yang Feng immediately sat down on the 7th praying mat in the frontmost row. Light flashed, and golden rays formed Huang Yi's figure atop the dais. Huang Yi said lightly, "Yang Feng, the fighting demonic sect's Great Sect competition is in 7 days. Your cultivation base has yet to reach the Moonlight Warlock realm. According to the sect's rules, you must accept the challenge from the top 3 inner sect disciples. But as you just joined my palace, and haven't practiced cultivation for long, if you aren't sure of yourself, you can refuse to participate in the great competition." Yang Feng asked, "Teacher, can disciples use pets in the great competition?" Huang Yi answered, "Of course they can. Pets, secret treasures, spells, and even luck are all part of your strength. So of course they can be used in the great competition." Yang Feng spoke, "Then disciple would like to accept the challenge of the inner sect disciples. In the Great Sect competition, once you got good results, you would get great rewards and a tremendous amount of cultivation resources. Many of the cultivation resources could even move Yang Feng." Huang Yi asked, slightly surprised, "Are you sure? The fighting demonic sect's top 3 inner sect disciples are fundamentally Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. They are battle geniuses who comprehended a domain to boot. They are different from the Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks outside. As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the fighting demonic sect's fostering system was quite perfect. At the same time, there were countless precious secret methods in the sect, and there was even no lack of secret methods that could be cultivated until Infinity Warlock rank. Besides, the fighting demonic sect grasped places like the demonic realm capable of nurturing the fighting ability of disciples. The top 3 inner sect disciples of the fighting demonic sect could become true disciples, and even reach the Moonlight Warlock rank in the future. Each of them could defeat 5 or even 10 Star Sky Warlocks from outside the 10 great sects. Yang Feng replied full of confidence, "Disciple won't disappoint you, teacher." Huang Yi gave Yang Feng a deep look and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Then I'm looking forward to your performance. If you do well, I'll give you a nice present." After exchanging a few words, Huang Yi had Yang Feng take his leave. Chapter 417 Great Sect Competition. Chapter 417 Great Sect Competition. Translator, Zayamoj. 7 days later, the Fighting Demonic Sect's Great Sect competition officially began. In front of the great arena, there was a dais, where the Fighting Demonic Sect's ordinary elders as well as some true disciples who haven't promoted to the Moonlight Warlock realm sat. At the top of the dais sat the leaders of the Fighting Demonic Sect's various branches. The leaders were Moonlight Warlock and even Glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Fighting Demonic Sect possessed countless secret methods, and according to the cultivation of the different secret methods, different branches developed inside the sect. There was the Elixir branch specialized in elixir cultivation, the Alchemy branch specialized in alchemy cultivation, to name a few. The date of the Great Sect competition's Outer Sect Disciple competition was when the leaders of the various branches come to pick inner sect disciples. The leader will select the outer sect disciples they like and invite them to join their branch. Yang Feng swaggered onto the dais, took his seat, and looked at the great arena below. On the dais, everyone was a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse and upwards. He was the only great warlock, which was very eye-catching. Not far from him there were 3 people sitting. Among the 3 people, one was a young man with long hair the color of blood, and eyes flashing with harsh and cruel light. Another was a gorgeous young woman dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, with a sexy and voluptuous figure and waist-long black hair. The last one was a young man with ordinary build and looks, yet limpid eyes, which seemed capable of sucking in a person's soul. The 3 people were surrounded by vast empty space, and exuded strong life force, second only to that of the leaders of the various branches. The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. Yang Feng's gaze was attracted by the 3 young people, and he gave them a deep look. Wang Zhilan, who was sitting beside Yang Feng, said softly, "Senior disciple Brother Yang. These 3 are Zhang Hanshan, a personal disciple of Great Elder Yu Wuxian, Zhui Yifan, a personal disciple of Great Elder He Lianu, Zhou Feng, a personal disciple of Great Elder Yu Jingang." Wang Zhilan was a Starry Sky Warlock, and her soul aptitude was superior level 6. In addition to being a disciple in name of Huang Yihe, she was also a true disciple of the Fighting Demonic Sect. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly showed a look of understanding. Huang Yihe and the other 3 great elders were bright world warlock rank experts. Even the Fighting Demonic Sect's sect master was just a Glorious Dawn Warlock. As such, the status of personal disciples of the 4 great elders was naturally several times higher than that of the ordinary true disciples. Similarly, none of the personal disciples of the 4 great elders wasn't a genius among geniuses. Wang Zhilan, a genius with superior level 6 soul aptitude, would be considered as a rare genius in many sects, yet she was just a disciple in name of Huang Yihe. As such, one could imagine how stringent were Huang Yihe's criteria for accepting disciples. After looking at the 3 young people, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the great arena. The great arena was currently divided into dozens of spaces. Tens of thousands of disciples in name gathered around the great arena, a solemn atmosphere hanging above them. How come he sit there? Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name, a pretty girl who looked like she was carved out of jade looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais, and her eyes widened, and she exclaimed. A tall woman with extraordinary looks frowned and whispered, "Junior Sister Jingman, that's too impolite. For him to sit there, he's either a true disciple or a personal disciple of one of the 4 great elders. We're just ordinary disciples in name. With just a word, those true disciples can make our lives difficult within the clan." The shock in Xu Jingman's eyes vanished a little, and she recalled the scene from several years ago, and then whispered, "Right, are there personal disciples of the 4 great elders sitting there, Senior Sister Yurong?" Jiang Yurong's pretty eyes flashed with envy, and she replied, "That's right. There are personal disciples of the 4 great elders sitting there. That one is Yang Feng, and he has become a personal disciple of Great Elder Huang Yihe not long ago. Reportedly, he ventured into the Feisua Plain as a level 2 warlock, where he killed a demigod rank expert. This was how he got the qualification to become a personal disciple." Xu Jingman's beautiful eyes flickered with a queer light, and she whispered, "He actually did it." A glint of envy in her eyes, Jiang Yurong said with a light smile, Junior disciple Sister Jingman, with your outstanding soul aptitude, as long as you cultivate hard, you might become a personal disciple of one of the 4 great elders one day. Xu Jingman possessed inferior level 7 soul aptitude. She was considered to be an outstanding genius in the fighting demonic sect, which was overflown with geniuses. In just a few years, she has cultivated until the level 3 warlock. This cultivation speed was heaven-defying. It must be noted that many warlocks in the Tyrannid subcontinent were stuck in the level 1 warlock realm their entire life. Xu Jingman responded with a smile. Senior sister, you're outstanding yourself. You're ready to break through to the great warlock rank. Jiang Yurong showed a pained smile. Great warlock? I have practiced cultivation for more than 100 years before I could reach the threshold to the great warlock realm. Even if I advance to the great warlock realm, I have no hope of promoting to the Starry Sky warlock rank. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, to reach the great warlock rank in more than 100 years was a feat worthy of a peerless genius. But it was different in the fighting demonic sect. Within the fighting demonic sect, there were countless secret treasures, endless bodies of knowledge, and copious amounts of resources. Yet, in such an environment, it was still extremely difficult for people who advanced to the Great Warlock rank after 100 years of cultivation to advance to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Xu Jingman could only stay silent, and her gaze fell on the dais on Yang Feng. Personal disciple. He actually became a personal disciple of Great Elder Huang Ehe. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name, He Feng, too, also stared at Yang Feng on the dais with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and unwillingness. He Feng was considered a genius in his family, but when he entered the fighting demonic sect, he realized that his talent was only average. In the fighting demonic sect, geniuses were as common as clouds, and every step up the sect ladder required countless sweat, blood, and tears. Seeing Yang Feng become a personal disciple of one of the 4 great elders in a single step, He Feng was naturally overcome with envy. In addition to Xu Jingman and He Feng, the eyes of the other tens of thousands of disciples in name overcome with envy and jealousy frequently focused on Yang Feng. Ignoring the gazes of their gazes, Yang Feng quietly watched the fights of the disciples in name. Although the disciples in name did their best, but in Yang Feng's eyes, who had seen numerous monumentous scenes, their spells weren't worth mentioning. A few days later, the competition of the disciples in name was completed, and the top 10 disciples in name were directly promoted to Outer Sect disciples. Next, the competition of Outer Sect disciples began. The fighting demonic sect's Outer Sect disciples were basically all great warlock rank experts, and their fights were much more spectacular than those of disciples in name. A few days later, the competition between the Outer Sect disciples ended, and the top 10 Outer Sect disciples were directly promoted to Inner Sect disciples. The Inner Sect disciples were mainly Great Warlocks and Starry Sky Warlocks. The top Inner Sect disciples were all Starry Sky Warlock rank experts, and their fights were spectacular, employing a myriad of secret methods. Yang Feng looked at the arena with a look of curiosity in his eyes and whispered, "That guy seems to be pretty strong." In the arena stood 2 people. One was a handsome young man in a blue warlock robe. The other was a man with short black hair dressed in black clothing, with a defiant and domineering look in his eyes. At a glance, the man with short black hair looked like he was enveloped in a layer of darkness. Wang Zhilan spoke with a sweet smile. "That's the dark demonic branch's eldest disciple, Brother Zhong Sunan. He's the strongest in this part of the competition. Reportedly, he has comprehended and condensed a darkness domain, and he already reached intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank." Yang Feng stroked his chin and uttered with a faint smile, "Comprehended darkness domain? Not bad." Wang Zhilan took a deep look at Yang Feng, a strange gleam in her eyes. If you were able to comprehend a domain, then no matter where, you would be regarded as a genius. It should be pointed out that even within the fighting demonic sect, some Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses haven't comprehended a domain. Yang Feng's lack of fear for Zhong Sunan left Wang Zhilan a bit curious about his strength. Inside the great arena, the young man in the blue warlock robe unleashed the fighting demonic secret method at once, and a set of golden armor formed and covered his body. Looking like a golden god of war, He exuded terrific fluctuations of power. The fluctuations of power coming from the blue-robed young man's golden fighting demonic stage were 10 times as strong as the aura of Wu Ziming's golden fighting demonic stage. Obviously, he was also a top expert among inner sect disciples. Eyes cold, Zhong Sunan exuded dearness aura from all over. With him as the center, the darkness domain seemingly capable of swallowing all light suddenly appeared and swept towards the blue-robed warlock. The darkness domain engulfed the blue-robed warlock, exuding advanced starry sky fluctuations of power. After a dozen breaths of time, the blue-robed wizard was spit out from the darkness domain. He was bruised and battered and was unconscious. The eyes of the elder who presided over the contest flashed with astonishment, and he declared, "Zhong Sunan wins!" Eyes glittering with an unruly gleam, Zhong Sunan gave Yang Feng sitting on the dais a deep look, revealed a cold smile, and then turned and walked down from the great arena. Chapter 418 Zhong Sunan's Challenge. Chapter 418 Zhong Sunan's Challenge. Translator, Zayamoj. The competition of the inner sect disciples continued. Without a hitch, Zhong Sunan steamrolled through all the opponents to the top and claimed the first place without any controversy. After declaring Zhong Sunan as the top inner sect disciple, Elder Lu Yang, presiding over this part of the great competition, said, "Zhong Sunan, as the one who claimed first place in this part of the great competition, you have the right to challenge any personal disciples of the 4 great elders as well as any true disciple present." In the great arena, all eyes were focused on Zhong Sunan. The weakest true disciples on the dais looked at Zhong Sunan with a trace of fear in their eyes. As someone who has comprehended the darkness domain and possessed intermediate starry sky warlock rank cultivation base, Zhong Sunan fighting strength was comparable to a pinnacle starry sky warlock rank expert. With his strength, he would be placed in the lower mid-level among the true disciples. If a true disciple weaker than him were defeated here, they would lose their status of true disciple and become inner sect disciple again. Zhong Sunan showed an unruly smile and said loudly, "I want to challenge great elder Huang Iha's personal disciple Yang Feng. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, please enlighten me." He's going to challenge Yang Feng. Sure enough, Zhong Sunan challenged Yang Feng. Isn't Yang Feng only a great warlock? And he still dared attend the competition as a representative of great elder Huang. Did he came to make a fool of himself? To be able to kill a demigod rank freak in the Feisua plane, Yang Feng must possess some skill. But Zhong Sunan is a powerhouse who comprehended the darkness domain. He's a starry sky warlock rank powerhouse to boot. Yang Feng stands no chance. The sound of discussions reverberated around the great arena, and eyes full of pity focused on Yang Feng. If he was challenged by an expert of the same rank, then the fighting demonic sex disciples would have some expectations for Yang Feng. After all, he has defeated the genius Wu Ziming. But Zhong Sunan was not only a star sky warlock, but he also comprehended the darkness domain. Even many true disciples may not necessarily be his match. In the face of such an opponent, no one was optimistic about Yang Feng's prospects. Since this is what you want, junior disciple brother Zhong Sunan, then senior disciple brother will give you some pointers. Adopting the mannerism of a senior disciple brother, Yang Feng got up, walked on empty air, and stopped in the center of the great arena opposite of Zhong Sunan. Zhong Sunan's eyes shimmered angrily, and he uttered with a cold smile, "Okay, a personal disciple of great elder Huang must be extremely capable. Let me have a good look at your ability, senior disciple brother." Elder Lu Yang spoke indifferently. "Begin, senior disciple brother Yang Feng. Please enlighten me." Zhong Sunan's figure blurred, and he strangely disappeared, and then strangely appeared behind Yang Feng. Smiling coldly, slashed at Yang Feng's neck with his hand. Yang Feng didn't seem to respond, allowing the hand to slash at his neck. Is he going to lose just like that? What a disappointment. The gap between great warlocks and starry sky warlocks is just too great. There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of the disciples. Although they didn't think that Yang Feng was Zhong Sunan's opponent, but they were still disappointed that he would lose so fast. Propping her chin up with her lily-white hand, Zhang Hanshan watched the great arena. An enigmatic light flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she revealed a smile. That's a little interesting. It seems that this personal disciple of great elder Huang Yihe isn't an ordinary great warlock. The eyes of Zhuo Yifan, who had long hair the color of blood, sparkled, and he said indifferently, "Yes, his speed isn't half bad." Zhou Feng's bright gaze fell on an empty space. The empty space twisted, and Yang Feng was exposed. At the same time, the Yang Feng standing in his original place collapsed and disappeared. Zhong Sunen's face suddenly fell, and he retreated briskly, then turned around and stared at Yang Feng. There was a dignified look in his eyes. Yang Feng said indifferently, "You won't use your darkness domain? I don't think that I'll need to use the darkness domain to deal with you, senior disciple brother." Zhong Sunen sneered, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and black light suddenly burst out, converged on him, and formed a set of armor covering his whole body with a pair of black wings on the back. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes glimmered with a strange light, and she said with a light smile, "Black fighting demonic stage. To be able to cultivate the fighting demonic secret method until this stage, what an amazing fellow." The demonic fighting secret method was one of the most powerful combat secret methods of the fighting demonic sect. It was divided into 5 stages: the blue fighting demonic stage, silver fighting demonic stage, golden fighting demonic stage, black fighting demonic stage, and white fighting demonic stage. Generally, great warlocks could only cultivate until the blue fighting demonic stage, while starry sky warlocks could cultivate until the golden fighting demonic stage. For Zhong Sunen to be able to cultivate until the black fighting demonic stage, his strength was terrifying. Zhuo Yifan uttered indifferently, "Not bad." When Zhong Sunen unleashed the black demonic fighting stage, his body was covered by a dense black gas, and a tyrannical and unique aura rolled out from him. After Zhong Sunen unleashed the fighting demonic secret method, his figure flickered, and a slightly blurred afterimage was left behind. He strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. Tearing through space, he sent his fist covered in black chi slamming towards Yang Feng's face. Strengthened by the black fighting demonic stage, the might of Zhong Sunen's fist strike was 4 times stronger than when he usually erupted with all his strength. Even a dragon would have their bones broken and receive heavy injuries when hit by this fist strike. Eyes flashing coldly, Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body secret method. He exuded world aura from all over as if he had turned into a world, and he punched out, his fist carrying the will of an entire world. When Yang Feng punched out, Zhong Sunen's face suddenly fell, and he felt like a world carrying boundless might was crushing towards him. The terrifying aura left him nearly breathless, forcing him to parry with his own fist. Bang! There was a fearsome sound of explosion, and a terrific shock wave spread in all directions. While spewing out a mouthful of blood, Zhong Sunen was sent flying backwards like a broken doll. The black armor on his right hand was ripped open, exposing his hand. Yang Feng, on the other hand, didn't even shake. He stood still as if nothing had happened. He was sent flying. Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunen was sent flying. Great warlock, he's just a great warlock. How can he surpass elder disciple brother Zhong Sunen in terms of strength? Elder disciple brother Zhong Sunen's physique is very strong, one of the best among inner sect disciples. And while boosted by the fighting demonic secret method, he's even more so at the top of inner sect disciples. Yang Feng, on the other hand, is just a great warlock. How could he defeat senior disciple brother Zhong Sunen in a contest of strength? In the great arena, a commotion broke out when the spectators saw this scene. Everyone's eyes flashed with incredulity. Zhong Sunen was publicly recognized as the top inner sect disciple. He was extremely powerful, and the fighting demonic secret method was a fist-rate secret method meant for strengthening the fleshly body. Boosted by the black fighting demonic stage, Zhong Sunen even surpassed Starry Sky Warlock rank dragons in terms of strength. Such a fearsome existence was actually blown away by a strike from the great warlock Yang Feng. It was simply inconceivable. A peculiar glint flashed past Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes, and she uttered, a bit curious, "Shocking! Really shocking. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng is really remarkable." exceeding my expectations by far. What secret method is he cultivating? For the first time, Shui Yifan's eyes showed a dignified look, and he uttered solemnly, "Impressive! His physical strength is impressive." Zhou Feng nodded. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhong Sunan retreated briskly. When he was 100 meters away, he stopped, then looked up at Yang Feng with graveness in his eyes. Zhong Sunan's eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and then ignited with a tempestuous fighting spirit, and he uttered, stressing each syllable, "Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, I felt resentment towards you when you became a personal disciple of great Elder Huang, but now it looks like I was wrong. You really have the qualification to be a personal disciple of great Elder Huang. At least when I was a great warlock, I didn't have such a powerful fleshly body. Next, in order to express my respect towards you, I will defeat you using all my strength." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "Bring it on. I very much want to experience that amazing darkness domain." Zhong Sunan smiled indifferently and recited an incantation. With him as the core, endless darkness that seemed to be capable of swallowing all light rolled out towards Yang Feng. In the wink of an eye, Yang Feng was engulfed by the endless darkness. When he was engulfed by the darkness domain, Yang Feng felt like he was immersed in complete darkness. He couldn't see anything, hear anything, or smell anything. His spirit could not leave his body, and he couldn't feel anything apart from his own body. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation. A night vision spell enveloped his eyes, and he looked around. But the spell was completely ineffective. What entered his eyes was still an endless darkness. Only a domain, or absolute power, can compete with a domain. This sentence is indeed true. There was a faint smile on Yang Feng's face. Fearsome spatial fluctuation rolled out from his body, and a spatial domain spread with him as its core. The forces of the spatial domain and darkness domain interwove and extinguished and neutralized each other in the area. The space within the scope of Yang Feng's spatial domain distorted and twisted. An arrow of darkness shot out of the endless darkness and entered the space. Very strangely, it passed through many layers of twisted space and shot at the ground next to Yang Feng's feet, making the ground shake slightly. Chapter 419, Shocking the Fighting Demonic Sect. Chapter 419, Shocking the Fighting Demonic Sect. Translator, Zayamoj. There were two domains in the great arena. One was full of distorted space, while the other was full of endless darkness. The two domains intertwined, entangled, and annihilated and offset each other. Spatial domain. Yang Feng comprehended a domain, and it's the most intractable spatial domain to boot. The spatial domain is one of the most difficult domains to comprehend. For him to be able to comprehend it, that's just too frightening, astounding. That's a personal disciple of great Elder Huang for you. The eyes of the spectators glimmered with astonishment. The branch leaders atop the dais raised their eyebrows, and many of them revealed looks of regret. If Yang Feng wasn't Huang Yi's personal disciple, they would desperately fight for him to join their branch and upgrade their strength. Zhang Hanzhan stared at Yang Feng's figure in the great arena with a complicated look in her eyes, and she sighed faintly, overcome with envy. Powerful fleshly body, spatial domain. This junior disciple brother Yang is also a little monster. Only second to junior disciple sister Shi. Both brother and sister are monsters. Shui Yifan suddenly spoke. Junior disciple sister Shi is about to advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Isn't she? Zhou Feng's gaze also fell on Zhang Hanzhan. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complex light, and she said slowly, "That's right. Before long, the Fighting Demonic Sect will hold a moonlight ceremony to celebrate the birth of a new moonlight warlock in the sect." Shui Yifan and Zhou Feng were both silent for a moment, a look of unwillingness in their eyes. As they silently watched Yang Feng, a myriad of thoughts and ideas filled their minds. Wang Zhilan stared at the spatial domain on the great arena with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Spatial domain, truly shocking. As the spatial domain and the darkness domain intertwined in the great arena, a steady stream of life force left Yang Feng's body. If it wasn't for the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge continuously supplying him with power, he wouldn't be able to maintain the spatial domain by now. Zhang Zhiqiao obviously didn't have such powerful life force like Yang Feng, as the darkness domain suddenly withdrew into his body. The wings on Zhang Zhiqiao's back flapped and flickered with black light, and thousands of shadow clones appeared in the great arena in a flash. Their actions virtually identical. The thousands of shadow clones silently recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng. Dark magic light glittered, and thousands of streams of darkness force interwove and converged into a viper-like black ropes that coiled towards Yang Feng. When the black ropes formed from streams of darkness force flew into the spatial domain around Yang Feng, they traveled back and forth inside the space, unable to touch him. As if he didn't see the black ropes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and touched his forehead with his hand, and primal chaos aura pervaded his forehead and formed a primal chaos eye. The primal chaos eye turned, and then locked on Zhang Zhiqiao's real body. Yang Feng unleashed the secret method primal chaos finger recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body and pointed at Zhang Zhiqiao in the distance, and a twisting stream of primal chaos chi containing a trace of world force instantly shot out and slammed into Zhang Zhiqiao. Suspended in midair, the starry sky warlock rank life force field covering Zhang Zhiqiao was easily pierced through, and the black demonic fighting armor cracked little by little. His blood-curdling scream rang above the great arena, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Trembling, face pale, he spoke, "I lost." There was a moment of silence around the great arena, and disbelief flashed in everyone's eyes. Elder Liu Yang's eyes flickered with shock. After a pause, he announced, "Yang Feng wins. freewebnov.co. He won. Yang Feng defeated senior disciple brother Zhang Zhiqiao. He's just a great warlock. How could he defeat senior disciple brother Zhang Zhiqiao, who is a starry sky warlock? Senior disciple brother Zhang Zhiqiao isn't some rogue cultivator without an inheritance. How could he lose to him? How is this possible?" The great arena broke into a hubbub. Unable to believe their eyes, unable to accept this result, the disciples gathered in the great arena commented spiritedly, "Zhang Zhiqiao has joined the fighting demonic sect more than 100 years ago. Within these more than 100 years, he steamrolled countless contemporary geniuses along the way, until he finally crushed numerous inner sect disciples in the great competition with absolute dominance and became the top inner sect disciple. If Yang Feng defeated Zhang Zhiqiao while also in the starry sky warlock realm, these disciples could still accept it. However, Yang Feng easily defeated Zhang Zhiqiao with just great warlock rank cultivation base. This performance was simply unbelievable. Amid the shocked gazes, Yang Feng walked on air, returned to his personal disciple seat, and sat down. The other disciples no longer looked at Yang Feng with disdain and provocation in their eyes. When the great warlock Yang Feng became Huang Yihe's personal disciple, it gave rise to many unspoken criticisms. After all, many extraordinary and assiduous geniuses had to climb the sect ladder up step by step, to go from disciples in name to outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and true disciples before they got a chance to be accepted as personal disciples of the four great elders. Now that Yang Feng, with his great warlock realm cultivation base, defeated Zhang Zhiqiao with absolute strength, the disciples no longer questioned his qualifications as a personal disciple of a great elder. With a bitter look on his face, Zhang Zhiqiao left the great arena. Clearly, the defeat he suffered at Yang Feng's hands was a great blow to him. If he was defeated by a starry sky warlock, then he would feel disappointment at most. However, now that he was defeated by a great warlock, his ego suffered a great blow. The second and third place inner sect disciples challenged Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng respectively, and then were easily defeated. After the contest concluded, the great sect competition officially ended, and the disciples dispersed slowly. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, please wait. Yang Feng just wanted to go back to his dwelling, to do preparations for his next course of action, when Zhang Hanshan's coquettish voice came from behind. Zhang Hanshan smiled sweetly and said, "Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, I am Zhang Hanshan. a disciple of great elder Yu Wuxian. This is Zhuo Yifan, a disciple of great elder He Lianu. And this is Zhou Feng, a disciple of great elder Yu Jinggang. How about we go to the Jade Immortal Abode and have a small gathering? It's my treat. Yang Feng stopped in his steps, then hesitated for a moment, and swept Wang Zhilan next to him with his gaze. Zhang Hanshan glanced at Wang Zhilan and uttered with a smile, "Of course, if junior disciple Sister Wang would like to join us, then she's more than welcome." Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Okay." Zhang Hanshan, Zhuo Yifan, and Zhou Feng were personal disciples of the other three great elders. They were elite talents of the fighting demonic sect. If they didn't die prematurely, they were very likely to promote to the Moonlight Warlock realm, and even had a trace of hope to advance to glorious Dawn Warlock realm in the future. Since they wished to make friends, Yang Feng naturally couldn't refuse the other side's good intentions. The Jade Immortal Abode was located within the fighting demonic sect. It was a restaurant managed by the Heavenly Food Branch. The warlocks of the Heavenly Food Branch were all gourmets who specialized in how to prepare all kinds of extraordinary life forms and plants, and give full play to their delicious taste and power in order to enjoy delicious food and gain strength. The Heavenly Food Branch was small and weak, with their leader only possessing Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. However, this branch possessed many estates within the fighting demonic sect. At the same time, it was shielded by a sect big shots, which was how the branch managed to preserve itself. The Jade Immortal Abode was the top restaurant managed by the Heavenly Food Branch. The source of this scene tent is freewebnovel.com. The Jade Immortal Abode, on the 9th floor. On a table there was dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and other precious food. Each dish was extremely precious. A level 1 warlock would have their physical aptitude greatly strengthened and their spirit force skyrocket if they ate one mouthful of any dish. Yang Feng and the other 4 people were sitting at that table, drinking and chatting merrily. As both sides were willing to make friends, so they quickly became close. After 3 rounds of wine, cheeks flushed, Zhang Hanshan drained her glass of spirit wine and said with a charming smile, "In 3 years, the Time Heavenly City Competition Assembly will be held. When the time comes, we will work together to seize the keys of time and strive to enter the Time Heavenly City." Yang Feng asked curiously, "What is the Time Heavenly City Competition Assembly?" The Time Heavenly City is a former residence of the first Warlock Emperor Time Lord. It is one of the most precious legacies he left to us human warlocks on the Zhangji Plain. Every 100 years it will appear in the world. Only human warlocks with a key of time, and whose cultivation base doesn't exceed the Starry Sky Warlock rank, can enter the Time Heavenly City. There are many treasures in the Time Heavenly City left by the Time Lord, and there is still the Time Heavenly Pillar, which has the Warlock Emperor rank time text the Time Lord created recorded. The successive generations of Warlock Emperors had once gone to the Time Heavenly City in their youth, where they comprehended the time text recorded on the Time Heavenly Pillar. Every time before the Time Heavenly City appears, a secret realm will appear in the Holy City of Time. The secret realm contains keys of time. The Time Heavenly City Competition Assembly is a grand gathering where countless human warlocks of the Zhangji Plain compete for 108 keys of time. At that time, even the experts of the Western world's 3 major dynasties, the Breast Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Cater Dynasty, will come to vie over the 108 keys of time. Wang Zhilan explained. Chapter 420, Attacking the Dragon Skeleton Pirates. Chapter 420, Attacking the Dragon Skeleton Pirates. Translator, Zayamoj. The Zhangji Plain was divided into the Eastern World and the Western World. The Eastern World was united under the Great Cloud Dynasty with the support of the 10 great sects, 8 great families, and countless sects of different sizes. The Western World, on the other hand, was divided into the Breast Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Cater Dynasty. The 8th Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord was a peerless and unparalleled expert born in the Western World, who unified all of the Zhangji Plain's human warlock forces. Although the Eastern World's human warlocks didn't have a good impression of him, but they had to admit that Dawn Lord was one of the most powerful warlocks in the history of the Zhangji Plain's human warlocks, second only to the 7 Warlock Emperors. After the collapse of the Dawn Dynasty, the Eastern World and the Western World split at once. After experiencing a period of chaos, turmoil, and war, and then going through a period of negotiations and compromises, the Eastern world finally formed the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Western world, on the other hand, split into 3 dynasties. Individually, the Western world's 3 dynasties were a far cry from the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, the 3 dynasties joined hands and were able to somewhat suppress the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, Dawn Lord came from the Western world. During the time when he oppressed the world, he also appeased the Western world, giving rise to great growth in the Western world during the 10,000 years of his existence. The warlock geniuses of the entire Zhangji Plain would gather in the Holy City of Time to fight over the 108 Keys of Time. Yang Feng asked in curiosity, "Isn't Time Lord from the Eastern world? So why did he allow the people from the Western world to enter the Time Heavenly City?" Zhang Hanzhan responded with a sweet smile. "Although Time Lord is from the Eastern world, but it wasn't just the people from the Eastern world who followed him to fight the ancient gods. At the time, Time Lord was accompanied by 36 Holy Spirit warlocks and 108 warlock monarchs, and 1/3 of them came from the Western world. Also, among Time Lord's 4 empresses, 1 was from the Western world. Additionally, before Time Lord has risen to prominence, a close female friend of his from the Western world died in order to save his life. As such, he naturally couldn't discriminate against the Western world." Shui Yifan snorted in dissatisfaction, which gave the fellow Dawn Lord an opportunity for a meteoric rise. If Dawn Lord hadn't comprehended the Time Heavenly Pillar at the time, he would just be a supporting character. Yang Feng's heart was stirred, and he revealed a smile. "Can a warp gate be opened in the secret realm? If it's possible, then that will certainly make for a beautiful scene. The huge mechanical legion could even kill Moonlight Warlock rank astral beasts. If he could open a warp gate in the secret realm, then he could get all the keys of time inside the secret realm." After chatting merrily for a while, they left the Jade Immortal abode. After the great competition, Yang Feng's name spread throughout the fighting demonic sect. All disciples knew his name. Yang Feng casually accepted a mission and left the sect. The Feisua Plain, the Desolate Islands, the Black Dragon Country, in an underground chamber. There was a dazzling radiance, and someone walked out of a warp gate. It was Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced aside and saw his clone in a red cocoon. Eyes closed, his clone desperately resisted the erosion from the divinity of massacre, all the while comprehending the mysteries of the law of massacre. On that day, although Yang Feng's clone killed the 3 clerics of the so-called Time Lord in one fell swoop with the help of divinity of massacre, but he was also eroded by it. Before he fully comprehended the domain of massacre, he couldn't move at all. Otherwise, he would become a fierce beast that only knew massacre. Yang Feng stepped out of the secret chamber and entered the palace of the Black Dragon Country. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Along the way, when dragonborn experts with Black Dragon bloodlines saw him, they would kneel on the ground and greet him respectfully. Yang Feng reached the main hall and sat on a throne where previously only the 6 dragon gods of the Black Dragon Country could seat on. Bells rang in the Benij city. Before long, a stream of dragonborns poured into the main hall. Yang Feng glanced at the demigod Black Dragon standing on his right and said indifferently, "Obin, how is the training of the naval troops?" Obin looked deeply at Yang Feng and responded faintly, "Your Majesty, the naval army has finished training and is now awaiting your orders." The Desolate Islands was an archipelago composed of numerous huge islands in the sea, so the Black Dragon Country had a fairly strong naval army to begin with, but it had no legendary warship. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Good, heed my order. Immediately assemble the naval troops and wait to be dispatched." Obin replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." A few days later, a huge naval army headed by the legendary warship Black Steel Warship assembled and traveled towards the deep sea. Warships were anchored at the port of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates base, the Dragon Bones Island. Dragon seagulls with dragon bloodline circled above the Dragon Bones Island. A warship 80+ meters long cruised around the Dragon Bones Island, with listless pirates on the deck basking in the sun and drinking alcohol. On the observation deck, the lookout Gorm looked into the distance through a telescope for a while, and then cursed, "What darn luck! I have to be on patrol. No one would dare to challenge the dragon skeleton pirates near the Dragon Bones Island. His Majesty is too cautious. All of a sudden, Gorm recalled a woman with whom he had fun a few days ago, and he swore, "The noble girl we captured the other day sure was fun. Her skin was delicate and her cries were really pleasing. It's a pity those guys toyed with her to death. Fuck. A bunch of idiots without restraint." As he recalled the aristocratic girl he had fun with, Gorm looked into the horizon, absent-minded. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stood up and looked into the distance through the telescope at once. In the horizon, there was a black line. It was the Black Dragon Country's fleet headed by the Black Steel warship. Gorm's face fell, and he let out a heartrending roar. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" In the next moment, railgun beams shot out of the Black Steel warship and crashed into the warship dispatched by the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King, blasting numerous holes into it. Pirates were torn apart by the railgun beams. After several volleys, the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship sank directly into the sea. Astonishment flickered in the pretty eyes of the Black Dragon Country's holy maiden Arlette, and raging waves were set off in her heart. So strong! Is this the might of a legendary warship after being modified? How shocking! How marvelous! With this legendary warship, there's no way we're going to lose. When the Black Dragon Country's naval troops saw the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship being destroyed from a dozen nautical miles away without the power to retaliate, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. At first, the Black Dragon Country's naval troops were very dissatisfied with the new emperor, but due to their fear of the tyrannical demigod Black Dragon Oben, they reluctantly complied with Yang Feng's order. But now that they saw how powerful the Black Dragon Steel warship was after Yang Feng modified it, a trace of acknowledgement was born in their hearts. The demigod Black Dragon Oben was also shocked. What a frightening guy, to be able to remodel a legendary warship. His alchemy prowess is terrifying. The legendary warship Black Steel warship was an alchemy treasure handed down from the time when the gods fought. No one has ever been able to modify and make it stronger. Yet Yang Feng clearly modified the Black Steel warship to be far more powerful. Oben knew how difficult such an undertaking was, and so was even more afraid of Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and evaluated. The railgun's penetrating might is formidable, but the beams cannot explode. In terms of efficiency alone, they cannot compare with live ammunition large-caliber heavy artilleries. The Black Steel battleship quickly adjusted, and a 897mm heavy artillery extended. A liquid robot disguised as a crew member quickly stepped up, pretending to adjust the muzzle of the large-caliber heavy artillery. The Black Steel warship was equipped with a Level 1 optical computer, which frantically performed calculations and adjusted the aim of the 897mm heavy artillery. Boom! The super-large-caliber heavy artillery fired, and a 100 meters long warship dozens of nautical miles away anchored at the port of the Dragon Bones Island was swallowed by a terrifying explosion. Flames soared high into the sky and countless wood shavings sprayed about, and the warship broke into two and slowly sank into the sea. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. That's incredible. This gunner is too terrifying. He can hit a target dozens of nautical miles away. What fearsome power. Smashed a warship with one shot. How terrifying. Legendary warship. That's the strongest naval weapon for you. A legendary warship. This might isn't something that humans can resist. Invincible. With this warship, we're invincible. When the Black Dragon Country fleet's Dragonborn crew saw this, they were overcome with excitement. The Fearsome plane's technology was rather backward, and the might of bronze cannons on warships was fairly low. Except for legendary warships like the Black Steel warship, the cannons of the other warships were basically useless. As such, naval warfare was fundamentally carried out at close quarters. But now the Black Steel warship destroyed another warship dozens of nautical miles away with a single shot, subverting the rules of this world's naval warfare. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.